everyone, and welcome to EWC Hardcore Trivia. Today we have the gentlemen from Core joining us, Stable Ronaldo, Jason the Ween, Adapt, and Marlon. And today we're gonna figure out which one of them is the smartest. Just by looking at you guys, I don't know.
I had a 2.1 GPA. It's not bad.
I got an associate's degree of arts.
4.0.
You graduated?
Oh,
High school.
my God.
Graduated high school with a dual credit degree.
I didn't even think that was possible. Either way, this is how it works. You guys have already figured out the buzzers. We have a couple trivia questions here for you. Now, for round number 1, each one of you is going to be able to answer one question, and you can pick your category by ringing your buzzer, which you can begin now. Stable, well, no, honey, that was just a skill diff. Stable Ronaldo. Go ahead and choose your category first. And
Food, I want food.
Food? All right, food. Name the bitter compound in oversteeped Darjeeling tea.
What?
What the f? Easy, yeast.
Oh, okay. Maybe the answer was yeasty, but not really. Answer is polyphenol derived tannins.
That was my next guess. That was my next guess. That was actually my next guess.
Minus 30 points for Ronaldo there.
Oh my God.
Bro, it says minus 30, right?
And feel free to buzz in to choose your next category.
Guys,
Marlon, for you.
I'm gonna go geography.
You're a good
Geography.
guy.
Geography.
All right, we like geography. What is Gland Switzerland's official 2025 population within 100? We'll give you 100.
Gillian's
You don't know this?
Switzerland. Population
We were just
by
talking about this.
100.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, so obviously that's a city. Obviously.
Facts.
Well, it is 168,000.
Oh.
168,000.
Hey, it's close. It's close.
That is fairly close, but is it within 100?
Come on, 100.
The correct
We
answer
could say
is
100,000 maybe in between.
13,700 residents.
Oh, you're close. You're close.
I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad
You
answer.
were right there.
All right, now between Jason and Adapt.
Oh, bang.
All right, Adapt.
Movies.
Yeah, I'll do
There's
movies.
no Oh, there is movies. I can't read for a second here. All right. In the movie The Lion King, what kind of animal was Simba?
What the f?
No,
Gotta be
this is
Gotta be
this
kidding
is-
me.
okay. So everybody got like Einstein questions.
I got-
and
yeah.
you got that 3rd grade question.
Damn. I'm gonna go lion.
And the answer is actually a lion. That is correct. A point for Adapt on the
How do
board.
we get like the hardest question of mankind? Yeah, go ahead.
Jason, and your final question for history. This gives you the opportunity to tie up with Adapt. Name Henry VIII's 3rd cousin executed in May 1541.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Oh, no.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Darren Watkins.
No, it's Samir Woods.
Ronnie Nets.
Was that just like a honorary degree that they gave you?
You don't know
Or-
Darren
my God.
Darren Watkins Jr.?
You don't know Darren Watkins.
Clearly,
He's a key part
you
of
don't
history.
know Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury.
Oh, Jason, dude, Mark, come on. Of the
guys.
Salisbury, yeah.
Disappointing, incredibly disappointing first
Incredible
round
disappointing.
for everyone
dunderhead.
besides Adapt. Now, Adapt, as the winner of this round, you get an incredible opportunity here. You may eliminate one player from entering round 2. You have 5 remaining seconds. 5, 4,
I'll do
3,
Jason the win.
Yeah, get it.
Two.
Jason the win.
Jason, you're gonna have to stand there in sorrow,
your buddy don't even
sadness,
want-
and silence.
No.
For round number 2, you will be answering questions in the same category, so buzz in whenever you're ready. And Ronaldo is first.
Boss?
What is the escape velocity of Earth?
Oh my God, that's so easy. 32,000 meters per second.
Ooh, I'm sorry, but we are actually looking for 11.2 kilometers per second.
I mean, honestly, not bad.
Right there.
It was actually right there.
I was
You
right there.
were fairly close.
I was very close.
But that
very
is
close.
incorrect,
Thank
and
you,
that's
yeah.
another minus
Okay,
300
yeah,
points for
alright.
you.
Oh, God.
You got him on, yeah. Go
Are
ahead.
you like delayed or something? Like, what's going on there?
No, you got it.
Okay.
Your question. What is the 3rd closest galaxy to the Milky Way?
Oh, it's so easy.
Third
Bro, you know
closest,
this.
third closest galaxy. You got the Milky Way,
Yeah.
and then you got the Segway.
The Segway.
You got the- I'm gonna go that way.
Yeah,
That way?
I'm gonna go that way, yeah.
And while you were close, the answer we were looking for was Tucana 3.
Oh my God.
Bro,
What
the
are you doing?
Tucana.
Now wait, Adapt. What are you
Bro, Dad, come on, bro. Lock in,
We
man.
also would have accepted Safeway.
Oh.
All right, and Adapt your question. What is the bright yellow object at the center of our solar system?
Oh, bro. What?
Some may perceive it as orange.
I feel like it's the sun.
And the answer is the sun.
Wow.
Adapt, that's another 300 points
Fire.
for you.
Gotta respect him, man.
Yeah, you two are kind of struggling. For the third and final round, Adapt, you get to select who your final opponent will be.
We'll give Marlon a break, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me stable.
You and Ron?
Oh, this is
All right, even though he's at like negative
lobbies.
300
Yeah.
points?
No. He plays the next round, me and him one-on-one.
Marlon, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have to take your buzzer and you must stand there in sorrow, silence,
Okay, Marlon.
shame,
Welcome to the team.
suffering. And for our third and final round of EWC Hardcore Trivia, we have two potential categories for you to choose your question from.
Oh, who gets the pick first?
Adapt does because he is currently in the lead.
I'll see you go for the.
I'm gonna challenge myself. Let me get gaming.
Okay. Yeah.
Gaming? All right. We're going to go to you first, Ronaldo. What
just talked
landmark particle was discovered by the LHC in 2012, proving the existence of an invisible energy field?
I mean, bro, come on. We had a conversation about that on the bus.
I'm going like, I think this is like a trick question. I'm gonna go dark matter.
Dark matter.
Yeah.
And the answer is the Higgs boson.
Okay. I mean, not too far. Not too far.
Close.
You were right.
Minus 47,000 points
my God.
for
I don't
Ronaldo.
know if that matters.
And the final question for you for the win. What color is Mario's hat?
I'm gonna go red.
And the answer for the win, red. Adapt has won EWC Hardcore Trivia. A round of applause from all of his competitors.
I'm actually not clapping.
Nothing but salt
Smartest.
from Ronaldo, unfortunately. Tell us how you really feel.
This is. Okay, okay, give me a gaming question.
All right, your gaming question is, what was the release date of the first video game console ever commercially released?
Yeah, go yourself.
Unfortunately, this seems like a skill diff for poor Stable.
Adapt doesn't know this. What is it?
Listen, I already won. I've got nothing to prove.
Would you like your question? If you get this answer correctly, not only will you have bragging rights over these three for all of perpetuity,
Go ahead and ask it, bro.
they will have to sit in economy on their flights home.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to take the risk?
I mean, take the risk, bro. What is the?
What do I got to
first
lose?
letter
Let's
of
hear it.
the-
Might as well, bro.
All right, partially built right here in France, the LHC has led to breakthroughs in particle physics. Though not intuitive, the first letter of both particle and physics are the same. What is that letter?
P. It's P.
And the answer is P. Gentlemen, I hope you brought your comfy neck pillows, sweats. You're sitting in economy, or rather, maybe in the cargo hold. Adapt, anything that you'd like to say to your losing
No, I
colleagues?
knew I was gonna end up on top regardless.
Core, thank you all so much for joining me. And Adapt, when can I be expecting my check in the mail?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna connect you with Griff and we'll sort it out after this.
Fantastic. All right, make sure those 2 extra zeros that we discussed. Thank you all so much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Bye.
Appreciate it, y'all.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Whenever I use taxis or public transportation to get to EWC, I always end up late. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Borrowed it from my producer. He's doing pretty well. Oh, bonjour. I think I'm too tall. Ugh. Okay, that's terrifying. Now it says Def System Control Motor se rendre l'atelier.
It's normal.
Does that mean that the car is on fire?
No, it's normal.
Okay, where's the Prindle?
What?
Okay, so here there's like different buttons. There's sport,
Different mode.
different modes,
Sport,
sport.
and CT off, and CS2 off.
Okay, but where's esport?
Esport? No, it's just sport. It's not possible, actually. Sorry.
You can't have esport mode?
No.
So now what do I do?
You can upshift.
Upshift?
In one gear.
What's this button?
One gear. It's good? No.
Why is there dual wielding horns? Look, there's a horn here and there's a horn here. So I can.
It's good.
What if I press it both at the same time?
Okay, let's go. Corner difficult.
Corner is difficult? No, I got corners. Watch this. All right, now when you're on this track, what's important to remember?
Eyes up.
Eyes up. If I want to
Anticipate.
check my phone really quick.
No.
No, I can't? No? Oh, okay. All right.
Eyes up.
My eyes are up. Where else would they be, sir? Okay.
More gas.
All right, I'm gassing it.
You are too slow. Stop here.
I feel like I'm doing a good job.
Yes, but let me drive.
Okay. I don't think I was driving that slow. Yeah, I feel like I went pretty fast. I don't know if you can go much faster! Oh my god! I thought I was Tokyo Drift, brother! Holy crap! Wait, there's a barrier. Are we gonna stop at the barrier? Oh my god! I should have listened to all my middle school teachers and high school teachers and college teachers. Playing video games your entire life is only gonna put you in life or death situations. Ah! You should not have a driver's license. None of this is okay.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with a turn. What a sequence! Abati, now they burst through. This can go wrong. Gun in a 1v1, and down goes Kersey. Has to hit that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his jaws. Sin on the sniper for 4.
A week ago, 32 teams entered the competition. Today, only 16 remain, each hoping to claim the title of EWC champions. We witnessed giants being shaken and wounded. We saw underdogs rise up to the challenge. It's time to find out which team will be the last one standing. The safety net is gone. There are no second chances for those who fumble. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is Counter-Strike. Welcome to the playoffs.
Welcome to the playoffs indeed here at the Esports World Cup, where the drums are sounding here in the hall and the action is heating up. Elimination on the line at every turn here. It is a 16-team single elimination bracket, all to play for, because here at the Esports World Cup, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And these two gentlemen have earned their place on the desk. We got, returning from last week, Jacob Pimp Beneke. How you feeling?
Good. Enjoying my time here in Paris. The weather's been great, Mike. Maybe a bit too hot for some liking, but I like it hot, Nathan.
It's beautiful out there. It's beautiful inside. We have all the games coming up. We have the whole bracket. There are so many games that are interesting. No room for error. Elimination straight. So yeah, that's going to be one hell of a week.
NBK, of course, joining us here. Nathan, did you feel just the pangs of nostalgia when you heard the drums for Vitality kicking up a second ago?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see the whole atmosphere. They're just waiting for that. They just want to see the French guys in the arena. They just want to come and cheer, I think. They just have the energy. They just want to show the world that, you know, they can be back to the winning ways. And it's just good to be in this atmosphere, you know?
It is so very good indeed. That's going to be over on the A stream, where they have the giant live audience. We do have an audience of our own here as well in our lovely B stream setup, so thank you for joining us for all the action here. But here at the Esports World Cup, it isn't just about Counter-Strike. That's also what's coming to a head. The Club Championship. Every game here at the World Cup contributes towards the Club Championship, elevates their team with a whole lot of pride and cash on the line. To find out a bit more about it, got an explainer.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris. at the Esports World Cup 2026.
And enormous implications here for Counter-Strike in the Club Championship at the Esports World Cup. We have 4 teams that have a technical chance to still take first place, but I think 3 of their chances hinge entirely on Counter-Strike taking the gold, taking the first place here as well. So it is a lot of added pressure onto these squads outside of just the sphere of lifting a trophy, winning all that money for themselves. It's also the hopes of their entire organization here, Jacob.
Yeah, and I mean, Falcons is in a prime position to getting it done right now. I saw the EWC Twitter account put out that the win probability of them is at 75% now. Naturally, that hinges on the Counter-Strike team acquiring some points, doing well, but Nathan, it does look like Falcons are in the winning position, and if the Counter-Strike team can deliver, then that should be a pretty big step in the right direction of regaining the championship for the Falcons.
Oh, definitely. They were feeling good as well, like the whole squad. You feel like they just have a different energy ever since Kerrigan is in the roster, and that plays a big way into account for this whole bracket that they have, because they have a very, very hard road ahead of them. Like the whole lower part of the bracket is very hard, but you know, that's kind of what they like, and especially for that whole championship, that's necessary. Like they need to do at least a semifinal, they need to be in the final, they need to get those points, because every point matters at that point, and Counter-Strike is the only game where AG is not here in the bracket, so that will matter even more in the grand scheme of things.
Same could be said for Na'Vi and Vitality. You know, they duke it out both in the Esports Club Championships, but also in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Naturally, Vitality are the favorite in that regard, but Na'Vi is not without a chance of making a run in that bracket.
And there are 3 other games going on right now. We got Trackmania, we got Crossfire, we've got Fortnite. That sounds right. Indeed, coming on through. Thank you there, Jacob. Huge implications. And also further down the ladder, it is a lot of money between 6th and 7th place, between 8th and 10th. There is a huge amount of pressure on these teams to deliver for their organizations, to move them up in the club championship, and maybe secure, like, I don't know, potential future transfer if you get a little extra money for the org, maybe a new teammate, maybe a bonus for yourself.
I mean, whether or not they're going to spend that on the Counter-Strike division, we don't know, but I remember last year the 3rd place decider between, was it Vitality and Falcons? They essentially played for $1 million, because that game would decide whether one of them would be 2nd or 3rd in the club championship, which at the time being, makes a 3rd place decider a hell of a lot more interesting when there's $1 million on the line.
And that was Vitality that had that at stake, and they lost the 3rd place decider to let down the entire organization, something that I know they regretted bitterly. And now, especially that we are in Paris, a location that holds so much importance for Vitality, the organization, for the players on that team as well, that holds such fond memories for Apex and ZywOo, for any number of reasons, the pressure is on to claim that $2 million prize pool, to claim first place here. We've got a tournament bracket. It's as simple as this. You don't need to think about formats, folks. Win and you move on. Lose and you're out of here. I love this. How often do we get a round of 16 bracket in Counter-Strike, Nathan?
Yeah, that is beautiful. I mean, just look at the amount of teams. Look at how good, how well prepared all of them are. They come here, and especially I think that added pressure is going to make the game even more interesting. Every single game that there's going to be, there's not going to be a single best of 3, I think, where teams are not going to be ready and are not going to bring their whole A game. And when you have that, in Counter-Strike, that's the beauty of the game, we all know it. Anything can happen. Any team can win, any team can lose, especially if you have local matchups, CIS teams battling each other. If you have teams that very well know each other, you have all of the storylines that are going to happen. And yeah, you are not allowed to lose. I think that's the most beautiful thing in the game.
It really is. And we do have to address the elephant in the room, which is perhaps the weight of these various sides of the bracket. Some teams with some surprising upsets in the group stage, and then blind draws in setting our playoff bracket means that the bottom half of this, let's be real, is stacked. Those teams we're talking about, Club Championship, Na'Vi, Falcons, Vitality, they're all on the same side of the bracket here, Jacob.
Yeah, and I mean, you only got yourself to blame for that. If you're Team Spirit, you probably regret a little bit you lost that best of 1 to GG How. If you're Vitality, you regret the fact that you let go of what looked like a win against B8. You're up 10-9 on Inferno. You have a very big advantage in the set round. Then you throw it away. You get owned on the 3rd map, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the lower bracket, and you find yourself in now the harder side of the bracket as well, Nathan. So, the cynic is me, and it's kind of happy there's a consequence to letting go and not being clinical. So they had to do it the hard way this time around.
And that's why every single game matters. That's why those best of 1s, the opening games of the tournament are like so important, because they will define what the bracket will look like later on. And especially as well, you have the hard side of the bracket and what is the easy side of the bracket.
Sure.
Well, like the competitive side of the bracket, where all the teams are very similar, right? Like they're on the same level. They can do everything. You can see a Magic going into the grand final or in the semifinal. Let's say, okay, let's go a bit calmer there. But you have the semifinal possible for them, especially if you have the Mouse and those teams. They are the favorite on that side, but everywhere else is open.
Yes, it definitely is. I mean, you saw our schedule for the day, right? We've got Magic taking on Foot to start things off. Then we've got Gamer Legion Mouse in the second matchup, and I think it's a great point. Magic have been the delightful surprise of this event so far, but who's to say they can't keep it going? We didn't think they could win their previous matchup, right? Why not do it here in the playoffs where everything is on the line, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely the case. Everything is on the line, but we also got a big show to get going here with Mike.
We do indeed.
After weeks of elite competition across multiple titles featuring the greatest players in the world, we've witnessed triumph on the highest level, shattered dreams, and it's hard to believe that we've now reached the final week of the Esports World Cup.
It is our last week at the STC Arena, and some could see it as a heartbreak, but how can you be heartbroken in a city of love when you finish on one of esports' finest? The cherry on the top, the prestigious CS2 at the Esports World Cup. And if you're a true esports fan, doesn't matter the game, you love watching Counter-Strike. And I am no exception, Ian.
Everybody loves CS and everybody loves millions of dollars, and we've got 2 million up for grabs for CS2 this week. On top of that, of course, the chance to raise this trophy and cement your legacy as part of the Esports World Cup history. But on top of that, the Club Championship has reached boiling point, and it is all coming down to the wire here in Paris.
Absolutely. We have several organizations that are desperate to getting those points on the final week, and whether it's about asserting dominance or overtaking one of your final rivals in the final turn, it is time to shine for our organizations here.
It is indeed. Hold on a second. Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde?
Ian, your French got better over the weeks. I'm super proud, but I feel like it's enough yapping for us, guys. You are here for a reason, and so are we. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, please welcome Foot Esports! Crowned in PGR Bucharest They are built on belief and passion, and they are entering this tournament with a lot of courage.
Up next, it's Magic! They entered the year outside of the established order, then started knocking down the names inside it. There might just be something in the name.
Our third team is Gamer Legion! And this organization already knows what it feels like to shock Paris and its major. But this new Legion is forged from almost nothing but belief, trust, and skill.
Please welcome Legacy! A nice reaction from the crowd here. Brazilian giant killers with very little interest in reputation put a favorite in front of them, and they tend to see opportunity.
And this is one of esports' most recognizable badges, G2 Esports! Rebuilt again and carrying the kind of expectation that never disappears. G2 arrive in Paris carrying those expectations from them and all their fans across the world.
Up next, it's Astralis! Danish Counter-Strike royalty. The lineup may have evolved over time, but this name will always be judged against the highest standard, and they've got an opportunity to live up to it here in Paris.
Mesdames et messieurs, les méchants de l'histoire, vos personnages principaux, Team Vitality! 5 consecutive trophies earlier this year, 2 consecutive ESL Grand Slams. They come to Paris with the entire capital behind them. Paris, this one belongs to you.
Talk about a reception for Vitality. Up next is Team Falcons! Cologne conquered. Major champions crowned. They come to Paris with proof that this project can reach the very top. And here they arrive, looking to break expectations and raise more silverware.
And from the top of the VRS rankings, they look down on everyone else. Team Spirits! Playing against them feels like waking a nightmare in the City of Light. Explosive, ruthless, and built around some of the most frightening individuals the game has ever known.
So many superstars on stage. Let's welcome the next lot. It's Aurora Gaming! Last year's EWC finalists, now reshaped around an international lineup while keeping the firepower that took them so close.
One of the most decorated names this game has known. Welcome, Navi! They were the very first team to ever lift the Esports World Cup trophy in 2024. And 2 years later, they are back in Paris to prove that that crown still belongs to them.
Up next, please welcome onto the stage, Mouse! Mixed response here. They won't mind, they are structured, disciplined, and coming in with silverware already secured this month. A team whose ceiling just keeps on getting higher.
And Brazil rarely does quiet. It is Furia! With the legend fallen on his final EWC run and a major final just behind them. They carry belief and the hopes of an entire nation behind them.
Please welcome next, FaZe Clan! push them behind, put them on match point, write them off if you dare. Counter-Strike has learned that lesson with FaZe more than once.
And resilience has become part of the reputation of this Ukrainian roster. Welcome, Bates! They have spent the entire year proving no position is far too gone, and they're ready for what Paris has to offer.
It's time to welcome onto the stage the EWC title defenders. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Mongols! 12 months ago, they entered the Esports World Cup as challengers, but they left as champions. Until someone takes it from them, the crown remains theirs.
Be great once, and the world calls it a nice story, but do it twice, and the world calls you a legend. And this week, the Mongols will find out which one they are, with all eyes on them.
A star-studded stage here in Paris with Counter-Strike's finest. It's the final week of EWC. Let's begin.
Crazy entries there on stage. Crazy to think that a year ago, the Mongols were lifting the trophy here at the Esports World Cup. It just goes to show you how quickly things change in Counter-Strike. But they've got a chance to do it again today, this time with two newbies in tow as well. So many change teams from where we were just last year, Jacob.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, it's kind of wild to think that the Mongols are the defending champions and I guess one of the least likely teams to make it deep into the playoff. But as you said, Mike, never say never. They have something about them, you know, despite losing Sensu, despite losing now MCNeo as well, they remain competitive. They still play a decent amount of good Counter-Strike, but in order to win a tournament of the caliber like EWC, especially with a stacked playoff, Vitality, Falcons, Na'Vi looking great, I think that's going to be tough.
Yeah, they're going to need a special magic, especially I think from the youngsters, where, you know, we know they're very raw skill, but are they going to handle the pressure of that stage, of the persons against them? If they're going to face against Vitality or like a big name, people are going to scream against them. And are you ready to handle that? Are you ready to take it for such a stage and such a young team? That's the thing that we're going to see. But yeah, it is surprising to see them come out and be like, hey, we're the big dogs of this tournament.
Yeah.
And now you don't really expect them to do it this year.
We'll dive back into our schedule here because we are going to focus on the games that we've got coming up front for you. It is going to be Foot taking on Magic to start things out, and then Gamer Legion versus Mouse. Speaking of teams that look very different from what they were not that long ago, Mouse looking into the rebuild after initially avoiding it in the player break, in the Christmas break rather. Now they retool, they re-engineer, and they're bringing up players from the academy. They're bringing back players who were once in the academy. They're back to the Mouse roots.
Yeah, I mean, they started off winning a trophy at the Blast Bounty tournament, just like they did when they brought in Roland and Spinks the first time around as well, where they won PGL Cluj-Napoca. Now, the not so nice story about that one is that they then went on to never win anything else. You know, despite being the second best team in the world for quite some time, it was a Mouse that never really could figure it out. So I'm curious to see, Mike, whether or not this new iteration of Mouse can continue to find more consistent success. I'm also not sure we should expect the same, Nathan. I mean, them winning at the Blast Bounty was a big surprise, to be completely honest. So expecting Mouse to win more trophies, maybe that's not where we set the bar, but just for them to be in the conversation of being a top 3, top 4 team in itself would be pretty strong.
And we've got our STC rewind for the highlights from the group stage because there were all sorts of crazy games going on there. We had some favorites taking care of business like we see Falcons doing just now, but we also saw crazy upsets, right? Gigi Hao toppling Spirit. Who would have imagined a last chance qualifier team dethroning the #1 squad in the VRS? Insanity.
Yeah, and especially already making it through the LCQ. I think nobody really expected them. Like, we knew the name, we know the players, but nobody really expected them to like make it so smoothly into the main tournament. And then they arrive in the main tournament and then just straight up, despite being against all the odds, they just straight up beat Spirit. And like, what is the sitting then for them? Like, what can happen when you have that kind of swagger and confidence coming into the games? You just think anything can happen then.
Unfortunately, not much happened past that game, but that game was sick. So we can say that for them. We certainly can. Big showing themselves up very nicely as well, I gotta say. Heartbreaking that they couldn't take it over the line. I think Don said it himself that he felt like they deserved to lose that best of 3, especially after the masterclass we saw on Cash. But definitely going to be eyes on Big Clan this season. I think they might just be one of our better surprises.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they were up 10-5 on Dust 2 as well, third deciding map. So I think it's fair when Dog is saying that Spirit didn't necessarily, I guess, deserve to make it to the playoff. Then again, you got to finish off your meal right. And if you're big, you had an opportunity, you're close to it. It's a step in the right direction, but there's still a little bit of a gap between the bigs of the world and the likes of Team Spirit.
Kazera hitting the 6-7 on stage, showing that even old dogs can occasionally learn new memes. But speaking of the Battle of the Brazilians, 9Z Furia earning their right to battle here on the stage. What do we think about Furia? Because I feel like this has been a team that we keep tabbing for trophy aspirations. They made that final at the major. What a tremendous opportunity to send Fallen off into retirement, but that wasn't the story they got to write.
Yeah, that's also a bit the thing, where you have Fallen that is publicly announcing that this is going to be his last year, that he doesn't want to move on. How do you build upon that? Like, of course, you're going to give everything you have for those last months that you have together, but you cannot project yourself into next year, into what is going to happen next, and that's also where that's going to be the weakness. Sure, you're going to give everything you have,
right?
But for what at the end of the day? So that's where, yeah, they can maybe win with like some sparks here and there, but that will be pretty much it.
And we've already seen the rumors circulating of who's going to be the next player to announce their new location, who's going to move on, who's not going to want to stay for the Furia rebuild, to stay for the next chapter, right? That's now becoming the narrative around Furia, but we've got a narrative all our own here on the B stream, because it's time for our story of the day presented by Crunchyroll, and this one's all about reunions. It's reunion day here on the B stream because we've got PR reunited with Mouse, now matched up against the team that he just left in Gamer Legion, a Gamer Legion team that did a reunion of their own, pulling back in Flamas. It's all coming back around. It's all coming full circle here. Did you love a revenge game in your day, Pimp?
I did, you know. I think those were the best games. Those were the games where you were the most motivated. You may want to say publicly, Nathan, and I'm sure you've done it many times in French Counter-Strike as well, that yeah, we all friends, and no, I don't hold any grudges, but whenever you're playing a former team, a former teammate, or someone who kicked you from the team, that's when you're the most motivated. That's when you want to do the best. So yeah, Mike, there's some extra at stake here.
You know, I've actually got some numbers for you fellas. Tell me if you know what these numbers mean. 24-9. 24-9 for both of you on the subject of revenge, perhaps.
24-9, that is very specific. That is hard to say. Go on. No?
That's the lifetime head-to-head between the two of you in maps, at least HLTV recorded. And Nathan, I've got good news for you. Yours is the 24.
Oh, nice. Yeah, beautiful.
Jacob, you've got the 9.
Must be nice to be carried all the time, huh?
Oh, yeah, that was beautiful.
Immediately the excuses come out. We'll see if we need excuses in our matchup, because it's time to dive into our first game of the day as Foot Esports take on Magic. And I want to start out here talking a little bit about Magic, because they have been such a delightful surprise. Back end of last season, we started to see them spark up. They had that run in Astana where we're thinking, hold on, is this a real team? Are these guys we need to pay attention to? Here at the Esports World Cup, they're showing that absolutely they can do some damage.
Yeah, a young team, you know, and a team where you look at the players and you look at the material they have to work with, and you don't necessarily think just yet that that's a new top team in the making. But given how young they are, given how fast and quickly they're progressing, Nathan, and given how well they're playing already now, I think it's a team for the future. Now, in isolation to this game and in isolation to this tournament, I think it's a bit too much to ask for them to do much more than they've already done. You know, beating 3D Max, you know, your team to some degree was a good step in the right direction. Pulling out a win against 9C was massive for them, but getting wins in the playoff against top tier opposition, that's gonna be tough.
Well, the thing is, with them, what I find very impressive is that not only the rise, but the fact that they start looking very stable in the ranking. Like, they're just having pretty much the same outcome at every tournament. You know, they don't beat the big guys, but they don't lose against the lower guys. So it is pretty impressive because they feel pretty young. They feel like refreshing, you know, on the scene. And especially now in this matchup, it's a battle of the youngsters. It's like two of the youngest teams of the tournament. And so it's going to be a crazy brawl. But the thing is with Magic, they have a very good A plan.
Sure.
If that A plan doesn't go well, that's when they start crumbling. That's when they start not doing too well. And so that's what I'm very looking forward to in this matchup.
Now, a key piece of this A plan might just be Masval, right? We've seen his teammates, AW and Tenzi, step forward at the top, but Masval, he's usually been the spark plug for this roster, and we're talking about him head-to-head with Jukes here. What do you see in this comparison?
Well, that's exactly what Nathan we're talking about, right? Two teams where they have a lot of young prospects coming into the game, a lot of freedom to express themselves as well. Jukes, we're kind of getting familiar with his game, you know, we're getting familiar with the big talent that he is, whereas for Masval, he's sort of like new kid on the block in that regard. But that's why it should be a fun matchup. I think both teams are willing to fight, both teams are willing to stick to their own game plan, both teams are not too interested in anti-spreading too hard. It's not a Na'Vi approach-esque way of you know, appearing at a game. Foot want to play their style, Magic want to play their style, and then it's all about going head-to-head and actually see who got the better version of themselves today.
I'm just saying, I watched that 3D Max game. I think there was some Blade-esque anti-stratting going into that one. I don't know if you had that experience, Nathan.
I don't know. I think they were just outclassing 3D Max at that point. So there was nothing to say in every department. There was the headshot, the preparation, the energy. There was no match there in that matchup. But yeah, beating then 9Z was, I think, the key part for them, like showing, okay, we're here to stay, we're here to make things right. And I think in this matchup, the one thing I'm pretty curious about is going to be the Opera matchup as well, because they're not the highest rated Operas in both teams. They're not like the most star players. They're very much support opping. But if one of them becomes insane during that game, that could be a big shift in the momentum.
I think it's a great thing to highlight. We're diving into the veto here. We're getting the Ancient first stop. We'll keep going down the stretch, but I think the Operas are a great point, right? Because Moon has sort of been that steady presence, and then for Cemetery, he's probably been the most criticized player on this Foot roster. Hasn't necessarily had the same high highs that his teammates have just yet.
No, but he stepped it up a little bit late, you know, and maybe also the fact that you bring in a new player, an X-Cloud, can potentially relieve him a little bit more, or he can maybe demand, you know, going into a break. Listen, guys, I need a bit more space in order to express myself. I need a bit more, I guess, trust in my abilities and maybe a bit more freedom to do whatever I want to. And when you bring in a guy like X-Cloud, you also kind of reset the expectations in regard that, okay, maybe you can free up yourself and your position a bit more. So I'm curious to see how he's going to involve Cemetery, that is, because I agree he hasn't had the best of the best showing in Foot, but seemingly he's trending upwards.
Yeah, and especially what's going to be hard is that we saw Ancient is going to be the first map, and that is not an Opera map. So like if you have an Opera that manages to take the space, get those crucial entries, the impact is going to be instant on the whole roster. So I don't know. I very much fear with that best of three, with those maps, that can go either way easily.
Speaking of which, those maps, you've seen them, Ancient, Anubis, then the Mirage. If you've got a strong feeling, like Nathan does, about how this one might go, well, you can scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen and get on into EWC Play. Make your projection, make your prediction, make your pick'ems and your fantasy, and maybe you will prove yourself to be a genius like these gentlemen on stage. But speaking of that stage, it's time for us to dive into our matchup. It's time to get this game underway. Foot take on Magic, but only one can live to see tomorrow.
It's finally time to decide who can be the first team to advance further into EWC 2026. 32 teams have tested themselves up until this point, and it leaves us down to only 16. As we head into the round of 16, two young teams with everything to prove and nothing to lose stand in front of us. Foot, a team that has found recent success, has lifted a trophy within the calendar year, and Magic, an up-and-coming squad that no matter how hard you fight to take them out, they just don't seem to falter. Anthony, are you ready for playoffs? Are you ready for Ancient? Because it is time. Foot starting on the CT side, and now it's time to prove who's got what it takes.
Gonna be off to a great start here. It's already the CT's Foot, obviously. Gonna be rolling themselves down through mid here. Spade 8 gonna throw this early molly out. It's gonna be pretty aggressive, pretty quick. A hit already through, stalling out just a little bit, maybe trying to pull out some of these CT rotates in from that donut position. Not fully committed yet with a minute 30 left on that clock. Moon on a very potential important lurk that could actually pull the tides of the T side on over to that B side.
Well, the timing has worked exactly perfectly for him to slip past Krabeni. Shooting through the Molotov, Jugs eventually does burn to his death, and now it's just time for the bomb to make its way out on the A bomb site. Demon tries to tap away with X-Cloud in the back line also. Nothing to fall there. Symmetry continues to try to fight as well. Pushed up, can't stop the bomb. One player disadvantage for this CT side. Still potential to retake, but a headshot needs to come in soon. A kill needs to be landed. His teammate behind him, Tenzi, continues his performance from the previous time we saw him up, and of course it's AW to finish it off. That's a very nice early pistol round for Magic.
It was actually the polar opposite of that call there from Moon. He instead pulled that CT rotate early, kind of made a lot of positionary advantage for himself, brought at least a pair of those CTs towards that drone direction, leaving enough of a gap for Magic to get themselves in the site, take the bomb plant, and the round victory early on.
A bit of a tech pause early on in this matchup, a chance to cool down after that pistol, and there's so much to talk about with these two teams, you know? Two rosters that are so young within their careers of Counter-Strike as a whole, and yet they find themselves matched up in the beginning of playoffs for a $2 million prize pool tournament. The Esports World Cup 2026. Surely legends to be made here, but the tech pause will be winding out as we get a replay of the previous. As you said before, a very good pull for Moon to get those rotates over, allow the A bomb site to be wide open for that take. And then it was as simple as clicking the heads after that. As we're already starting this round, mid control taken for Magic. No contention. There's a bit of a force on the side of Foot. Deagle 5.7s, some SMGs to work with as well. A flash in, Demon does fall back a bit, but no pressure is going to be fronted towards him. Instead, Magic look to round their way back towards the outside of the B-bomb site.
One of those key players from the round prior, Moon, pulling up with a Galil for now. Fade 8 dropping nice little smoke over for the cross. And again, nice slow and steady pace from Magic. Not always fully committed. Fade 8 taking some space towards that ramp position and clearing out Bucket, leaving just Benny kind of on his lonesome in case and will kind of have to be put away from a smoke. But there is a little bit of a lurk coming through, and it's none other than Jugs with the 5.7, but the MAC-10 coming through can't quite kill it as the backstab comes in from bottom mid.
It's a good start for Foot, but still going to be a very hard sell to try to go for this retake fully. Low HP, no kits to work with, an SMG to tap away at the HP of Kerbeni. And Foot's just going to tuck tail, save what they have, go into the next round. You got plenty of armor, decent weaponry to work in the next. A simple round for Magic, but Foot still shouldn't be too upset about that round.
With this armor kind of being thrown into the next round here, they wouldn't have to be a full save here. We are going to see some, maybe a 5.7 dropped on over from Symmetry. So Kerbeni can have something there. And maybe another 5.7 to be equipped, but nonetheless still a harsh buy to have to contest with if you are Magic. We've seen thus far this whole week what 5.7s can do, and sometimes we've seen rounds swing off the back of aforementioned pistols. And now, it's going to be a free round for Magic, not really losing too much in the rounds prior. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and that MAC-10 on Spade 8 still kicking around, and the absolute utility down mid as Explode already down to just 33 HP.
Explode brought down low. A CT's pushing. Demon connects with one Deagle, tries to get a third, can't quite land it, and instead it's an absolute mauling.
Wow.
For Magic. Bodies hit the floor for sure, but at least the round secured for Magic. It could have gotten very out of hand very quickly with all those pistols and SMGs pushing down in the hands of the CTs. But that's what should have been done. Magic get the pistol, they get their bonus rounds afterwards, and now it's time for the real guns to come out. You got rifles, you got the op on Symmetry. This is where Foot have a chance to stab back.
That mid meat grinder really starting to chip away at that successful T-side economy, but not totally gone just yet is Foot. They got the op out, obviously, backed by some armor, but again, X-Cloud already taking some damage, and a shot to the head. Fade 8 finds one with a quick one. Demon with a double, making a triple for him.
Such early aggression for both these teams. It leaves us into a 2-on-2, only 30 seconds into the round. Bomb disconnected from his teammate. Tenzi a smoke over towards A. Does seem he wants to venture forth towards there. But Moon on an island, 2 CTs aggressing towards him. He's forced to fall back. He's forced to try to meet up with his teammate who has fully secured this bomb site. Foot should have a good idea. Rotation already coming in from Demon. A very crucial round. Sets the tempo for the next few to come. Bomb makes its way over. Utility to block out the choke points. But still no plan. That could be bad because this timing of Demon could be everything. Walking into Donut. Symmetry. A flash in. A chance to push. Still taking it slow. No kid on either of the players. So it has to be a faster push. A nade perfectly lands at the feet of Moon. And Symmetry pushes in, sprays down. He's able to double up foot. Stab back immediately once the guns come into play.
Successful retake there. The duo from Donut combining 4-5 kills. A good reposition there as, you know, read that retake pretty perfectly. The reposition from Magic was almost well enough, but that net, their early nade, bouncing off that default box, doing substantial enough damage to make it just a little harder, but it's just mid, Donnie, through and through every round. It's just who can come out top in mid seems to really set the pace for these rounds early on.
Of course, that's a classic of Ancient, an absolute bloodbath every round within mid. Next Cloud brought down a decent bit by the nades that rain over. Although it's not going to be fault for this time around. The space, for the most part, given up to Magic. For Benny, about to get all topped out. Once Fade throws it down, he falls back. More space secured for Magic. Xcloud just able to spot a shoulder on the corner hold. Mid fully in the grasp of Magic.
Minute 10 left on this clock, and again, things slowed down substantially from that early mid-aggression. People have paid the price. Not as bad as we've seen in the rounds prior, but Xcloud, of course, always seems to come out in some form or fashion a little worse for wears, but this time only down to 65. It does seem like maybe Magic want to start speeding things up, start taking some ramp control, starting to take that look back towards mid, see if it is a viable option to maybe kind of scoot their way back into that A side through Donut.
As the bomb goes back towards mid, a very heavy movement by Foot towards B. They do start to head backwards. AW, Mac 10, an essential kill early on. But Demon has the timing on Moon and able to double up. What a headshot there to continue. Symmetry, a terrible miss. So close yet so far away, and now Magic only down to 2 players. Fade 8 tries to make his way on the site. 6 seconds left. If the plan's gonna come in, it has to come in now, and Demon could push forward to try to stop it. Instead, lie in wait. Fade 8 with the off. What a flick shot to open up ahead. Ripped off and make that 2. Now brought down to even numbers. Fade 8 tagged on the retreat, but Tenzi there just in time to back up his teammate. Foot try to push through. There is a kit this time around, a bit more time to work with. Position to both these players known. Tenzi jiggling around the box, tries to get the better of Symmetry. He can't land. And now Fade 8, almost a shot on the Xcloud. Tries once more, can't hit it, tries through the wall. It can't come to fruition. Foot, when they desperately need it, able to squeak by the defuse just in time. The angle just too far off as we get closer to even numbers.
Time running desperately low on that plant. Literally down to 5 seconds when that bomb actually gets fully committed there. I mean, not for a lack of trying from Fade 8. Double kill with the op alone. The rounds are still there, but the money is not. Only a single round advantage, and again, Xcloud taking a little bit of that early nade damage, and now it's all up to the Tech 9s and Deagles.
Nade damage important this round. As you said, it's just pistols. Boy, definitely the advantage, a readjustment. Symmetry, very good damage on the Moon. Not quite enough to take him out. And Magic, they're gonna have to make the real move here. For Benny, brought down low, but able to spray through the smoke. AW, one of the highest performing players on this Magic lineup. Dropped first. Moon also next to fall. And in mid, Xcloud overran.
Demon picking up a kill here. Down to just 2. A pair of players left here for Magic, but well, down to just Tenzi as he's got the AK in hand, taps away, gets kills off towards Jugs, turns around. Suspects Demon is lurking behind him, which is the right call, but I think the timing somehow hits the strafe, and it's down into a 1-on-2. Kerbeni actually very low himself, 11 HP, as he falls to the recovered M4, and it's down to Symmetry. 35 seconds, but they gotta run back. He has to find that bomb and make his way onto site.
Should be plenty of time, but having to pick up this bomb is gonna allow Symmetry to move wherever he wants. Tenzi wants to continue to go back B. The timing shouldn't be there at the catwalk. Symmetry should just miss it. That's exactly what happens. Tenzi clears out the site. Bomb goes down. The one-on-one. Symmetry not sure where it is. Thinks A for a second, but realizes that the ticks aren't there. B bomb site. Retake must come in. So close. Once again, the timing just working so the 2 players miss each other. Tenzi gonna hear plenty of noise coming in from the player pushing cave. All he has to do is lie in wait. Symmetry now with the hop out. The USP does damage, but not enough. A 4K clutch for Tenzi to keep Magic up and deny the tie.
That is such a misplay from Foot. They gave him the 1v1 in mid, and they just peaked at such mistiming there. A lot of those plays, and that is just a heads-up play from Tenzi as well. Getting himself enough time to make sure he clears that mid-area, recovering the bomb, getting into a good enough post-plant position. We've seen a lot of these teams struggles in these kind of scenarios, and it doesn't seem like Magic's struggling right now with that.
Oh, Magic living up to the occasion, specifically Tenzi, who's already 10-3 on this map. For those who don't remember, Magic, in the game that made them qualify to playoffs, was against 9Z, Tenzi, and AW, able to bolster over 70 combined kills within that series. It was an absolute masterclass, especially from Tenzi, who was not missing a single map in that game.
I think map 1 alone, Tenzi and AW had both a +6 round percent swing percentage, if I remember.
An insane series from them. But now an op 4 spy, already gooshed. Has to fall back for Benny. Wants to investigate with the Deagle. Flash in his face, won't exactly catch him. But AW wants to make sure the bullets that fire from that AK do instead. The 1D coming out for Kerbeni early on, already traded back. But a decent start to the round for Foot.
4-on-4, mid control, firmly in the way of Magic. For now, at least, Symmetry with that op is waiting and just biding his time in towards that red position. Re-smoked, he will be cut off for just a little bit longer here. As Masval in towards Donut, just trying to play it around, maybe get a pick here. He finds one towards X-Cloud. Will he expect a second in the way of Jugs? But they will just call it a truce, back up, and make it maybe a B hit, leaving just Demon. MP9, now the rotate from Symmetry. He's going to be in a good enough position to maybe stop the ramp push. Reposition, good shot, finds a shot towards Moon. Spade 8 actually gets the kill towards Demon, and it's down to just this op to try and make a play.
Just this op as he waits for the rotation, pushed forward, Spade 8. A great timing to completely negate the op's ability to shoot. And it does put Jugs in the situation where almost forced to save. On the side of Foot, Jugs, the highest rated player on this team for this tournament, but not even a chance to save. Masvald, a great lurk towards the end of the round to keep the guns out of Foot's hands.
Power of the Red Panda. They need to start summoning it soon here if you are Foot, as it is starting to look a little bit rough here, but Kerbeni doing his best with a Deagle, but to no avail. Spade 8 with just a walkout entry that made it just look a little too easy, and we see that energy from Magic, and that's never going away through whatever series they're playing against. We always see just full expressions from these guys.
Not much to speak of for the side of Foot. Deagle, 2 Deagles, a 5-7. That's all they could afford to invest within this round. As they once again sack up the B bomb site. bomb site that Magic doesn't seem to have much interest going towards. Instead, xFloud 5-7 within A main, a potential to do some work onto AW whenever he decides to connect with the rest of his team. It's going to be a clean walkthrough. Utility towards the site just to make sure it's cleared out. xFloud a chance to try to take the opening kill. And at least able to do so with that. Molotov blocks out any access point for the T's to try to push into him. He's going to drop the AK over. Surely that'll be saved. See what other damage these pistols can do, but you might as well just right at 6 on the board already. Magic starting off so hot within this series.
Even with Magic's now 4-round lead, once this one comes to a close, the money still looking a little shaky. These 5-7s have pretty consistently, and Deagles as well, have found some kills, and they will wait and lurk in mid. So this actually could, once again, come down to a mid play once more to see how this round's going to pan out, at least financially, and somehow the Glock finding a shot there on Krabeni. Demon at the end fires off at least one more shot. Moon with the op, and it does come out to at least 3 players left alive on Magic's side. But a 4-round lead nonetheless, 6-2. Early on, I'm still, to no one's surprise most likely, happy with this performance from Magic.
Yeah, Magic looking good. Obviously, Foot not really able to fully grasp the economy yet. Hasn't worked in their favor, but as we say that, the M4s do at least come back out. And a chance for Foot to try to claw back at this half that, not quite yet, but could very easily start to slip out of hand. Something can't be converted soon. Demon tested early on. It's just a fast execute onto B. The bomb already made its way up. Moon tries to molly off for the rotations, but instead it's Krabeni to be able to put a few bullets in the side of him. Mosvolt allowed to plant now. Spade A re-smoke onto Demon. 5-on-5 in this post plant. Put the potential to try to drag themselves into it. Smoke into the site, flashes go back and forth. CTs have to push soon. All Magic have to do is delay, but kills fall in favor of Foot. Now a 3-on-3, still low HP of one of those players. Mosvolt not able to double up, and it leaves just a low HP on Moon. The up versus a Ninja Diffuse in the smoke. Symmetry, run and gun, spray him down. Moon to fall. And just enough time on that Diffuse to have Foot find themselves a third.
That 5v5 retake is a bloodbath to get onto. Even with those smokes buying them enough time towards caves, towards that CT position, it was just a solid, coordinated hit coming through from Foot between Symmetry, xFloud finding himself a nice little double towards the end there. But just that half second was all Magic needed to make a 7. But now there is still very well a world where 6-6 is a score. And it's come down to mid once again. xFloud finds the first one, looks for more, but it's actually Mosvolt to find a trade. And it is inevitably the double from xFloud.
Yeah, but Jung's going to be ready for AW. Not quite. Galil rips the head off. And that brings us back to even numbers. Mid control not fully taken for Magic. But at least you stop the presence at the bottom of it from the CTs trying to push into your territory. Speaking of pushing to your territory, Krabeni so close on that ramp. Spade 8 has to be careful if he rounds this corner. Is he going to be ready? A jump does spot him out. Able to land a little bit of damage and a regress from Krabeni. Means that he loses his life. Magic now maintain the player advantage. And still plenty of time to work with on this clock. Where does the bomb want to end? A minute left to tell.
Well, before it was always AW and Tenzi. Now it's Fade 8 and Tenzi. 13-5, 12-5. Another dynamic duo, and that's what needs to be done to have to go blow for blows against a team like Foot, who right now are struggling statistically.
Well, if you remember the matchup that Magic had against 9Z, it was the T side where they were able to be so efficient, and then the CT side, the struggles started to rear their heads. So
it's true, and I mean, Magic are a strong first half team. We've seen that one through and through. It's just the closeout that inevitably gets to them.
Was xFloud allowed to reproduce some of the magic? that he had in previous series. As a hit comes towards him, AK primed, able to spray down one, make it two, almost a third, but instead it's Moon. A 4K for xCloud, at least put Symmetry in a position to try to go for this retake, try to scramble together the round once more. The scope should have been heard. Symmetry has to push straight into it, but of course Moon's not gonna miss that shot. Too easy lined up.
You know, that's a great thing. When two, young squads really go blow for blows here, you just feel the energy coming off them. Standing up, Moon, after hitting a nice little shot there to close that clutch. Now 1v1 stands up, make sure he knows it was definitely me who just did that one, to give a 7th year for Magic. But are on the back foot. Financially, they're in a little bit of a rocky position. 2.5K to 4.5K is a mix between some of these players, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a half buy for the squad.
It's so much to prove for both of these teams. You look on the side of Foot, an average age of 20, and on the side of Magic, an average age of 21. I mean, this is such a big opportunity for both of these teams. Again, Foot maybe seeing higher peaks so far, but Magic just as hungry and scrappy to try to make a name for themselves as well. And where's a better stage than to do it but at the Esports World Cup in beautiful Paris? Demon gets tested early on, 5-7. Is he able to connect with one? Tenzi still close by. Might be able to dampen that, and that's exactly what he does. Although early kill goes in favor of Foot, at least the trade back, and xCloud makes the FAMAS put up to good work. Foot look confident with the lesser weaponry right now. And that leaves all of Magic's forces grouped up once more towards this B bomb site. A slow walk up towards the ramp. Jugs didn't spawn anyone out yet. The 5-7 at range won't be as useful as it is in the close quarters. Smokes out. Bomb site, for the most part, in control. But a push can come anytime from this cave. Smoke out towards CT. Bomb gets planted. AW not quite ready, but somehow lines up two. The clock comes out to try to find one more. Not quite able to land. A reload comes through. xCloud rotation is coming in. Very close by. All Jugs has to do is buy a little bit more. The bomb's still not yet planted. It's dropped in the perfect crossfire. Backstab coming in from Moon. The scope not heard. xCloud no time to react. So it's just Jugs on the low HP. A fighting chance, but not one you could put favor on him for. Walks closer up, gets damage done, but that's Magic. 8 rounds already secured in this first half of play. One more before the side switch, but a Magic roster that knows they're still statistically the underdog in this matchup, but they want to give an upper punch straight to Foot.
Still need to play it very carefully, as this Foot squad's never really out of it. As we see, the bane of the existence for Magic is the pistols. The 5-7s have been putting them in such optimal position, but again, it's just a little bit more to close it out, falling just a step or two short. But maybe once these sides flip, we'll see the real Foot kind of come into play here. They just need to close it out with at least 4 to make it a doable scenario.
Well, not a good start to the round as A-bomb site already in control of Magic. Rotations coming in. Symmetry only able to find one. Traded back by Tenzi. CTs can't aggress through Donut quite yet. Molotovs at their footsteps. A smoke goes down to allow a bit more of a push. Demon playing close to the smoke. Sprays down the planter. And more kills through the smoke. Do see us in a 2-on-2. The Oppa Moon not able to get enough done, and it's all up to Tenzi. 15 and 6 so far. Low HP on him. Has the precision to try to get these kills netted for him, but just too much work to be done. Demon able to dance around. Foot find themselves on 4. Do stop Magic from getting to that scary 9th round. But still, I mean, what a start for the side of Magic. Foot clawing back. Still plenty of time left in this game.
Not even the side of Magic. Again, it's 10s and Spade 8. But that's the dangerous thing when you're constantly relying on the duo. Again, I mean, that's the whole thing about the squad is they seem to rely on 2 people at a time for the success, which is kind of like you just got to laser focus if you're Foot. See where these positions are being played out. See how mid's been panning out for you thus far and see what you can really do to stop it. And it seems like Foot found maybe some confidence towards the end there. They're willing to take those kind of aggressive early fights, whether it be in mid or A. Didn't really matter, but they did eventually find 4 rounds. And again, Donnie, it's doable. It's not a great scenario, already down 4, as long as you don't give up this pistol.
Well, now on the T side for Foot. Magic play passive. Magic not taking any gunfights early, and it's going to be a wrap towards A quickly. Rotation's already in play for the CT side. Spade 8 tries to tap. Not to be found. Demon sheds blood first in the round. AW dual Berettas. Only able to find one. Krabeni as well. And now Jugs on a flank. Leaves it just up to Mosvault. Gonna have to do a lot of work to try to get back into the round. One headshot won't be enough. You have 3 more bodies to deal with. 3 more opposition in front of you, pushing him down. A very clean round for Foot. Just as simple as hold W, run around a little bit, find your opening, take advantage of it.
Magic debating whether or not they want to force into this round fully or just take a mild investment of maybe a flash or 2, which honestly, if I'm Magic right now, that's what I pull out of the playbook right now. To keep the USPs rolling, don't give them any more than they really need. Let them have the 6th round. You still have a 2-round lead. It does seem like that is going to be the play call here for Magic. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play the stack, leaving just AW on his lonesome with the Dualies once more, as Moon getting absolutely nuked early on from the nades.
We'll have to see if the pistols are able to put up any damage. I mean, taking the guns off early can at least do well to stop the economy from flowing. W dancing around. On top, won't quite burn him. Forced to push forward after a second. And that's an easy kill for Foot to connect with. They're going to realize his A bomb site's open. This Krabeni is going to be tasked to deal with many pistols pushing towards him. Try to find one more. Mosvault around the corner. Krabeni has to pull up the USB instead. Able to fall back. Mosvault still finds one. But that'll be all. Only 1 body loss for Foot. A clean round for them, all things considered.
Seeing the Foot crowd come alive a little bit now, as they seem a little more pleased with the performance so far with the start. But again, the real test of time and CS itself is always the rifle rounds. Upside, if you're a Foot fan, is, well, it is going to be Moon on a scout of all things.
You can't count it out, though. Spade 8. Wants to push down mid, thinks better of it. Tucks in towards Donut, and as Jugs begins to take space. Red room smoked out. Won't have to worry about the scout of Moon. Now smoke in towards Donut. Does allow a little bit more room to play with. Moon pushed forward in front of the Molotov. Spotted out, gets shot at. Oh my goodness, what a shot to start off. Not able to connect with another one. But when you have slightly worse weapons, important to get the kills early on. Important to take every advantage that you can. As the bomb makes its way towards A, Tenzi so far pushed up already. M4 swings in, 2 to push against him. Won't be able to find any damage. And Moon, once more, dances with that scout. Brought to his knees, Fade 8 a double! And that puts the player advantage back in Moon's hands. The last 2 players are full push down on the A bomb site. Bomb not planted. But won't be contested either, as they just have to clear out Donut. Little do they know, the low HP on the flank. Clearing Donut together. Timing works in their favor. The path towards the B bomb site will be open. But also, you've bought enough time that the CTs can be far more calculated with the way they want to retake this now. AW has a timing. Jukes holds it. Not quite ready. Demon as well, low HP. Nade can do good work. Spade 8 pushes in. AW not able to reposition it. Demon closes it out. 4 on the round. And again, a foot squad that's not going to back down. A side switch. It just means more intensity to come out.
And we've been highlighting Tenzi and Spade 8, but quietly but surely Demon has just eclipsed everyone else. 21-9 right now. He is the definition of the Demon in the server right now. Only down a round, and it is going to be Magic on a significantly downgraded by Deagles, 5-7s, a single MP9 on Spade 8. No mid contesting this time. It's just everyone firmly spread out.
Would have suspicion that aggression from the CTs could come in. It seemed like Magic really want to bite, however. Molotov to clear out the boost. As it lands, the counter smoke by the CTs. Stops any more aggression momentarily. And Magic decide to dedicate 4 players to the defense of this A-bomb site. They want to aggress. The smoke's about to fade. Fade 8. Timing not going to be in your favor, although good for one. Next Cloud still aggresses. Not aware of Tenzi. Near with the 5-7. And it will cost him his life. Bodies continue to drop all around. A 2-on-2. Foot. 35 seconds to work with. AW in mid does get spotted out. For Benny. Tosses a nade down there. Oswald's going to hear the rotations in towards B. So AW a chance to try to stay alive, a chance to try to defend. 5-7 close range, taps away, not able to find a kill. Bomb gets planted, and it's just Oswald with a recovered AK. Wants to go towards the ramp. Benny ready for it, hits the spray eventually. A bit labored from Oswald means that we're at a tied game, my friend. 8-8. Foot flawless so far in the second half of play.
That's exactly what I meant out of this Magic squad. Great first half team, but it just seems like something inside just dies off consistently. We see a sharp downward trend on the second half of this squad, and it's obviously continued to rear its ugly head at one point up 4 rounds now. 8-8 is the score. Moon's got an up. We have something building for this CT side. It's just, does it happen now? Can it happen now is the question with how hot this Foot team has kind of ran back into this.
You know that both these teams don't mind getting down and dirty, playing a close game where tides can swing back and forth. Symmetry spots a jump from Oswald. Doesn't exactly want to get his head ripped off, so he stops jump spotting. Straight back to it. Foot completely leaving A and mid unoccupied. AW burnt out. Krabeni able to make the better of it. Moon close range with the op. Able to trade back. And a hit comes out on B. Jugs flashed off. Oswald not swinging on the timing. Instead, it's Moon to be able to shoot Jugs in the back. Line back up. Op still comes into play. And it's absolute destruction. Magic lay waste to Foot. Demon a chance to try to recover this. 27 HP, 23 kills in the game so far, but shot through the smoke. Magic do finally convert in the second half of play. And just as fast as it was tied up, they take the lead back.
That was a anybody's round scenario. Down to a 1v1 again, and we've seen that as a pretty consistent factor here in this matchup. I mean, we knew it was going to be one of the best games of the day, if not the best game of the day. These two teams, again, young teams that just need to really prove themselves, and they're proving it at this point.
Excitement, passion, and energy. I think that's the 3 words that you use to describe this matchup. And X-Cloud just jumps around the corner with a Mac-10 Prime. Moon has to try to do something, misses the first shot, goes to double back. Able to only get 1. Symmetry continues to push, but it's just up to Demon. Deja vu from the previous, but this time it starts better for him. A kill to land, 3 on the round, a chance for a 4K, a chance for a clutch once more. He wants to creep around behind, the bomb's dropped, AW. Has to be aware of this potential. Has to be aware of the possibility. But Demon, so much time to work with instead.
Timing is insane.
Favors towards mid. AW just missed it. Demon can walk his way around. And surely there's no way AW expects this. Doesn't even think it's a possibility. Instead, once again, focus towards the ruins, focus towards CT. The box will block him for a moment. It's just a matter of who turns first. Who looks at the other one first? The Molotov drawn. AW able to turn around. Denies the 4K, denies the clutch, instead gets him for himself, and double digits secured for Magic.
Sometimes all it really does is just come down to who is a little more self-aware of the timing. 2 or 3 times, each player kind of could have crossed over each other's paths, but instead it was just a beautiful dance to the very death. And it is, again, double digits for Magic. It's felt like a little bit of an uphill battle in the second half, but it's starting to turn the tides here. It's down to Tech9s, it's down to Deagles, and it's down to a 5-man stack at this bottom ramp position. Oh, a dink already coming in, but not really hurting.
And they're pushing up. Already a Tech9 to take advantage. Make that 2. Jugs, jumping block. Tenzi tries to block the bomb. Can't quite get it done. Pushes, repositions. Krebeni goes down. Tenzi can still have so much impact, but instead it's Fade 8 on the backup. Foot a great job to get that bomb play, get the space in the site, get the opening kills. But then at the end of the day, the pistols, they just couldn't withstand against the rifles. And that's now 11 rounds. Penultimate map point in favor of Magic. This is their map pick. Still potentially 2 more to follow after this.
Demon's closing in on 30 kills right now. 26 and 13. A 2 flat KD with everyone else on that foot side below that 1 KD mark at this point. It is a demon map right now for him. Sadly enough, it's just not enough. Somebody on this foot squad needs to activate. I mean, we're seeing kind of a similar scenario for this Magic squad. Tenzi, 19 and 12. Spade 8, 20 and 13 with everyone else below that 1 KD mark again. Is a tale as old as time with this squad right now?
Maybe at the end of the day, it's all about who wins, you know? Victors get to write in the history books. It doesn't matter how you get there. It just matters that you get there. Everything is earned, especially when it comes down to the wire like it is in this matchup. Every inch given up, you have to take as much as you can. And once again, it's just gonna be a fast hit onto the bomb site. Foot. Smoke out Mossball. Tenzi, the timing's not there. A double spray through the smoke. Krebeni tries to trade back, and it does eventually lead into a 2-on-2 where Moon is able to readjust. So Symmetry, AK in his hand, plant goes down, Spade 8 close by. A smoke blocks it off. Buys time for the reposition of Moon. Very nice kill. On to Spade 8. And Moon has this up. Not the most ideal weapon in this situation, but the one that Moon is most comfortable with, the one that's gonna have to be put to work. Symmetry not ready for the ramp push once again. They don't spot each other. Moon tries to reposition, but it's just not in time, and Symmetry able to continue to fight in favor of Foot.
Another one of those scenarios of who has the better spatial awareness. And honestly, Moon had the drop, just flicked over to the right shoulder at the worst possible timing, but still, these two teams, there's no real strategy to it at this point. It's throw the utility, get on site, and come out on top, and it is just a brawl every round.
Again, and that's why the prospect of this matchup was so exciting, right? Just because of how aggressive both these teams like to be, how dirty they like to play at times. You never know what fully to expect when you have these rosters playing. And once again, up B. Space given by Magic. Demon pushes in, but it's 2 kills in favor of Magic. Make it 3 as Mossball doubles up. Ducks in a line, spray down. It's Magic with a clean round. And that is map point.
It just seems like the same thing is happening every round. Occasionally a different outcome, but it is just up ramp, up ramp, up ramp. That's 3, maybe 4 rounds in a row now from this Foot squad who have just gone with the brute force strat. It's panned out once, but other than that, it has put Magic now on map point 12-9. And this buy from the T side is about as abysmal as it can be.
Potentially a chance to kiss Ancient goodbye right now. As you said, the buy, tattered pistols, 1 single rifle to work with. That's the hands of Demon. He's played well this matchup, but a lot riding on his shoulders right now is Red Murdy being taken. A path in, a crack in the defense. TenZ does look at the right position, spots another shoulder. They have to try to overwhelm him. They're able to. Trade 1 for 1, and Moon lined up. Has to put the op to good use, has to hit the shots perfectly. That's one, tucks into cover. Will get burned out. But that just allows Fade8 to wait his time. The bomb gets denied, Fade8 pushes, and now it's just Krebeni. A Tech 9, a chance to pull it off, or is this all she wrote within the first match? Picks up the Galil. Does catch out AW. The spray, difficult, but doesn't have to kill. Has to play for the player CT, but not able to get it done. That's Magic in a close series making a statement on their map pick.
A statement indeed from Magic. We've all been wondering, when's the spell going to dissipate? When is this young team going to run up against a wall? But the wall named Foot was not built tall enough on Ancient. Magic triumph on their map pick and show that this is a team that is still so much damage to deal out.
Yeah, that was a great performance from Magic, winning their own map pick and doing it in a fashion where a lot of pressure were applied by Foot, as the casters were mentioning a couple of times. The fact that we constantly see Foot go for these contact plays, Nathan, early on into the round. We played 10-15 seconds, you're full sending it up ramp. They did it 3 times on that T side. We saw a couple of B execute as well, from outer spawn calls where you just instantly go into it, and you can argue that's a bit of an FPL style of playing Counter-Strike, and it's somewhat the easy solution, and sometimes it works, but Magic were able to withstand the pressure, and in the vast majority of those rounds, not only did they win them, but they dominated those rounds.
Yeah, 100%. You can see that the A plan of Magic was right there, and that Foot had no idea how to counter it. They were getting outplayed. I think this T half of Magic was a masterclass. They were always going on the right bomb side. They were not always winning the rounds, but they were always going in the right place. They had the whole space in the round. They could take middle, they could take B, they could plant the bomb, and they were coming into a lot of those clutches. And when it was the city sides, it started out a bit of shaky, right? Like, it was not the easiest round, but once they figured it out and they just started stacking the sides instead of just fighting for middle, trying to take that control, that's when they started getting momentum, getting the multi-kills, and that was just over.
And we were wondering who was going to be that torch to put them over the top, and there were a couple of them carrying it for Magic here. You were talking about this a lot in the green room, Nathan, but their caller, S-Fade, when he's feeling it like that as an individual, the flow state on the calls as well, where it just always feels like they're finding the gap, they're always going towards the right side. I mean, it's tough to beat a team when the IGL is having that kind of day.
Yeah, most definitely. He's especially the guy that is going to be at the forefront of the team. He's going to walk through the spokes, he's going to take the information, he's going to listen and hear everything that's happening around the map. And usually he's not the highest rated player. Like, in the roster, he's the lowest rated. You can see he's really sacrificing himself. But he just took the game on his shoulders. He was like, yeah, nope, my time now, my time, I'm gonna get it. And he just did. Like, all his moves, even when he was dying, he was gathering so much information that he was able to redirect his team and his troops to the right places, get the bomb plants, win the clutches, everybody's happy, and that's just a good day in the office for them.
I like the fact that there was a bit of depth to that T side from Magic, where I felt for Foot, we didn't really see any rounds, you know, where there were any depth to it. It wasn't like they were trying to throw any sorts of fake. It wasn't like they were trying to default and cause rotations and catch people off guard. It was a very simplistic way of watching and playing Counter-Strike, and it's not that that's necessarily wrong. It's just I lacked a second layer in this game, and you know, when you're Magic, you're winning the game like that, then, you know, that's not against you. You know, continue to play like that, you'll win it 9 out of 10 times. But if you're Foot, like as you said, you gotta change the way you're playing. You gotta change the outcome of the game somehow, some way, and it just seemed a little bit too simplistic to my liking.
We got to give some credit as well elsewhere on the scoreboard to a guy who's been a revelation all EWC. I'm talking about TenZ here, Jacob.
he had a fantastic showing, together with S-Fate and together on that T side, they were really the spearhead for Magic. Again, you can have all the right calls, all the right ideas, Nathan, but you need players to deliver in the duels, and going up against a duel-heavy team like Foot, it's nice to see Tensi being able to come out on top the vast majority of times.
Yeah, 100%. You see the roster of Foot, you're like, yeah, they have a lot of skill, they have all the talent, they have everything. But what was pretty shocking in the T side of Magic is that very few of their depth were not traded. It was always someone that was behind, that was outskinning the opponent, that was coming back. And it was never like a multi-kill coming from Foot. It happened like maybe 1 or 2 times. But even then, you don't even win the rounds because their players are going to be here to like the clutch moments and then to get the bomb planted, 2v3s, the eco they won. I mean, there were several moments like that where even in that department, they started getting outclassed. And then when you're Foot, that's not where you want to be because they're chaotic game style. You want to be headshot first and then take the 5v4s, take the 5v3s, and then just conclude the round. And they couldn't get that against Magic, and that's what really made them struggle.
I think the astonishing thing to me about this Magic team is that it keeps coming from all over the roster, right? I mean, these are, for the most part, completely unproven players. AW had that stint in P-Vision, but otherwise, these are such fresh faces, and we keep seeing different players step up. It's been Tenzi here, it was S-Fate today, it was AW in their previous matchup. We see Moon step up in the clutch. It just comes from all over this roster. We were highlighting Masval in the pregame. It feels like it could be anybody to explode at any moment here.
Yeah, very homogeneous team in that regard, and I think that's needed at this level. Not all teams can get away with having a sorry Kerrigan for throwing you under the bus, but that type of player who's not really producing that much individual skill or individual output on the server. He finds his impact in other aspects of the game, but I think when you're up and coming, Nathan, when you're a team like Magic who are trying to find their footing, when you're young, you need a lot of skill and you need a lot of different individuals to chime in from time to time if you want to find consistency at that level, because that's the hardest thing, right? You're currently working a bit with 3D Max, I know, and that's maybe the biggest issue within your team, right? That consistency. They can look good one game, then they look poor the next one, and then they look mediocre the next. And I feel like Magic are one of the teams, as you said as well, you kind of know what you're getting. You kind of know what you're getting from them.
Speaking of taking strays, I mean, Jacob's just really handled that tempo today.
No, but yeah, getting back into Magic and getting that team, I 100% agree. That's especially when they come mostly from the online part. That's where they started grinding and, growing up as a team and just showing good results. When you're playing online, you play so many games, so many teams, and you don't know who you're going to play. Are they legit? Are they not legit? Is it going to be an open bracket? Is it not going to be an open bracket? You have to be good consistently, and that's what they have been doing. And then they arrive online, and you're like doubting them. You're like, yeah, they're youngsters, they're traveling, they didn't play too many LANs, so they're going to reciprocate the same thing. And they do. And when they do, it's like one of the best feelings. To see one team coming out of nowhere, kind of from the internet, pretty much, and then coming on LAN and doing it again. And that's where you're like, okay, those guys are the real deal. And individually, as a team, the way they're put together, the way they're playing, how slow, the change of pace, everything, it's really beautiful to watch.
It's also the setting here, Mike. It's not that frightening. It's like a studio setup right here. Sure, there's a bit of a crowd, but it's not, the big stage over here. And I think if you were to take these two teams and put them on the big stage, I think that would side more towards Foot. They've been there before. They tried it before. As you said, Magic are kind of new in that setting, but this is not too frightening. It's enough to scratch the itches of what it's like playing on LAN, but it still feels more like a studio setting than anything else.
I will give it just a little bit of a counterpoint because I do think it's a fair credit to Magic how well they've adapted to LAN. Remember, in that game, they started on the stage like 10 minutes before they were live in the server. They had to do a walkout with the drums, with the crowd in front of them, something they've never done in their lives or their careers, and then instantly run around backstage, sit down at these setups and play Counter-Strike. Like, that's a bit of a whirlwind for a bunch of guys who were playing online qualifiers a couple months ago.
Nah, not really, to be completely honest. Walking out on the stage, Mike, and then walking over here, I think they can manage, regardless of the age.
All right, well, you would know about walking large distances, Jacob. You are our resident expert on that. Let's walk our way into the Anubis, right? Because now we need to talk about Foot, right? Foot, you were mentioning, you didn't see the second layer on the T side. You didn't see what you wanted out of this Foot team. We head to the Anubis. This should look much better.
It should, there must be a reason why they picked the map into it. And I'll also say the way they were calling on Ancient, outer spawn calls, executes, etc. It's a little bit easier on a map like Anubis to get away with it, especially if you have your utility protocols at a high level. CT side is always tough to play, Nathan, regardless of what team you're on, regardless of what side you're on. So I'm curious to see if Magic can do anything on their CT side in order to disrupt what's coming from Foot. But at the end of the day, we need to see some of those players step up as well. We had Demon, had a great game on Ancient. He kept them alive for a long time on Ancient. But apart from that, we label Foot as a very interesting team, with a lot of individual skill, but we didn't see a lot of that skill on Ancient. On Anubis, it's a little bit harder, I feel like, to express that, especially on the CT side. And I need to see someone from Foot, you know, get off to a good start and then see if we can see the real level of Foot. Because we had them beating Mouse, you know, earlier in the group stage. That was a very well-played game by them. So far, haven't really been impressed.
Definitely, and I think Anubis is a map that they're very comfortable on, both individually and as a team. And Magic has been on and off. They've been winning, losing, like they don't really know where they stand on this map. And I feel like Ancient, especially for the T side of Magic, very much fits how they want to approach the game. They have rounds where they're very slow paced, they're going to play at 20 seconds, and like that's exactly what you want on Ancient. On Anubis, be ready to fight. The CTs, if they want to have a chance of winning any round, they're going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to take the space, and it's much harder on the T side to then hold that back because the utility, the places are smaller, it's going to be harder to like contain the aggression of Foot in that sense. And that's what I'm expecting. I need them to be more active. I want them to be more in the face of Magic. Take those 5v4s, take the 5v3s, make them uncomfortable, all right? Don't let them have their game plan, be slow, change the pace, and be in control. And that's where I think Foot can really have a much different game in this map.
We're about to head into the break, but before we do, gentlemen, I do want to know, based on that first map, I'm so blown away by this Magic team again and again and again. Have they made the case to you yet? We haven't seen the Anubis. We haven't seen the Mirage from them in a while. Are you believing in the Magic? Is it happening here on Anubis?
I think we're getting a competitive Anubis, but I'd still side with Foot pushing it to a third map.
Yeah, I have Foot winning it 2-1 at the end of the day. Ancient is perfect for Magic. I think it's going to be much harder on the other maps.
And that is the banquet that is set for us, but we'll head into a quick break. When we come back, Anubis and Magic might just have another spell to cast.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Opening game of our playoffs here at EWC. Fozy falls, nice find at range. No output from that scout. Couple of bullets from the Deagle did damage, but Yabi just caught looking the wrong way. He thought Stair was still on the angle, he just dismounted. Oh, and they're keeping it clean, they don't lose anyone. So Dream Star, pistol, conversion, and economical from Astralis anticipated. Call it 3.
See if Mandus can have a less frustrating game of Counter-Strike coming up.
Yeah, Ancient's one he wants to forget.
There's a couple of flashes in this eco. Krypton Hooksy is really, they're just hoping to gamble correctly right now. But quicker to get this map control. RG2 already in through lower, that's all clear. Now Hunter going to take this space over towards short. Set up by Wrinkle with the flash. Bounds around the corner. Sector clear.
They did manage to hold on to Hooksy's flashes at the very least. Something Better than nothing.
Just in the wrong place for this, right? Can't really set up his teammates when they're the ones over towards long. So Hunter calling this clear for now. He's about to get a little bit of company.
Letting the Mag-10 make the space.
And just dodging his flashes. He will catch that one. Still deals with his equal on the other side of Hooksy. And Hunter on the Mag-10 could farm up a bit more cash. The SMG, 2 for his troubles. Nertzel with Ryu and Fozy. And then you just have the one man of Yabby. Wrinkle. Spot him there on the jump, but it's Nertz with another. And there you have it. Pistol with the conversions. Now, does Wrinkle want to upgrade into the AWP? He can just wield this scout. It's going to depend on the spawn. It's going to depend on the calls. Might just want to carry this through and see if he can find some tags on the cross. But that was the simple stuff. Let's get into the business as Fozy will bring out his ult. Now, let's see. Do the CTs want to come in with an inkling of aggression, pushing into lower, forcing the issue? Wrinkle will not upgrade. Takes the first shot, then brings it into the boost. They will get the long control. A lot of pressure on the mid to be early, trying to force a rotation. They know that Stare is the A rotating rifler. You've got Hooksy anchoring long, and that last man supporting A will be Fozy, the AWPer. So Stare has to make a decision. Do I help Fozy towards short, or do I deal with the mid to B? Well, he's picked his poison and he's cleared middle, but Fozy's been flashed off.
Yeah, good util from Hunter. Secures short safely.
And this is great right now for Hunter to be able to call with, right? You've got your short control. Your players still have a decent amount of util. You've taken no damage whatsoever.
Stare is playing to disrupt if they do commit for a mid to B. And here they come. Overlook the corner, did Nerds. Lazy clear, 3 far from heavy. God, that's the bomb delivered. Hunter through, finds the necessary trade, recovers the bomb.
You wouldn't go to the mid to B, surely. They must know that there's still the 2 B defenders alive, Ryu and Yabby.
So what's the answer?
Time's going to become the problem, and they're so split up. They need to try and breach in.
The pressure on the shoulders of those two. You mentioned Yabby. Tucked on sight. Ryu bricks. That's the headshot you needed. Hunter's giving you the way in. Pressure onto the shoulders of just one man. It's Yabby. Precise headshot tracks, but only the one. You've got a 2v2 retake, and it looks like there's an early collision course set, and they weren't ready. Hooksy had his knife out. Mattis, proactive, gives him the advantage, and there's no reason for Fozy to throw his AWP into this impossible retake.
Yeah, if they give him something, sure, but he's great on the clutch as you were looking at Ancient, but that was the T-side. That was with the bomb down. And now he's just going to have to hold on to this. So streaky map so far. This is 4 straight for G2. No real resistance for Astralis just yet.
I mean, that's going to be the one they feel like they should have.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Map 1 now behind us. That was Ancient going in favor of the team that chose it. Magic, 13-9. And as we look forward, Foot looking for a god to save them, and maybe that can be just Anubis, as that's where we're headed to go next. A map that hasn't been tested very much for either one of these teams in recent history. But a chance to stab back, a chance to stay alive, because if you don't, Well, my friend, your key gets crushed and you're going home. Only one of these two teams can continue to push forward towards the quarterfinal. And the only question is, does Magic make this a quick, painless death? Or is Foot able to rebuttal?
I feel like they're getting close. I mean, Demon, an outstanding performance that probably noted at 28-16. A single man and one single army now needs a little more of the soldiers to activate here to try and get this one across the line, bring it to a map 3, bring it to a Mirage where both teams are fairly versed into.
That is the potential. That is what could happen on map 3, but map 2 is going to be a big test for both these squads. We do see high fives coming out. It does seem like the time is drawing close. Anubis, a map that will decide the rest of this series. Either a quick 2-0 or one more chance to come back. Foot versus Magic. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to now. CT side going to be elected to be defended by the side of Foot. Magic opting for the T side. A simple push into mid. It's what Magic want to start with. Kerbeni falls back. IGL doesn't give up his life this easily, but instead it's Moon on a swing around. Easily dispatches of Kerbeni. And towards B they go in to the spawn room. Down towards the connecting boat area. A bomb site no longer protected. Only Jugs all the way pushed through main. Should hear the footsteps by now. But is he able to get anything done before he goes down? That's a nice one. Headshot opens it up. Bomb gets planted. AW towards the bottom of the site. Moon in heaven to try to help him out. Masvold gets distracted off in mid. X-Cloud eventually falls. A push into the site. Does see the CTs. Even the numbers up. And now a chance for them to try to continue. Jugs only able to find one more headshot. A 3K for him, but not enough to stop Magic.
The exact pacing you would expect that we saw in map 1, running it down through these positions everywhere. So everyone's just getting overwhelmed so early on, but need to make sure to kind of quell that storm, that T-side aggression that has just worked so well on realistically both sides of this map for the Magic squad. CT side aggression, perfect for mid control area on map 1. Now, how will it transfer over from this T side?
Well, another interesting point I want to see how it transfers is the performance of Jugs in map 1. Uncharacteristically quiet. The best player for his team, the highest rated player for his team, I should say, throughout this tournament, fell silent. Only 8-17 in that first map, but a chance for redemption. Certainly in the cards. As Magic, uncontested, start to march up mid. Kerbeni in the back line with an M4. Might be able to stop it, but it's only him.
AW with also a very quiet map 1 for himself, something that we didn't see much of at all in the days prior, but it seems like there are plenty of people on this roster to help pick up that pace. Kerbeni looks like he wants to walk through the smoke, and he does finds one, but Fade 8 continues to have an astronomical impact with everything he brings to these maps right now. A little shift in position for mid. It's a Deagle on the other side here. Might get timing, does get spotted out. It's Jugs out, but Symmetry to get a trade with the Deagle, and Tenzi with the Galil. Quickly recovering, leaving Demon in a 1-on-3 with the MP9. We've seen this man come up big in multiple positions. Can it be again? No. Tenzi with the triple.
And a good start once more for Magic. So far, 2 pistol rounds within the series, both in the first half of play for the 2 maps that have started so far. For the likes of Magic, let's get a replay. I mean, a great timing for the CTs there towards the end. Just a bit difficult to overpower the rifles when you're in those positions, pushing through those smokes. Get them uncomfortable for a moment, sure, but nothing more. And it's once again a stack up to this B bomb site for the CTs.
Walking directly into it, but AW making space with that MAC-10, jumps on and flying, but can only find one. Graveni with the deagle trade. Tenzi finds some of his own, and Jugs, again, kind of off on his lonesome in mid. Maybe he can get this lurk off, gets a nice shot into the head of Fade 8 with an AK recovered. This should just be a round that, well, he's going to call it quits if he's allowed to even bring this over into the next.
Yeah, surely it's a save. AK, utility to bring into the next. No armor, but still basically everything you could possibly hope for as a CT. And Tenzi already starting off hot. 6-1. An absolute unit for this team so far within, I mean, just the team's existence, in all honesty. Tenzi, for sure, a player to keep your eye on for the foreseeable future. And as the bomb explodes, it does mean a third round goes in favor of Magic. And Foot will look to stop that momentum, a buyback in the next, when we get into the real action.
You know, we were discussing earlier on before, you know, we found ourselves over here that we've seen a lot of Magic really kind of play up to their opponents. And right now, I think evenly matched. I think they're outpacing their opponents right now. I mean, obviously backed by Tens, who's having, you know, not only a great match, but overall a great tournament showing, I would say. He's been a key factor and a key name that we have said on this squad multiple times across multiple teams at this point. If you're having to play against this Magic squad, that's a player you have to shut down.
Absolutely incredible impact. You are right. Will Foot look to control the pacing a bit more now, as they do have the weapons out. The op on Symmetry. Jugs does catch a flash. It barely startles him. Just defensive utility to quell the tease for a moment. And elsewhere, Tenzi goes Molly into E-Box, forces X-Floud out. Graveni, oh, the timing was almost perfect. Barely misses the head of Tenzi. Allows a fallback to come through. The bomb starts to station its way over towards B, and this is where a stack once more lies. 3 CTs on this side. And X-Floud wants to get aggressive, flashed in, spots out at least 2. Calls it to his teammates. And now it's just a matter of holding. Graveni, first to fall. Oswald AK. And a Magic repositioned after they're spotted out through main. In through mid. The timing is good for them. Jugs, a chance to stop a little bit. Fade 8 goes down. Both IGLs done for the team, but Jugs doesn't want to stop. Even able to answer for himself as well. Leaves it all up to Moon. A 1-on-3, bomb down his possession, 10 seconds left. That's a good hold from Foot, and that's a first round on the board for him.
Sometimes those picks across the other side of the map can actually overplay your hand. I feel like they had a good read on that B site. You know, they had a good position. The XG was looking like it wanted to start coming through, but then that nice little lurk kill reared its head. And yes, the man advantage is fantastic, but that quick rotates on a map like this, it's hard to really beat that CT rotation unless you have a good portion of your squad already there. And the bomb alone, it's just, again, the mid fight's coming out. And now we're seeing Jugs at least have the impact that we expect out of him.
Symmetry stopped by the Molotov. Flashed into mid a bit too late. And an A main pressure from Jugs. Won't catch anything out. Early stages of the round. The waiting game commences. Utility to be traded. Maybe a bit of a prod towards A.
Symmetry with a good shot there off towards Tenzi. It's a nice little opening pick to put Foot in at least a good enough position to maybe, again, start stacking some rounds early on, but Fade 8, of course, finds his. He's always good for that X-Floud. Next in line as he absolutely gets crumpled from the Galil. And now the T's putting all the pressure on this B start to just swell onto this sight slowly and surely. Symmetry finding a double swing to the USP, nearly finds it, somehow does. It's Moon to get the molly kill, and he is now last alive in a 1v2 in such a very odd take.
Has to stop the ace out from Symmetry. 30 seconds. Time to work with. But doesn't know the position of Jugs. Has to wait. Symmetry lined up in the right spot. Balls off too quickly. The smoke goes down. Enough to block it off for the round. Moon just has to push through. Moon has to try to fight in these fights. 1v1s, but pulls the bomb out without clearing. That allows Foot to continue some momentum forward, continue to battle into the series.
That felt like a really sloppy take there from Magic. They had full site control, and then Symmetry was just allowed to stay alive. He was originally off towards the dark position, then towards the default, and just dancing around and just gifted these very separated Ts that just didn't coordinate close enough. And now we're seeing Foot almost back into it, down a single round, a round like this. But of course, Demon finds his early on. It's going to be just Eagles, some Tex-9s mixed in here for this T side.
See if any damage can be done by these pistols. There's surely not too much expected from it. I mean, hats off to Symmetry. Very good in the previous round, just in terms of isolating the fights, dancing around the pillar, able to get those one-on-ones. When you're as sharp as he is, put yourself in a great position. As he did here, Jugs out. This is the sole Glock on the team. Shadow advantage means not even a chance to try to fight into it. And unless a miracle comes through, it is going to be a 3-round found for Foot. Unless Moon's got something to say about it. He does it! 3rd round collected. 3-3.
Well, this definitely feels like a different Foot. I mean, it was 8-8 on map 1 before we saw it ever really tied, and then obviously it was closed out pretty much directly after that. But now, Foot are looking a little more comfortable, a little more confident, at least in the way of Symmetry. 7-3, while a player that we wanted to focus on early on from the impact he brings to this roster, xCloud, currently 0-4.
Chance for the coaches to talk. Chance to figure out how the buy is going to work for the side of Magic. They will find 2 AKs in their hand. Very easy round for Foot. Not Magic to try to get anything done there, and
I mean,
doesn't even give up a single
have
kill.
to win, though.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to have the same problems they struggled against the 5-7s and that sorts that we saw on map 1, and we see the economy look a lot more comfortable now at the very least.
Oh, a push in. Tenzi rips the head off of Symmetry. Does Magic want to explode off of this? They seem interested in it, but xCloud doesn't. Instead, able to stop the push for a moment. Demon close by, now ready for 2. It's an absolute bloodbath so far. A shooting range in towards main. AW, a chance to rebuttal, but a spray that's missed. Brings xCloud down low, but swings back into it. That means Mosval will be the only one left with the bomb isolated in the chokehold of the CTs. Low HP for them, sure. But how well is that known?
He's in a good enough position if they line up. I mean, he can get 2, and then you have this lurk off from Kerbeni, who will eventually wrap its way around back towards B main. But if he can get a good timing here and get these 2 remaining CT players, Demon and xCloud, to maybe line up, give him at least a little bit of an edge. But,
no.
Kerbeni misses the timing. 35 seconds left on the clock. Is he really going to take this gamble on the long rotate over towards A? If I'm him, I'm dropping E-Box and maybe want a nice little reposition, but he himself, down to only 2 HP, doesn't really have too much left on the table or in the tank for him. It's whoever hits the first shot here wins, and Mosval comes out on top. Now down to 15, a 1v1. He takes it patiently, timing. He just has to do it and land the shot, but the USP comes out on top, and Foot just barely inched that one out.
X-Floud always good for a clutch. What could have been a disaster because of the low HP turns into another round gained for the likes of the CTs. Dismantled the push into B main early on. You can see how much each round means to these players.
AW and the Hero AK right now, down to $250, while the rest of the squad, Tech 9s and Glocks, are kind of the move for them. A little bit of a slow mid control coming out, with AW peering directly down mid, but he's going to be met with the firm and precise op of symmetry thus far. He rotates off. He might get a good timing here where they can kind of break that nice little A hold, but the good cross position here in mid is most likely going to spell doom for this T side.
We'll have to wait if they swing into Krebeni. He holds, he waits. Magic. Everyone grouped up. Krebeni wants to aggress. One easy kill, expects more, so starts to fall back. And the op shot's not able to hit. Tenzi tagged through. That's enough for Krebeni to finish off AW. T's stuck in the middle of no man's land. And now it's only Mosvold on an island all by himself. Maybe a chance to get a kill. But at the end of the day, Foot doing very good to make sure that the rounds that they have advantages in aren't being dropped off.
Solid scoreline already from this Foot squad. Now 5-3. And so they're going to be rolling in this one. It's going to be a little bit of a tough buy for this Magic squad. AW down to a Galil. Moon, he's got the weapon of choice, and AK scattered amongst the rest. But it is slowly looking a little bit more dire for this Magic squad.
Pushing through mid. Upholds. Tenzi, a beautiful lineup, but only enough to spray down one. He is traded out. Great damage onto Krebeni, however. Space in mid, giving up. Molotov, X-Floud finds a gap right in it. Gonna flash in. No aggression yet. Fade 8 making noise. Thinks about approaching, not ready for X-Floud in the corner. The Molotov not quite strong enough to clear him out, and Moon, a shot that needed to be landed to even up the numbers, barely misses. So Magic forced, a bit telegraphed as well, to the A-bomb site. Still got time to work with. You got two players here. You also have a Jugs that's feeling very alive compared to the last map. Sprays down one, Mosvold down to only 7. Samature, all he really has to do is buy time. All he has to do is wait for the rotations in. Molotov, backside of sight, not gonna stop anything. Low HP or not, Mosvold still efficient in the round. Lines up for a headshot. Another one found, Krebeni on a flank, the up. The only thing left, bomb still not planted. AW, that's behind sight. Will be blocked off. Heaven smoke fades. 2 T's to swing, and not even a shot fired for Krebeni. That's Magic to answer back the round of their own.
A triple from Mosvold on 7 HP alone. 4 in the round, but 3 with just 7 HP. And that is what you need out of that man. A nice little resurgence back into this round and back into this first half of map 2. Now only down a single round. Foot, the finances haven't dwindled yet. The money's still there, the buy's still there, but is this momentum maybe slowly starting to shift towards this T side back again? It's all being traded. X-Floud taking a nice little look down canals, but that deep smoke gonna block some vision. Maybe audibly purred as well.
X-Floud tries to fall back. Not gonna be given the grace to do so. There's 2 T's lined up towards him. And a push in. Oh, my man. Jugs. Waiting for Masval to swing. That's a kill for himself. But Demon at timing. Only good for one. Moon. Might be tested from behind as well. Not able to readjust. Leaves it to Tenzi up in rugs. Oh, fires a bit too early. Still able to net himself one. And that's even numbers. That's a 2-on-2. That's something to work with.
Symmetry sticking around with his op, and he's going to be on the long rotate, potentially back over towards A, grouping up with his last remaining teammate. Might be a good call, just play for the retake. They have no kits on their bodies currently. Could be ones dropped in towards that E-box area, but the utility's there. But the bomb has decided B will be exactly where they were at, and that is where they will hold their final stand, at least in this round. 20 seconds left as they slowly, quietly walk their way on towards site.
The bright side for Foot is that you should already know what's going on. Krebeni close. Pushes forward without his teammate. Long rotation for the likes of Symmetry. Spots out a gun barrel. He can tuck and wait, but instead continues to aggress. AW caught off guard, and now it is just Tenzi. Stuck at default. AK in his hand. Both CTs rotating in from the same spot. How much patience does he have? Molotov misses, he swings it and finds both of them! What a play from Tenzi, continuing to perform whenever he is needed.
That missed Molly spelled doom instantly. The confidence while they were looking off to that left. Perfect timing on that swing from Tenzi. Lines him up, puts him down, and E-box will be the mass grave area here for this CT's side as it is now full swing. We're tied back again, 5-5. And this is exactly what you expect out of these squads. Rounds being traded and no favor given.
Once again, a dirty matchup, and that's what makes it so tantalizing. The potential for so much action at any time. Demon only nets one. X-Cloud test it next. Doubles up, finds a third. Instead of Krebeni actually takes that kill, but nonetheless, already down to just Moon. His op in play with a bomb in the hands of Foot. And a flank that slowly but surely coming in. Symmetry holding the line, no way. The Moon should be able to aggress out of those doors. He knows he's stuck. But he has to make an effort to do something. Falls back. Wary about the flank still. As long as he doesn't walk into the hands of Jugs, maybe a chance to save, but you still got 50 seconds left. But they don't really have money to go hunting for it. There's no money on either one of these sides. An all or nothing round for the penultimate of the half. And now it's just a timing. Does Moon react quick enough? Not quite. That's an easy kill for Jugs. And that's 6 secured for Foot. At minimum, the tied half. That's exactly what you want on that CT side.
This time, a lot more of a team effort from the Foot squad, while we're seeing different shades of magic here, different versions of success. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And that round was X-Cloud coming up huge off towards that E-box side, spraying down as they walk through, finding himself a good triple and just missing the shot there.
Look how close X-Cloud is, though. Are they going to be ready? No, they're not. Only able to find one, but Jugs from main connects with his teammate. Krebeni caught from behind. AW upgrades his weapon. Now you're looking at a 3-on-3. You're looking at AW, the only one with a rifle on very low HP, and Tenzi pushing forward with the Tech 9, picks up an AK close range. Jugs just a bit more ready for the fight. You think almost an impossibility from this point. Difficult to find space anywhere, especially with Symmetry. Oh my goodness, what a shot to end it out too. 7-5 the half in favor of Foot. A far better first half than we saw on map number 1. And finally, a Jugs that's awake too.
That seems to be the big difference maker right now. Not just having to rely on Demon, who I think originally dropped 28 and 16. So, you know, he's finally getting the support he deserves and needs, much needed, before, you know, the second half kicks off. And normally, we mentioned earlier how, you know, the first half for Magic is normally their best side. It tends to really just be fully in their favor, but now they find themselves in the awkward position of being down a pair of rounds, and it's really going to come down to the pistols for this squad.
Well, 7-5 split. Neither team going to be too disappointed with it. Maybe Magic wanting the split to fall towards the other side, considering the half that they started on, but no difference. Both teams still very alive. Smoke set up by Demon. He'll be tossed on over. Straight to the staircase. Gonna push in. Moon can't even fire a shot before he's executed it. Spade 8 drops a smoke. They're still gonna push into it. Can the CTs do anything to stop it? No! The Glock's just too powerful at that short range. Already, Mosvold AW. Try to answer back with something. No kit. Pair of dual Berettas. AW. Good damage through the smoke, unfortunately, unbeknownst to him. At least there's a window for Oswald now. As they push in, clock continues to tick. The kills more or less need to fall immediately, and instead it'll be them to be killed. Foot for the pistol once more.
AW with still a very uncannily quiet performance. He just hasn't been put in those positions right now, and he hasn't been feeling comfortable. Just hasn't been looking like the AW we saw in days beforehand, but it is now in full swing for Foot, and it doesn't feel like they're going to be giving this map up very easily, if at all. Map 3, it's starting to feel, it's right there in front of us, and we don't have many more to go, if that is going to be the case here. And a Nova on Moon, okay.
Now the close range, it could be affected.
He gets one.
Maybe even more. Depends on how many want to push into him, and if Molotov clears him out. Shotgun now definitely a bit more awkward to work with, but we want to continue to aggress. We want to see what's going on towards A. A smoke will send them elsewhere. Good pressure early to disrupt Magic. 4 stationed over towards the A mid area. And with a creep up in towards B once more, all the pressure is going to be on Tenzi. 5-7 to his name. Able to connect with one, make it 2. Get one more, be found so close, yet so far away. X-Cloud trades back. Mosvold on a quick rotate. Graveni close by. Puts him out of sight, out of mind. But this goes into a 3-on-3, and this goes into a 3-on-3. Is doable for the side of Magic. The shotgun gets active. Demon forced to fall back. Don't want to give the Nova close range, but it's still doing work. How do you get away with that? And now X-Cloud, a clutch attempt of his own. Flashed off, bomb, getting stuck. He's not even going to try to fight it. He's forced to fall back, but not before Spade 8 closes it out with the MP9.
The Nova.
Who said a shotgun isn't viable?
I mean, usually it's not. Normally it's not, especially even at range. That scenario is a very known scenario of, you know, hitting a guy for 8 and 8, it feels like at that point, but a nice headshot, but a great opener from this 5-7 from Tenzi.
It's all because of Tenzi.
It is, and we've seen him in those positions across multiple scenarios, and he's always good for a couple, it seems like, and then a few pumps from that shotgun comes through, and suddenly it's down into a 1v3, and now we're seeing this T side hurt a little bit.
Best part about that last kill was that it's a headshot.
Yeah.
Shooting at the belly button. Spread of a shotgun. You never know where it's going to land. But either way, that's a huge round for Magic. That's an important round within this series. A bit of pressure might come towards Tenzi once more. Molotov lined up. Not pulled quite yet. Waiting for the smoke to get closer to fading. And eventually, Denzi pushed back off. It's just to create space, though. No real desire to push further towards B. Instead, they're going straight into main, and an opening kill for Jugs means the activation's gonna come sooner than later. Moon, tucked behind the box. The timing's not gonna be there. Krabeni, able to connect with the Deagle. And all these CTs rotating in through main, smoked off once more. Symmetry close with the Tech 9, and Magic just might want to call it there. Fall back, fall away. Foot on the lesser buy, so powerful. Able to just dismantle Magic, disrupt them, have a great timing when a push is coming from behind to disrupt A. Go into it, mid connection comes in. Simple as that. 9 on the board for Foot.
Sometimes all you just need is the basics. Aim a little bit better, win the fights, get a little aggressive. And it pans out well, and it will be now back to a 3-round lead here for Foot, 9-6, as it starts to lengthen out as we are on the cusp of double digits for this now east side, as these are really starting to speed up for the Foot squad, looking a lot more confident and comfortable on their map, no wonder.
And the fans getting a bit excited too. The best part about playoff Counter-Strike's the passion from the players, the passion from the community. Everything comes down to that passion. And who will have enough to bring it over this finish line? Because it's still anyone's game. Rounds back and forth, rounds won with lesser weapons. Just great timing.
And that kill from Krabeni really sealed the deal on the site. If he might have gotten cut down from that last remaining CT player, there's still a way for them back into that. But once that Deagle landed the headshot, it was over. And the nades up through mid, and they're going right back to the aggression, right through mid. Xcloud finds the first one towards Fading. The spray in from Connector A. Comes up with some damage, but no real kills. It's now split 2 to a site, and it is going to be Magic scattered to the wind right now.
Foot don't need to react too heavily off of this, though. Completely in the driver's seat for the time being. Teaming.
Wow.
A bit of luck, a bit of skill. Whatever it is, he still gets the kill. And a Molotov towards the staircase. Once again, halts Magic in their footsteps. Drop down towards B. B's completely wide open. Wouldn't be surprised if a save just gets called already. AW spots out a player. Falls back. That should be all they wrote. Call it double digits.
Dukes having just a great performance right now, Donnie. From in the very Shadow-esque performance from map 1 to here, 18-8. And finally, we're seeing the team all click and kind of combine together for some success around here. It seems like it's taken quite a while to get here, but we're finally here, and I think Foot might have secured their map pick. They've got some great momentum, and finance is actually starting to slowly roll in for them.
Foot's doing a really good job at pace controlling right now. It seems that they understand the way that Magic are trying to formulate their CT side. They understand what type of fights they want to go for early. And Foot is doing a good job to just counteract that, to just find the space somewhere else, get the kill towards the player that's not expecting the pressure early on, the player that's by themselves on an island, and capitalize off of that. A very well-constructed T-side so far. And it's none of them double digits. They found 10, Magic still only on 6. They do buy into this round, but definitely not the buy you're looking for. 2 FAMASes, a pistol, MP9. Only 1 M4.
It's the 5-7 I'm afraid of.
I wouldn't blame you. I'm sure Foot still reeling from the previous round with that 5-7. But a push into mid. Space taken for Foot, uncontested, but known by Magic. As Fade 8 waits to see if any pressure lies towards Connector. Nothing to come of it, though. It's just Foot trying to disrupt the CT side. They've done that well.
Nice little lurk all the way out. Trying to make some space towards that B main area, but it has been smoked off for now. So E-Box next in line, but AW gonna buy at least a couple more seconds before these T sides decide to jump one towards site. AW finding the first one. Kerbeni getting digged by the drive by the 5-7 actually secures it, but the molly to get the trade close by, but he finds one. It's Fade 8 on one more with that FAMAS. It's a 2-on-2. Demon and Symmetry get this bomb plant down. Will they expect both remaining Magic players from E-Box? I think Demon spotted out at least one. Now spotting out both. The spray comes in. It's clean. It's good. Moon with a quick trade in Symmetry. 47 HP. This M4 can do all the legwork, and it will. A fantastic and methodical retake from this lesser buy on the CT side.
And Moon doing a great job there to just close out at the end. I mean, Demon, it was really hinged on him, how his position would be able to fight that E-Box push. Going for one ain't bad, but your teammate low HP, it's not a great position when they're getting swung into. Stuck in towards dark. At the end of the day, Magic winning that round off of winning the gunfights. Well, Foot, still plenty to work with. You still got to op on Symmetry. Still got AKs all around. It's just going to be if Magic are able to string two together, something they've struggled to do so far in the second half.
Now starting to look a little more decided. They start making their way up towards that A main site. Mosval debating how he wants to play this one out. Nade splits the smoke. He gets flashed, but so does everyone else in between as he comes out. Moon somehow with a good spray. The nade over top does some good damage. And Kerbeni with a kill in towards mid. Now starting to separate these CTs a little bit more than they would have wished.
Very uncomfortable situation for Magic. Down a player. Seems like a decent idea that they're heading towards B, however. As you see the rotation of AW coming in. AW, a quiet game for him. But maybe a chance to prove himself. Tenzi is going to be the first one to take the contact. Waiting, lying. They both find a kill for themselves. AW stands strong as he can. And a one-on-one. A Moon that taking his time rotating over. Methodically clears out main. So much time to work with, no need to rush it. It's just a matter of if Symmetry thinks that main is a possibility and the timing just doesn't work in his favor. Moon might have spotted him out. He seems to know. Right in the corner. Oh, he knows. He's ready for the fight. He's ready for the swing, but Symmetry! Faster on the shot! And listen to that crowd ring out. 11 rounds for Foot. They look to take it to map 3, and they're approaching that point.
So close, and just one step away again. He should have had the kill dead rights. He had Molly, he had a flash, but chose to just take it and came out worse for wears as Foot now find themselves in a very, very good position. 11-7. They look to close out their map pick and bring it on over to Mirage.
Timeout for Foot. Bit of a chance to breathe. Chance to look over. Magic, I mean, at this point, down to the dumps. I don't know if there's a nicer way to put it besides that. They're going to be forced to call a timeout for themselves. Their final one. Just give the coaches a bit more of a chance to talk. The side of Foot doesn't want to die. This side of Foot has tasted a trophy in the past. And now they bring a player in, xFloud, already making such a strong case for himself at this tournament. anything's possible. Matchup that can go either way. But where will the beautiful madness lie? How much longer can each of these teams fight? Well, it's time to find out, because we're straight back into round 19.
Severe lack of utility for this Magic squad, as well as not a single defuse kit on the board. The money is down to 0 level. 3 to a B site. And again, slow and steady is this Foot squad. Consistently gaining ground. And again, the pace change coming through. We see the aggressive side. We see the fast pace hits. Or we see that slow, ruling, grind out style, knowing that, well, Magic probably doesn't have much in the way of utility. You just have to drain what they have, draw it out of them, and then take the hit for what it is.
Low start this time around. Molotov comes in, the timing. Push Tenzi back. Foot stalled out for a moment. Tenzi tries to aggress. That's not gonna work, and now the pincer's gonna come in from both sides. How long can the CT stay alive for? Spade 8. Not long enough, that's the answer. Oswald and Moon. Why not go for it? Pressure's on.
Not really sure what you can do at this point. Maybe exit with a rifle and X-Cloud. If
There
you're
you
lucky,
go.
Oswald picking it up here. Now it's a 2-on-2 suddenly. They need to make it quick because of that lack of kit. Taps it once, tries to take out a peek. He gets it, but can't get the kill. Knows the ops over to his right. Tries to swing with the 5-7. Can't get it gifted to him, and Moon, last alive, can maybe take away some guns, but survival is now the secondary thought process here. And it seems like this will be a wipe for that CT side. 1 round away for Foot to bring it to a map 3.
1 singular round away. And a Magic that doesn't have money to work with. The power of the lesser buy, although has proven very powerful in recent rounds. Not enough in the previous. Now you see a Magic that's reliant on almost entirely SMGs to try to get it across the finish line. Foot 4 up towards A. Oswald peeking around, playing for the contact of Moon. A flash in. A matter of time, a gunfight to ensue. Jugs not able to land it. Molotov at their feet. Damage burning down, and the kills in favor of the T's. Jugs! Such precision with the AK, eventually traded out, but long range, the MP9 won't be able to sustain that fight. So a 4-on-2. Is how this looks to conclude. Tenzi hit through the smoke. He's caught off. AW at least answered with the 5-7. And now a 1-on-2. Smoke in towards main. At least knows the position of 1, but an 8 at his feet. He's even less health to work with. 5-7. Ranged fight. Against 2 AKs. Surely not. Surely it's just a death sentence to Mirage. That's Foot answering back. 13-7. And Anthony, plenty for the Des to talk about after that matchup.
Plenty indeed. What an answer back there from Foot. What an answer back there from Jugs. Strong showing in, strong assertion of their own dominance here on the Anubis.
Yeah, let's start with the positive, and that's definitely Foot coming into their own map pick, looking like a team, playing much better Counter-Strike and being in more control than they were in Ancient. Again, not too strategical of a game. It felt somewhat simplified, but Foot didn't have to do much more, right? Duke's having a great game, individual decision-making on point, his aim on point, so that's about the positives for Foot in that regard. They won the map, you know, in quite clear-cut fashion, Nathan. Magic won the first pistol, they converted, couldn't really get much done on their own T side, over on the CT side as well. Won a couple of force buys. There was one round with a shotgun and a multi-kill, etc., and yet we're still looking at a scoreline 13-7 for Foot. So it did feel like it was not really close.
No, 100%. There was Foot was just in control. I think the whole game, they started being more aggressive on their city side, and that was much more fitted to the map, and you can see they were in control, especially Symmetry as well, with the getting the openings. He was everywhere. He almost got the ace. But overall, yeah, much more in control, much more comfortable individually, and I think that's what we wanted to see from Foot. When they're in control individually, the players know the angles they want to do, the multi-kills they can do, that's where they start shining, and that's when they're going to start outplaying the opponents. And yeah, despite some Nova magic, sadly, nothing could come close.
Maybe we need to see more Novas in the next map if they're going to have a chance. No, but it is really nice to harp on the Symmetry point, right? Again, a guy that we've occasionally been asking for a little bit more from, haven't always had it. This map in general looking very nice for the young guy.
Yeah, I mean, he played well, Foot played well. They did what they needed to do in order to stay in control of the game. Again, somewhat aggressive on their CT side, but a lot of the rounds they didn't have to. Magic, again, coming out without a spawn calls, where Foot basically just had to deal with whatever was being presented in front of them. They didn't have to force the issues too many times on the CT side. And as we spoke about, you know, what they didn't have on Ancient was the individuals getting multi-kills, the individuals, I guess, stepping up in those scenarios and making sure that it would be a 4v3 and a 3v2 and a 2v1 instead of the other way around. And that's exactly what you got from Foot right here. And on the other side, I will say, we saw the limitations of Magic, right? I think there was a very uninspiring T side. It was a very uninspiring CT side as well, and I saw way too many rounds where individual decision-making was just completely off, where it felt like, Nathan, you can probably describe that better than I can, but it felt like all the players from Magic had that thought in their head that I have to make the difference. No, I have to go for the duel and make the difference. And then a third guy goes, no, it's me who have to make the difference. You play Counter-Strike like that, you get punished.
Yeah, and the game plan was also very packed. So like they didn't have too many solutions. Once they were attacking as 4 or 5 players in one area, you're not controlling the map like you're used to. If you look at Ancient, they were spread all over the map. Their first weapon round was 15 seconds left. 2 guys on A, 2 guys on B, 1 guy in middle. They were a bit everywhere, and they didn't apply that to Anubis.
It's almost like they switched, you know, from Ancient to Anubis.
And so they were trying to get those key rounds where they're just rushing B, going mid all together, but they could do that on Ancient because they were controlling the map, because it was surprising them. But you can see that Foot was ready for all of that. When they were attacking B as 5, 3 guys were here, and then it was multi-kill over open multi-kills. And so that was the plan A of Magic not working. And when it doesn't work, that's when you start the limitations. And then, yeah, the T side of Foot, they were just better. You can see they're in control of the map, they're in control of the entries, they're in control of the areas. And it's very hard to play again because you have to go aggressive then to counter that. But if the team against you has the pace and has the control, you can do it because you're going to be expected in everything you do. And yeah, Mirage, I'm a bit skeptical of what's going to happen because, again, Playground of Foot, they love the map, they're super in control individually as well. I fear that it might go that way again.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Mirage a little bit, right? Because Anubis has been pretty shaky for Magic. They've played a bit more of the Mirage. We already saw it once from them this tournament against the Mongols. That one didn't go to plan. What would you like to see from Magic to make you think they have a compelling case here?
Yeah, I think they have to step it up a notch, to be completely honest. As Nathan said, we know Foot to be a formidable force when it comes to Mirage. They've also played the map at a high level and been able to take on, you know, some of the better teams in the world, like the likes of Mouse, you know, and even better teams at the Major for that matter. So I think if you're Magic, like what I'm left with after watching Anubis and after watching Ancient, again, is a team that can play, as you described it as well. They beat the teams around them or beneath them, but they have a tough time breaking through that ceiling where they beat the ones above them. And that's to be expected from a young team, a relatively inexperienced team. But it also does get to show us that there's still a little bit of a way to go. So I have Foot being the heavy favorites when it comes to Mirage. I think, as I said, some of the individual decision-making for Magic, when you make those kind of mistakes and when you constantly feel like you are the main character, it's almost like a main character syndrome some of these players are having, you will get punished when you're playing against good teams who know how to approach a map and know how to play together.
Let's say it can also go the other way, because if they start firing and if Magic starts individually being on top of the others, Tenzi, for example, is still having a very good game. He can still very much open everything on Mirage. If you have his Fede that is coming in and just crossing the smokes at the right timing and creating confusion, that's when we can also have Magic that is completely blowing the game open. The thing I'm a bit more scared about is their city side. They look a bit weaker on the city side overall. Magic and Foot seems very much in control of what they want to do on the T side. And so that's where I'm very curious of what Moon is going to be able to do. I want to see Moon overtake the game if they want to have a chance, especially on the CT side.
I think there's also one thing that we should draw attention to. He's mostly been getting a pass to this point. AW has been having a really quiet series, and especially considering he was one of those players who went thermonuclear, had 75 kills across the series to put them over top of 9Z. That is an absence that's definitely being felt here for Magic.
Yeah, 100%. You know, as we gave them credit for on Ancient and heading into the game, all 5 players have a habit of showing up, you know, on different maps, you know, but they all contribute more or less, you know, and here we see what happens when they don't contribute, when they have one player who's not showing up, when they have a couple of individual decision making, like the Moon clutch where he has a guy stuck in the corner.
Yes.
Instead of just walking around the big right angle to win the round 100% of the times, he gets impatient and lose the round for no reason whatsoever. You make those kind of mistakes against a team like Foot, you will get punished. The silver lining, though, for Magic is that they played a lot like a pack here on Anubis, and as you described as well, Nathan, you can snowball Mirage a little bit to some degree, right? If you play fast, you go into the executes towards B, towards A early on, maybe you play a bit of mid-control and hit some odd timings, then Mirage can be a tough map to control for a team like Foot, so that is the silver lining for Magic, but they just lost a map 13-7 where they won a pistol, they converted, they won. Tensi won a 1v2 clutch where he was stuck on the bomb side. They won a retake with a Nova, you know, a 3v3 retake where they also forced the opposition to have an eco the following round, which then Foot ended up winning. So it's like, yeah, 13-7. It could have been 13-2. So I see 2 teams who are coming into the third map vastly different and probably with different confidence as well.
Most underrated weapon in the game, though, right, Nathan?
100%. The Nova is cheap. You get a lot of money. You can shoot from close, from mid-distance. Beautiful weapon, and Moon understood it.
Well, I have one more number to throw out to you, fellas. This one's a little kinder to you, Jacob. 117 to 114. Sorry. Do you want to guess which one of you is which?
1v1 duels between me and Nathan.
Head-to-head kills, yep.
Head-to-head kills.
All right.
He won?
He won, but by 3.
Close.
Considering he's got like 13 maps on you, that's not so bad, I gotta say. I don't know how many of those were done with Novas, but maybe we can dive deeper into the stats. We're gonna dive into the break right now because when we come back, this series ends on Mirage.
It's a little bit frustrating there for Versailles because I like the idea. The flash was even good. It's just Hunter, the support network, was ready and raring to go. I wonder if there's a bit of organizational pressure for G2 in this game as well, knowing here that it's not just the Counter-Strike tournament, it's not just the progression through the easier side of the bracket. No point mincing words about that, is it? Okay, Hunter. It is going to be the eco back. So they have won out the war of attrition, and we should see a 3-1. And unless they can do something with these very light investments, we're talking a flash of smoke at 5-7.
Actually learned something from Puckett there on the desk as well about the Orgs needing 2 top 8s to be eligible for that club championship. So for G2, you get to that quarter, you win this game, you win that, what is it, your first playoff game at a Tier 1 event this year. You not only do that, you also make your Org happy. It's good to keep the boss happy.
We'll see how far they can push the issue, right? Obviously, you win Counter-Strike, you get 1,000 points, but there's some other teams that we'll be talking a bit more about that. Your Vitalities, your Falcons, maybe even your Navis.
Counting on their CS squad.
Now this one, another stack on the pistols, and you just have to hope that you've called this one correctly. You've gambled correctly if you're Hooksy, and you just want to do a bit more damage. You took a few rifles with you, a few upgrades with you, excuse me, in the last. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time round. You can send Nerds in as a bit of a beacon. They're going to flash and pick top middle, but look at the range right now. Very deep. Mattis playing Chicken Pit. Got a lot of range on this. It'd be classic Mattis for the series if he gets caught off guard by this one.
Yeah. I think the guy is due a little break. A couple of ecos might soften the blow.
And B is open, right? They've been able to send the SMG of Nerds in, clear it out, make sure no one is home, and he's even taken down Stair on rotation. So at this point, Strauss is just looking to not give away too many more casualties to Nerds to farm up some cash, but this one is done. 3-1. Start to settle into this. Let's take a quick look at what's going on that secondary stream. Foot versus Magic. Looks like they're going to be heading to their third map of Mirage very shortly, so you can whack that one on. As Nerds, he does want to get stuck in with the SMG. The man to take the liberties. There's just two more to find. An Eco Bash ace, everybody's favorite, as Hunter's going to steal it.
How rude.
That's all right. I think those ones, it's better. Right? I don't want this. I don't want the ace on the stat line of an Eco Bash. Right? It's fine. I'll save it for the gun rounds. So Nerds has gotten himself 4 there, gets himself up to 5 kills, and we'll get into Strauss's buy. No Fozy AWP available. Relatively limited of util as well. Lacking HEs, we see players like Apex, right, which is what you're going to hope Hooksy can do with the B defense, landing devastating grenades down Banana. They are extinguished. Okay, it's half wall immediately. We're going for the extinguisher, the car molly. That would be telling of a fight. They are playing a little bit more forward with their A defense on this bracket setup, but Banana's where the action is on Stair.
Yeah, he's ready for this. The whole G2 squad on the other side of the screen. No one's seen him. Finally, Mattis puts him down, and just Hooksy.
Good luck, mate.
He's been spotted and executed.
Another one there from Hunter. Just clears out the site. 7-1 for the boss man.
It doesn't get more cut and dry than that.
And it'll have to be the save.
This B duo just bowled over.
Ryu's probably pretty happy it's not him.
That's true.
It's all right. I took the hiding over there on Dust too. Someone else for a change. It's a good opportunity right now to talk through the CT setup. So there will be the combination of Hooksy and Stair with your Banana control. Hooksy's going to be setting up Stair to take those fights. And then it's going to be either Fozy or Yabi, right? That's your AWP or your rotating rifler to assist if they want to go for 3-man setups. And then Ryu has to anchor down towards A.
It's going to get some credit as well for Wrinkle and his flash. Ensured they find that frag onto Stair cleanly.
Tough way to find yourself down 4-1. You win the pistol, you lose the force, and now there's a bit of a landslide.
You know what that sound means?
Yeah, tactical timeout from Neo in the early stages, and it does look silly when you catch from this angle, doesn't it? But Mattis able to catch him before he can pop back up and mow them down. Stair knows he had an opportunity.
It was actually Heavy God's flash. It was Wrinkle on the second for Hooksy. Team play on display. Everything going to plan.
I'm liking this decision we're seeing from Astralis on the buy, and likely ushered in by Neo as well, taking the timeout. Your loss bonus is maxed out. Let's get that Fozy AWP out.
Yeah.
Let's take the eco behind the saves right now. I say eco. They're obviously going to invest a little bit more knowing that 3,400, but it's not the full shove, right? They haven't dropped rifles, they haven't fully invested in util. Everyone's left enough that they will be able to buy properly into the next. Bigger concerns in a round like this, and yet to leave spawn, it could change, but there's no kit. So if a site falls as easily as it just did, it's been a bit of bludgeoning on B, and it's going to be hard to see that retake once more. Same half wall block smoke again.
Two maps not enough for the battle between Foot and Magic. We've already seen bloodshed on Ancient and Anubis, and only one spot is left to finish it off. Mirage A map both these teams do like to do battle on. A map that will send one team forward. A map that will see one team get their key crushed and kiss their dreams goodbye. A pleasure of a series so far, a back and forth affair. Numerous big moments from numerous players on each team. But who has the stamina to survive longer? Who is able to win out in the war of attrition? Only time can tell. What fate has in its hands, all to be unlaid before us in the final map between Foot and Magic.
Both these teams equally paced back and forth. Map 1, map 2, it matters not. Rounds being traded, a little more of a dominant showing from Foot on map 2. Obviously their map choice, but the scoreboard tells a story. Both teams have their specific outliers. Demon, 43 and 30, a 91 ADR, a 144 rating. Tenzi, 39 and 30, 102.6 ADR, and a 1.5 rating. Both these players making this map 3 a difficult choice.
And could you ask for anything more between two hungry rosters? Everything to prove. Everything is earned. And one more fight in order to earn yourself advancement. Demon, a hell of a series so far. Can that form continue? Jugs became alive on map number 2. Tenzi, of course, the stable rock that pushes Magic into every game, backed up by the likes of Spade 8. The pressure building.
This is going to come down to AW. He's going to be the difference maker. It's whether or not he can actually do something on this map 3. Currently sitting at 16 and 33. An underwhelming performance thus far, and of all the outliers, that is the biggest. That is a name you expect to be at the top. The impact he has had over the course of this whole tournament can't be understated, but now he's fallen eerily silent, Donnie.
And how will the op battle unfold? You have the player Moon, the player Symmetry, both are gonna be needed on Mirage. And without further ado, it is time to strike into the tantalizing third map. It is time to get those high fives out, get those fist bumps around, because it's time to battle in Mirage.
And map 3 we go. Foot to the CT side, Magic T side, and things are already starting to speed up a little bit towards that apartment. First smoke goes out, it's going to be off in towards that B site. Or sorry, A site, as a matter of fact. A little bit of a bait and switch even fooled me a little bit.
Well, Demon jumping with those dual Berettas. Surely he's going to have to find some impact ahead. That's already one good. But a single scalp, not enough, as it allows the windows for the T's to push in. Xcloud not cleared out. Clinical with his execution, backed up by his IGL. 2 kills for him. Moon waits for his teammate to rotate in. That's Mosvold. What can these two players do? What can be done? What kills to be found? Blocked out from the B bomb site. The bomb not in their grasps. A minute left to work with, but no room for anything to get done. Mosvold still questioning if a push can come. Moon rotates all the way back around. 40 seconds. Surprise late connection from Cat in the works. Player within mid could play spoiler. That's Symmetry. Dual Berettas for him as well. There's not enough time for this. Move on has to be made. Move has to come in. Mosvold needs to find something, but instead it's Krabeni. Rip his head off and Symmetry drops down. A piss around for Foot once more. As they look to steamroll. They look to make this go as smoothly as possible for them. Once again, a third map. First map was Ancient, a hard-fought battle, a 13-9 victory for Magic, the one who chose it. Then we switch over to Anubis. Still a close affair in terms of the impact of the players, a little bit less close in terms of the round number, 13-7 for that in favor of Foot. And now Foot early with the advantage.
And obviously with no bomb plant coming through for this T side, it will be the full save. Only a single deagle being kicked around by none other than Sfade8, one of the leaders in this push to a third map. Definitely helped propel them to a victory on map 1. But can this deagle find at least a little something here? You know, you don't want that CT side to get comfortable. You don't need an op, let alone a double op potentially here, to start actually being an option to have. And there we go, X-Cloud out of it early, and a nice little opening pick for that deagle.
This is a great reaction. A great pre-fire. Clean as hell. But still, player advantage, that's not what's going to get you over the finish line here. It's going to take a lot more than that. It's going to take catching Foot off guard. 45 seconds left on the clock. Still no real attempt for space much of anywhere. Maybe a chance for another kill to be found. Even plays close. Tenzi, the Glock no match. Fire rate of the MP9 too high. That's going to lead for a collapse into the A bomb site. But Oswald, the connection in from Palace, won't have anything to do with it. Cemetery lines them up, sprays them down. 2 rifles fall for the side of Foot. But round converted for them.
AK's out. What version of Magic will we see? Will we see that explosive early aggression from the T's, or will we see Sfade8 just continuing to find these nice deeks? We've seen kind of both teams take that fast-paced course to pretty solid success. So at a map like Mirage, I can't imagine Magic are going to choose to slow it down too many rounds.
When to mid, Magic not going to find any headway at all. Flash in AW. Takes the space. Spotted out by X-Cloud. He still wants to jump around. He still wants to give it a try. Smoke in towards connector. Defensive smoke. Sfade8 begins his aggression. Benny, top of his head spotted out. Nade lands directly on top of him. Brings him down about 30. This is very good taking a mid for Magic, but they have to capitalize on it. They got to find the kills with it. AW flashed off. Dig down from a jumping MP9. Eventually, kill converted as well. Moon, all by himself. The bomb's trapped in the middle of Valley. Not able to double up with the spray readjustment. And Tenzi, at least able to find one more. Mosvold elsewhere also connects. Now this gets interesting. Now it's a 2-on-2. A player with low HP. Benny, the timing, however, still keeps Foot in the advantage. Tenzi has to act soon. Tenzi has to be ready for Demon on the other side of this smoke. It's about to fade. The timing just doesn't work in his favor. Tries to clear, but peeked up from top left. Both players known. One found already. AK traded out. The headshot! Tenzi continues to pull his team ahead. Continues to be the shoulder that they need. And that forces a timeout for Foot. Already high action within the matchup. Already the stakes known.
Tenzi just a pillar for this team right now, holding them up by none other than just pure brute force. This man is just something that can't be countered right now. He can't be shut down. At least if you're Magic, you sure hope he does it, because he seems to be the key factor right now how we've gotten to this point. If not, I dare say it would have been a 2-0 for Foot.
I don't think he's far off. Such a nice shot at the end there. Just able to close it out. The emotions are just going to continue to run higher and higher. on the line. One of the biggest prize pools to ever grace CS. Fade 8. Controlling the underpass. This time mid not contested for the likes of Foot. Instead given up. Space Magic is allowed to work around. And the buy isn't great for Foot. Got to op and a FAMAS, but besides that, Deagles the rest of the way around.
Moon with a deagle of his own, now making his way up, matching the pace towards that apartment. But still, all 10 alive, a minute on the clock, and it does seem like B will be the hit coming through. Can Magic get out to that site, get that bomb plant down, tie this up 2-2, and break this economy? It's make or break for both sides, and this is that early pace-setting, devastating round potential here.
Stacks that up for Foot towards B. Each second ticks closer and closer. Symmetry. The op able to find early impact. Coveted forced to fall off with his deagle. Although he won't fall. Still needs to try to find impact. Sprays the players dropping down. Symmetry able to rescope, readjust, and take out Mosval. And still 5 alive for the CT side. Time running out for Magic. No point in giving your life up. You've already lost. There's no time. A great hold from Foot. And it lies off the back of Symmetry. That's all you need in some of these rounds. Just an op to carry you forth and carry you towards your third.
That's going to hurt that T-side economy. Sure, Fade 8 still has an AK. Sure, Moon still has a deagle, but with the money well under 2K for most players, what can you really do with a round like this? What can you really bring together to find success where the rifles have yet to even find a foot in the round? The B site forever closed down, it seems like, at this rate.
That was a good read for Foot, you know, have the stack up towards there, just be ready for the aggression as it comes in. And now with double nade.
Oh.
So much damage, AW. Only on 16, once again. Spy's not good though. AK, Deagle, the rest on Glocks. And the one rifle aforementioned, already taken out of the round. Able to be recovered by Tenzi. What's to come after that? His teammates dying at top mid. Systematically picked apart. At least you forced the players off of CT, but now down 3 players. Make it 4 as Krebeni finishes off the low HP of AW and Tenzi. At this point, honestly, just try to stay alive. Tough task with so much time left on the clock and Foot controlling basically every part of the map. What else can you do?
And this is a very comfortable and confident Foot roster, what we're seeing right now. 5 alive currently, with still somehow, some way, Donnie, AW yet to even get a kill in map 3. A very quiet and underperforming map 2, as well as I don't think there was much impact on map 1, even though that was the win for them. It was pretty much a duo carry for that squad.
You have to imagine that this is the part where pressure starts to build. Of course, we've seen the likes of Magic make it to semifinals in international tournaments before, ultimately earning 4th place in their attempts elsewhere. But at the end of the day, still an untested roster. Still a roster that mostly made a name for themselves through online Counter-Strike and have now been able to burst through the bubble, be able to get into the invite window. And you know what? The performance this tournament alone is just going to bolster that. But it doesn't mean they want to stop there. That doesn't mean that the round of 16 is enough for them. You have the likes of Foot. A team expected to make a good run at it. A team expected to be able to compete at a trophy level. Mid-take for Magic. Once again. Foot fall off it. Foot don't mind giving up a little bit of space. They're very comfortable in their setup, and they want to take it elsewhere instead. They want to push towards ramp. Just to clear up the close corner.
A little bit of divide and conquer for the CTs. A little early ramp control could ultimately be a key factor in early alarms going off, but no rotates coming in, keeping it very spread, very calm, cool, and collective. Instead, they're going to walk for a little bit of information towards Palace, get everything they really need out of it, and maybe A starts swinging over to that B site early. 45 seconds left on the clock, and it seems like Magic have made up their mind. A little bit of a diversionary tactic, though, on A. So, a little walk out towards apartments. Symmetry scoped in towards Cat, fires off a full blind shot. Tenzi has him pinned to a corner, but somehow comes out with Demon with a FAMAS. Finds one, Symmetry finds a second, and AW needs to find something. The nade comes in, a triple for him. Malsvold from mid, the spray from Kerbeni gets it down into a 1v1. The man who has yet to have a performance needs to start shining. It's now or never. He's already found more than his fair share in the round. Just a couple more to cross the line. Jumps out on site, forces the bomb plant down, but he's going to give up a lot of space to Kerbeni. Swings out, taps, doesn't tap actually, holds position, sprays in, and AW finally decides he wants to join the game.
What a round, what a time to wake up. Controlled chaos once more, and this time in favor of Magic. You think that there's no hope? Nothing comes to fruition. A 5v2 swiftly off the back of AW, turns into the 2-on-2. And then just able to close it out at the end. That's a way to get back and swinging in this matchup. That's a way to take the wind out of the sails of Foot, at least momentarily. Nate down. Doesn't do much of anything towards X-Floud. Symmetry flashed off, AW. A swing and spray. Does push the CTs off the line.
Nice nade there off towards Fade 8. Down to 53. He's looking to be met with some pretty serious resistance towards jungle, but thankfully enough. Smoked off. That's a little bit of a cushion. Fade 8 may not be spotting out jokes just yet. A little heavier on the A side, leaving just Demon on his lonesome at B site. The sole defender. Jokes might have a little bit of an advantage here. Spots out the hip. Gets the shot off and gets the kill.
It's good. Push continues. Almost a redirection, but trades back and forth. Leaves us the player advantage in the hands of the CTs. Tenzi wants to push out. X-Floud tucked into the bench. Always being taken. Tenzi has to clear, but not fast enough. X-Floud. Execution. And it's just Moon with his op. Goes towards underpass, but no time. Try for the save. Get another kill onto Kerbeni. That'll be the end of the 7th round. That'll be Foot taking another step forward.
You can always tell when matches seem a little more close, not necessarily the 5-2 score, but when it comes down to the money. We're seeing the CT side, they're taking the rounds, but the deaths are slowly starting to take its financial toll. They're in a comfortable enough position to at least have a buy. The M4s are out, the op is out, but they're always financially dodging, essentially, this reset. Do I think that the op and Tech 9s are really going to do it? There is a potential. We've seen lesser buys prevail, but now with Moon, the sole possible contender here to put up a fight.
In towards underpass. No one wants to fight it. In mid, gunfights. 2 kills in favor of Foot. Symmetry tries to spot out one more, but not in time. You know, I think a big story of this matchup is just the difference in rounds that have been won by Foot and by Magic. You look at the side of Foot, every single time they win a round, you have at least 3 alive 90% of the time. You're winning by time running out. You know, your defense is just holding strong and not allowing Magic space. And then the times that Magic have won, been off the back of clutches. It's been off the back of individual moments coming to the occasion. And credit to them. They have risen to the occasion. But how sustainable is that? How sustainable in this matchup?
Can only take you so far. This is a team game at the end of it. Yes, you can have your great performers, like we've seen out of Demon thus far, Kerbeni as of right now, along with Symmetry, but that can only get you so far across the line. You're having to still contest with an equally aggressive, equally successive team. It can't just be down to one man.
Util will begin to fly out. One apiece for both these squads. Oswald pushes closer towards Kerbeni. Might be able to catch him out, but the timing not in his favor. That's going to be another time again.
A lot of saves.
You can't really blame him considering the situation they're in, you know? They're just not able to get the space. Foot is holding far too strong.
They're a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident than we saw on map 1. Map 2 definitely re-inspired them. You know, got some energy into the bloodstream, at least a little bit here, and, you know, a little bit of a closer map to a 13-7. Now a 6-2, and Foot. Can this still be a 6-6 half? Yes. Do I see what Magic are currently bringing to the table as a potential to put 4 straight on the board? No. They are really getting shut down across all points and all facets, whether it's aim duels, utilities, space taking. It all is just feeling like Foot are in the driver's seat right now.
Don't really have much to worry about either. I mean, the other day it's just coming down to hitting the shots when the push comes in. The Foot not feeling too tested. Heavier station towards the ramp. Smoke goes out. So Magic focus elsewhere. In towards mid. What's allowing them to have the space most of the rounds? They're not too worried about what Magic can do to connect off of it, because it hasn't come to fruition. And as the smoke fades, there's gonna be 2 Ts in line. Jugs already spots out one. Tenzi close by. I'm not sure if he spotted the gun barrel, but it doesn't matter. So although brought down low, already 2 kills in his name.
Maybe Moon can secure this kill on Jugs. Maybe if he's lucky and gets this timing well off enough. But he's going to flash the corner, maybe gifted with another. AW actually does eventually secure that kill. Back to a 3-on-3. AW limping away through mid on 28 HP. They got the information. They got a good play going here for the CTs. See, Symmetry, he's holding a long line off towards CT. He's got a decent, or it's T. He's got a decent enough angle, but he will give it up in favor of trying to support his team, and he's going to be met face-to-face here with Moon. Might be able to catch the timing.
Oh, spots the shoulder. Such a nice shot. Fast as all hell. NAW, Spade. You know, only Spade 8, but on the bright side, a QB sneak to the other bomb site. Bomb gets planted. Open for Cat. A chance to hold for it. Said stations himself right outside of market. We've seen Magics from this spot, but how about Magic? Can a spray come in? That's exactly what happens! A one-on-one now. A not picked up. Kerbeni comes in from Cat. Spade 8 not able to hit the shot. All he has to do is buy a bit more time. Kerbeni off the bomb. Dances around, close range. Here's the footsteps. Spade 8, let's go! To keep Magic alive! To contribute to a third! Spade 8. A slow start to the game, but now a massive turnaround.
But that's exactly what we discussed earlier. Every successful round Magic has brought to this table, it's come down to clutches. It's come down to one individual having to just step up in that very moment, and that's exactly what we just saw as Fade 8 clutching up in a 1v3 where it didn't feel very doable, but he at least got that bomb down after he snuck his way out of apartments, kind of turned it all around on its head, played from that very well-known position, and Magic's turned into Magic.
Apparently. Just a nice way to end it off, too. I think even if you missed the shot, there wouldn't have been time left on the bomb, but why not put a little pizzazz on it to end it out?
Yeah, and he got to keep the op, which the money, again, isn't that great, and we're seeing that right now.
Well, nonetheless, Magic looked to try to tie up at the half. 6-6 being the best possible for him. And you talk about money on the side of Magic. I mean, money on the side of Foot isn't too good itself. Both teams only on one stack of loss bonus, so a very important round towards the end of this half. At least for advantage. To bring it closer to one side's favor.
Mid firmly in control now. Benny, though, having a great performance. When your IGL's sitting with a happy 12-4, you gotta suspect everything's at least leaning in the right direction. Magic actually have yet to compound any rounds together. It's been one and done, one and done, one and done. But can they actually do it? Can they close this gap? Maybe make it a pair of rounds down. Benny, of course, he's gonna chime in and say no, of course not. Gets the dink in on Malzwall, but can't get the kill. Back to a 4-on-4, and the spray through the smoke nearly netting a kill, and does eventually get there. But for Demon, he finds the kill. Fade 8 tries to get the trade. Malzwall finds an op. He gets one back.
Tenzi being loud about his position. Not a chance to even fight. Malzwall, 4 HP. 16 seconds. Once again, it's going to be Foot securing a round via the clock. And I think that's just a point to prove the strength of the defensive setup that Foot has going on.
Yeah, there's not many times.
Oh, the nade towards the end! Is that after the time, too?
I think so.
It was after the time! Devastation! No op, no money, nothing!
I was literally just going to say that when, I think it was like 6 or 7 rounds straight now that they either A, saved or won. Either way, they always one remaining player. And before I could finish that sentence, devastation in the form of a nade coming through, getting the kill, and the money is back down where it was prior. Again, Magic can't put 2 in a row on the board.
Devastating. At least you have something to work with if you have that up. You know, we've seen it work in favor before. Not that it's necessarily a recreatable situation, but you have something to grasp at. You have something to latch your hopes onto. And now, I mean, you're on pistols. You're looking at Foot most likely collecting 8 here. And even in the next round, you'll for sure have a bye, but you have to try to go into the next round with something if you want to be competitive. Starting to look bleak for the side of Magic, but that's never stopped them before. Adversity, something you can get through. That adversity might just be the oppositemetry. Scoped up. Hit wants to come out for Magic. Jugs burned out just a little bit. First shot missed. It is backed up by Jugs. Controls the spray with the AK. Destruction. Barely any damage took. Foot fully alive. Foot fully in form. And Foot, a chance to be 1 round away from double digits on this third map to push towards quarterfinals.
CT side is just looking far too easy for them right now. Again, only spurts from the CT side of success. Very little bit, 3 to be exact, and a number that might just be too hard if this one, and this is a great call, a great play, and a great position here. Benny finds one, looks for more, is backed up from a molly. He's going to be able to force back and reposition.
Got scary there for a second. Tenzi, the one to feel the worst about it. Once again, just disrupt Magic. Take away a key factor in the round and take away one more as Mosvold. No impact to be found from Palace. Instead, it's just his teammates in mid that, yes, have pushed up. Yes, have gathered some location to feel safe in, but Spade 8 able to grab back a little bit more. And there's low HP on Krebeni. For sure, not an impossibility.
No, but they do have some decent information, decent play. This push from Jugs could actually... Nope, he's going to fall back in through main. He's going to double back clear, make sure that Krebeni of 1 HP isn't all by himself. Symmetry slowly in here, and Krebeni is going to be cleared. Wasn't sure who was going to hold the angle first. But a good heads-up play. And Magic might be able to close this one out with an 8-4.
Might be able to. Still a hard sell, Jugs. Great timing on that backstab. And 2 players remain for the side of Magic. AW. Let's have a timing. Oh, but plays his hand too early. Not quite able to land the kill. And now it's only Moon. 1 headshot already collected and 8 out to the Lord's HP. But Demon, you're not expecting another one from the ramp. You're not expecting to get shot in the back. And who knows if they were expecting to be down by so many. 9-3 the half in favor of Foot, who looked to put an exclamation point on the end of this series.
I saw that nade sailing over T, and I knew that was going to be a kill.
You felt something.
I did, and I saw it flash before my eyes. It seems like Magic can only really feel the success run through their veins unless it's a clutch scenario, and thankfully enough for the Foot squad, that flank from Demon came out perfectly timed, even though it felt like everything was starting to go their way, the timing, the spacing. But 6 rounds lead here for Foot as we flip sides, 9-3 half. And if Foot take this pistol, I'm not sure what Magic can really change up at this point.
Well, on the inverse of the same point, if Magic take this pistol, it's still for sure a possibility to drag yourself back in. Well, Foot already have a timing. 2 players out towards Cat. Oh, it's going to be quite the battle on B side. Mosvold damaged, but no kill found. Blocks start to surround him as he drops. That's the only player in front of the smoke. Still more coming in from the catwalk. But they can't see. It's a blind fight. It's Fade 8. Might have just made noise in the apartments. They know he's there. Position for all these should be known. AW at least able to find one, immediately trade it back out, and a push continues in. Symmetry makes his name known as well, leaving it all down to Moon. Falls back off a Cat. Not before at least executing one more, but gonna save the armor. Gonna give up the 10th. Double digits for Foot. As now, it almost feels certain.
And that is a clean, decisive pistol round. A good, solid B hit, and they even walked into the stack. It was a 4-man stack directly on that B site with one kind of floating around towards that Cat side. They were playing retake A, heavy B side. They read it correctly, but the smokes just bought all the spacing possible, followed by some just good, clean Glock kills.
No need to overthink it. Just keep it simple. Go for the B exec. Very similar to what we saw on Anubis. Scout out, a Nova out, an SMG, and the rest on pistols. Meanwhile, batting against the Galils and AKs of Foot. I don't see a repeat in the previous map happening. Look, the aggressive position of the Nova, I mean, who knows? This is where Foot is deciding to station themselves. This is where the smokes
surely not again
will begin to lie themselves over. Nova close range, that's one, but that's it. Great damage onto the next 2, and with a 5-7 close by, it might be possible to stop this push. Tenzi on 2, make it 3, and it's all up to Jugs, but Tenzi closes his out of 4K for a 4th round.
I just want to see this man's stat line with specifically a 5.7. I need to know what he's looking like, because every time we see him have this, doesn't matter the map, doesn't matter where he's at, doesn't matter how many players are in front of him, this man consistently at least gets 2 with a 5.7. It is nothing far short of impressive. Thankfully enough, Moon gets 1 with the Nova, which is kind of what you expect in that one-off position, but that's all he needed to get. Tenzi with a 4K, and he was 4-11 before this, now 8-11. Hopefully, he's got some form of confidence now that he can start kind of saying his piece in this map.
Yeah, to Jugs. Takes the contact, aggression in, Spade 8. Clears out underpass. Although Kerbeni is able to push through with the Tech 9. Foot positions completely known. And Magic, as long as they can convert here, not give this back up, should be in early control of the half, should be able to make a game out of this map. We just have to make sure the kills land, and that's Moon. Good work with the scout. It's all just a cleanup. It is a 5th round. It is a Magic that is down, but not out. It's going to force a save on the side of Foot. Push forward to 6. Then when the guns come back out, you have a real conversation. Only a 4-round difference.
Good kills. Again, with kind of working with what they got. A 5-round difference, making it look at 4. Just Glocks and a Deagle on Kerbeni, who's still 2 flat KD, 18 and 9. And we're only on the 16th round. Yet to really get it going. A nice mid-stack coming out. Playing contact, maybe they can find one, but it's Moon, MP9. And this is a weapon that you don't want to have to contest with when you have no armor.
It was all about the swing. Nade comes out, try to soften up the opponents a little bit, doesn't do much of anything. Moon walks straight back up. He's one hit out. SMG only able to clean up 1. It could get a bit awkward. Moon converts another one for his team. Spade 8, Lion, wait. A gross round, but one that Moon is still, or excuse me, Magic is still in. And Jugs, a Glock on the A-bomb site. No low HP player to try to shoot at. Position known. That's all she wrote. So Magic do what they have to do. They won the rounds that they need to, but still not a lot of wiggle room to work with. You know, not necessarily a flawless game that needs to be had, but very few mistakes can be made from this point onward when Foot take the rifles back out.
This is still a very dangerous Foot squad that I don't think should stumble into this run. Maybe they'll be a little more concerned. It finally seems like Magic is answering back, especially now that Moon has an op, and we've seen him instrumental with the big green thus far. But he really needs to position to capitalize, and Oswald in a great position to find 2. Maybe a 30 is break through, and he does. 3 T's down, and it is now a 5-on-2 in this Magic squad. They were silent. They were quiet a little bit, but they're not out just yet.
Definitely not. I'm sure you're able to collect the bomb, fall back afterwards. But no real place to go after this. Op at least misses its shot. And a smoke towards the top of connector. Does give you a little room to work with, not until Spade 8 jumps up. Connects to the head. Symmetry. Last one. Starts with a headshot. Would need to be a 1v5 in the theoretical world. And just can't separate the fights enough to do so. Again, another step in the right direction. Another inch clawed back.
A little more energy in those fist bumps. See them maybe a little more pleased with their performance.
And they should know the money's bad for Foot.
They should, and especially denying bomb plant. They still are going to have to contest with obviously some Tech 9s, armors. It's not just going to be just Glocks. You know, they probably have, give or take, $3,000 on most of these players. So it is still a dangerous round that maybe you do have to. We haven't seen either team really, you know, 5-man push with something thus far. It's been a very drawn out kind of map.
Two push towards the smoke. Unconnected. 3 smokes, Fade 8. Spots a bit. Takes 1 body. Only enough for 1. Still 2 on the backside of it.
He just
catches a stray, and Nexus Demon brought down so low. Doesn't even know he's there. And 2 players left. Bomb. Stuck at the top of ramp. Moon missed the shot. But it's all right. It's still easy cleanup. And definitely a lot of emotion starting to come out of the side of Magic.
Is this where you're concerned if you're Foot?
Definitely got to start sweating a little bit, you know? You do have the bye coming out. You're not going to have an op. Or excuse me, you will have an op. After a bit of shuffling of the economy. You're on max loss bonus, so that on the T side means you could justify a bye, you know, 90% of the time, if not every single percent of the time. It's just a matter of the momentum and, you know, the heat that's starting to get under Magic. They started to find their flame. Foot need to extinguish that. At the end of the day, that's the most important part. Foot need to try to take the mentality of Magic in this current moment out of it. Crush them.
I don't think they can. I mean, even if they get 1 round, it needs to be multiple. I mean, take a look at that CT side economy. 7.5, 8K, 7K, 7.3, 7.2. There is too much money to slow down now. Granted, there's still plenty of CS left to be played. This could still go OT. It could still go a billion different ways, but it's not going to come down to just a single one just yet. It's going to be a step in the right direction if you're Foot, but it could also be a step for Magic to close this gap and really take this one out from under them.
They decided not to go with the op. Instead, they decided to go fast towards A. Utility damage doing great. Moon repositions with the op, only able to find 1. Instead, 2 kills for the T's. This puts Foot in a good position. Try to get that bomb down early on. That's exactly what happens. 2 of the players for Magic on a close rotate. Another one far back. Krebeni. I think Mosvold spotted him out. But they have to make headway into the site. They have to try to get this retake going. Bomb continues to tick. Push continues to come in. As soon as Mosvold dies, that should be the sign to fall back. Tenzi not going to be able to keep himself alive. Just Fade 8. All the way back. And that's quite a happy Foot fan club.
Well, again, it's going to take more than that to take Magic out of this. The money still flowing. And even past this bye, we still have most players around 3K. So they're safe for another round. Obviously, you don't want to give up another. That's going to give Foot that match point. 11-8, back down to a 3-round lead here for this T side as things are starting to flip around. Things were looking very dominant for this Foot squad, and then it tapered off drastically. Somehow, some way, Magic found a way into it. An open door, into the round, into the match even, and they still have something left in them, and I don't think it's going to go out quietly.
On the bright side for Magic, I mean, the economy is so good that no matter what happens in round 20, you're going to have a bye within round 21. So whether it's you being victorious and trying to push further, or if it's you losing and having your back against the wall, you will at least have money to work with. It's just a matter of how they try to make Foot falter in this time, and having only Moon stationed towards A with a full hit coming in might not be the right play. Sprayed through the box, 2 kills fall in favor of Foot once more. Tenzi tries Unite to battle something back. It's only damage, no kills. AW, Molotov, back towards default. Instead, his teammate stuck in a Molotov of his own. Symmetry takes the player advantage. AW tries to push up. can't do anything, completely locked out. Oswald creeps towards NCT, tries to get an angle. But she's not to be found. And they're choosing to save. Oh, a tough decision to make at this point. Relying on a lot of confidence for the next round to follow, but either way, that's Foot putting themselves on map and series point here on Mirage, map 3. The final chance for Magic to battle back. As Foot stares that quarterfinal straight in the face.
Well, speaking of quarterfinals, G2 beat out Esports 2-1, closing map 3 out in a pretty strong fashion, 13-7 on Inferno. So they are going to be the first ones to proceed forward, and now we're looking down the barrel of closing this one out, Donnie.
We are. It's the final chance. It's the final opportunity for Magic to prove themselves that they can make a fight into it, but Foot doesn't want that to happen. Coveted already opens up with a headshot. So much utility in through mid. An absolute inferno. Set ablaze, Fade 8. Timing with Coveted. No one spots each other quite yet. Coveted should be seen. That's exactly what happens. Fade 8 gets a shot in the back. 4-on-4. Still with the Oppa Moon in play for the CTs. That's been the most reliant thing this game so far. Foot reposition into mid. And Jug's forced forward with a Molotov. No one's watching for the push out. He gets the shot into CT, is traded back. But it's a 3-on-2 now. It's free range for these T's. Fade 8 will get smoked off. Oswald from the back doesn't shoot, and he's the only one left. His position unknown, but Op training in. And the timing couldn't be worse. Drops down. A chance to fight still. Full HP. But it's all up to him. Jumping around a conductor. The M4 has to connect both these T's with full HP. The nade fully gives the position up. The pressure mounts. With every second, a double swing and almost a double spray, but instead, it's Foot to close it out. A quarterfinal in line for them, and for Magic, unfortunately, a key to be crushed.
The Foot comes down, and so Foot will survive, will advance another round into the round of 8 here at the Esports World Cup. Magic brought such fire, such prowess to the table here, surprised us, and maybe changed some minds, but ultimately, we're not quite enough to hang once we hit the playoffs. They can hold their head high, but it will be the footballists to advance to see another day of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Foot, you know, a nice turnaround after a very lackluster first map where nothing really worked out for them, where the individuals didn't show up. They slowly but surely managed to claim their way back into the game. Second map of Anubis, that was very convincing for Foot. 13-7, scoreline maybe even be a bit deceiving. On Mirage as well, I think it was a Foot team in control. At no point did I feel, Nathan, that they weren't in control. At no point did I feel like, okay, Magic, a couple of more rounds going your way, maybe we have a game. It was just a question of time before they close out the game.
Most definitely, and especially you can see, I think, throughout the series, you can see Coveted that started very slow, very off on inch and not really playing the game. Anubis, he got better, and then he just destroyed on the third map, and he was just in control. And what we saw on the first map with S8 being in charge of the game and reading the minds and doing everything on his own, Coveted did it in this game. And then he was supported by Symmetry, that was having a good game again, getting the entries, getting in the right positions. And that was it. That was it. They were the better team. I think it's as simple as that. The A plan was not working for Magic. They're still working on that depth. That's what they need to work on in order to get to the next level, get further into those brackets. Foot is just showing they have that, and they're at the next level.
It's one of those rare occasion, Mikes, where we get what we expect to some degree, right? Foot being the more established team out of the two, still, you know, to some degree inexperienced, young, you know, with a lot of potential in players like Krabini, like Symmetry, like Jukes for that matter, who also had moments in this game. Magic, sort of like the little brother in that relationship, you know. They're on the same path, they're on the way, but not quite strong enough to beat the big brother.
And I think footballists as well, maybe having a little bit of an extra lift from the sixth man, shall you say, in the server. The crowd turning up very strong here for this Foot team. I don't know that they've necessarily experienced this before, right? Because we know Foot as an organization has a strong fan base, but I think xCloud's addition to the team might be inspiring a little extra passion from that squad coming through here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, without a doubt, the fan favorite in this matchup, and especially in such a small, intimate environment. I think the players on stage, Nathan, they can feel it, they can hear it. It's not a big arena, it's not a place where you can zone everything out, so probably help them a little bit to stay motivated.
It makes a huge difference. As a player, if you're on a stage and you have people cheering for you or even against you, no matter what the energy is, right? If you have that going your way, you're going to either use it to give you more energy or you're going to use it to be more calm, because you don't have to send that energy yourself as a player. You don't have to hype the players up. You have that energy that is there and you just welcome it no matter what. And that's when it makes the game way easier for you.
And that's been such a conversation for Foot as they were rising up last season, right? It's something they kept coming back to, is like, how much energy do we expend? Yeah. Do we do it the same on stage? Do we do it the same in studio? They've been learning all of that. And someone who's been imparting so many of those lessons is their coach, Coolio, who's standing by with Trace Stunna Soranthus.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Foot putting on a show out here. Hey, man, talk to me about your team today.
Luckily, we won. Yeah, I think we start shaky, like we did on the major versus Bad Boom. We played with the pressure. We didn't play how we were supposed to play, but I think we had a good talk after the first map, and then we start playing our game, and then we could beat them.
Yeah, because, Ancient really wasn't probably the best showing for Foot. What do you take from the Ancient loss? I know it's just pretty fresh, but at the surface level, did you guys just not start right? What happened here?
No, I think we were just not really following the plan. We were giving them too many space on the map. We were kind of just waiting again, and they were playing good, like they had all the map control. We didn't react, or we were reacting pretty late, and they were just having really good situations, and I think we were losing a 4v1. It gave them momentum, and to be honest, if we would won that round, I think it could be a different game.
You got them cheering for you, man. You're the coach. How have you done this? What do you say to these guys?
Well, it's so good. I think it's first time for us that we have fans, and it's so good. Everyone enjoy it, and thank you guys.
Look, you've got the winner of Gamer Legion and MALS. As fun as that might sound to everyone, what do you think?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
You've got the winner of Gamer Legion and MALS next.
I think we never played versus Gamer Legion. We beat MALS 3 times in a row with different lineups, but I think they are kind of comfortable team for us. It's always close game because they are obviously playing good and stuff like that, but I think MALS is kind of comfortable for us. I'm not saying we will win again, but about Gamer Legion, it's gonna be first time if they beat MALS, so I don't know anything about them right now.
Well, look, I'm gonna get you out of here. Anything you want to say to these people that are standing right here?
Oh, just thank you very much, and keep cheering for us for the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
A first for Coolio, I think, hearing his name chanted while he gives the post-match interview. Sigh of relief from the coach after that. Ancient happy with the way that his team got into it after that first map.
Yeah, and I think it was important for them. It was important for them naturally to win the game. That goes without saying, but also the fashion they did it in. 13-7, 13-8. Nathan, they left no room, for doubt in regards to who were the better team. So I don't know how you feel about that from a player perspective or now that you're working with a team, but I feel like there's different ways of winning, right? You can win a game where you're not playing well, where you're never feeling comfortable, where you're almost walking away from the game thinking, oh, we got lucky right here. Or you can win a game like Foot did on the following 2 maps where you're in control, you're playing well, and you kind of take that confidence and I guess belief in your own abilities into the next one.
Yeah, it's something that we talked about actually after the first map, where it was Ancient and Magic won, but we still felt that Foot was the better team, that with the map world they were going to be better. If Magic would have won that first map, 13-4, 13-5, something very, very convincing, you have a strong case for them to upset them properly on Anubis and then going 13-11, 13-10, just getting those edges everywhere. But you could see there were gaps where, and I'm very glad that we talked about it this way as well, that we're agreeing with Coolio that was on the stage. We see the same thing. They were giving too much space, they were not being aggressive enough, they were not taking those entries, they were not there physically and mentally to be ready for that fight, and they came on Anubis, they completely flipped that. And at that point, you could see there was a clear difference between both teams, and you can see that Foot was better. So for the players and for them as a whole, They know their weaknesses. Oh, we need to work on our Ancient. How can we hot fix that for the next few days? Because we have a strong matchup coming up. Ancient is most likely going to be there. How do we fix that? How do we not make it such a 0-1 into the best of 3? Because they know they have it on the other maps.
One more thought on Coolio. We were chatting a little bit about it in the green room. There's something about the way he uses his timeouts that you like, Nathan.
Yeah. Very often, I feel like he's trying to be in control of the feelings of the team. We could see, for example, when they had Lonix, he was extremely vocal, always there, and it kept like some sort of confidence in them, regardless of what the score was, regardless of what round was going to happen. Here, you could see that as soon as they were losing some 2v1s, 3v1s, some tilting rounds, we would say, instantly the timeout comes out. So whether it comes from him, from Krabeni, or like an agreement they have, they shake hands whenever we lose a round like that, we just take it. At least they recognize it as a group, and they instantly address it. And you can see very often they won the round right after. They got back onto the horse straight up, and there was no question of, oh, we tilted, maybe we're going to give away a few rounds now. They're just right there. They're just going to take the round again, be back in control, and then they just go get away with the game.
Something to look out for if you're Foot and if you're a fan of this Foot team, you know, changing longs with xFloud is not only a change of player or a change of personnel on the server, also in terms of the energy, you know, in terms of being maybe a bit more balanced as a squad, you know, because as you spoke about, Mike, a big part of the conversation has been, you know, retaining energy and making sure you have enough energy for a long tournament and maybe not losing grasp of the game or losing focus on the game with all the yelling and screaming. So, I don't know, early days still for Foot, but I feel they are slightly more balanced now, which I think is going to be a good thing if they want to take a step further.
It's an important thing to remind us all of how young this team is, right? The team across from them we're talking about is a young upstart team. They have about a year above them on average age. This team, even with the addition of the old man xFloud at 23 years of age, their average age is still like 20.3, I think. They are so fresh into their careers, and there's so many lessons they're learning along the way.
Still one for the future. You know, still a team that has shown before as well that they can be competitive at the highest level. As Coolio said, they beat Mouse 3 times in a row. Yeah. They've played in Tier 1 tournaments where they made the playoff. You know, people may have forgotten a bit about Foot because they didn't really break through at the major, and then the player change came in with Longs instead of xFloud, but it's still a very dangerous team to play.
There was especially one thing where there was a big moment where players were getting offers. They could have gone different teams, just split up, and they were like, nope, let's see how it goes with this roster. Let's see how far we can go, and then just make like 1 or 2 changes, like just the Lonix, the xFloud, and they just made those changes because they really wanted to stick together. And I think it shows really about their character, how they want to do things, how they want to approach it. The fact that they're a real unit. They're just not just mercenaries waiting to go to the next stage or whatever. They want to grow together. They want to all get that experience together, get into those tournament wins, and who knows, maybe if they're going to win their next tournament and they're going to be like, okay, cool, now we can just go ahead and experience something else. But right now it feels like they're really a unit that is trying to go to the next level altogether, and that's very refreshing in our scene to see that.
What does that do for you as a player when you're in a team like that where you have so much faith in the guys next to you, in the guy calling, in Krabeni, in the unit that you've come up with, that you've come up from the academy team into this squad? You've now seen a couple player changes, but all for the same spot, that you all choose to stay together. What does that do for you?
I come from the French scene, so I would not know that. I'm probably a bad person to ask, but anyway, it gives you a perspective on the longer term. Like, you know that you can make mistakes, you know that you're trusted, that you can just try things in a game, whether in practice or in official games, and then you're going to work on it together, and that you're not losing the faith of the people around you. And I think it's very much of the mentality of Coolio. He seems very calm, calculated. He already said in interviews he's controlling like 99% of the game. He makes the game plans, he makes everything. And so that allows you as individuals to just do whatever you want, right? Like, you can feel yourself as a player, bring your personality, and as a player, I think there's no better feeling than that.
Now, we do have another team that we will be talking about, and what better way to transition to this conversation than to head on over to the Key Crush, because Magic's time here at the Esports World Cup has come to a close. They've acquitted themselves beautifully, but now their right to compete here will be crushed alongside their Key as xFloud takes it and crushes it into many tiny little pieces, or 2 big ones, as this particular one might be. Let's talk about Magic, right? I think that despite this exit here in the round of 16, this is a tournament they should be very satisfied with.
They should be satisfied. I feel like they're taking another step in the right direction, gain some more points for VIS, and that's obviously mega important for a team like Magic if they want to qualify for the major, if they want to get more invites to some of the bigger tournaments, and sort of like skip the grind that is playing all these smaller tier LAN events, you know, or online qualifiers, you name it. it. So in that regard, I think they've gotten the most out of it they could have expected. Going into the playoff in itself, I think that was a massive step for them. And the main takeaway is beating 9C in a best of 3, you know, not only for the VS standings, but also in terms of their understanding that if they play well and if they do well and if they stay composed for 3 maps straight, then they can beat some of the better teams out there, which 9C has proven to be with a trophy just a couple of weeks ago.
Yep. For Magic, yeah, I completely agree. I think they're on the right path. They're just getting those wins here and there. They're also very smart in which tournament they attend. And every time they attend a tournament, it's for a specific reason. They actually go and they get, even if it's 10 DRS points, if you just get that, you didn't lose points. If you didn't lose points, you're just going up in the ranking constantly. And so, yeah, they've been very smart in their approach. Their A game plan is very strong. Work on the B and C game plan, and then we're going to have a team that is going to be very competitive.
Making the most of their opportunities, but maybe more depth to acquire. We are going to head into a break because on the other side of that, it's time for our second match of the day. It's time for our reunion between MOUZ and Gamer Legion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play. play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here, where we are diving into our next game of the playoffs here on the B stream. We got Gamer Legion taking on MOUZ, and this is kind of a fascinating storyline. I didn't think we'd get this early on. PR leaves Gamer Legion, heads back to MOUZ, the team whose academy system he came up through. They immediately lift a trophy. Meanwhile, the team that he abandoned, Gamer Legion, come out the gates with Flamus, their own player returned, and they look phenomenal here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's a fun one, you know, for a lot of different reasons. First and foremost, the PR comeback, going up against your ex-teammates in that regard. That's always going to be fun, you know. Maybe adds a bit of pressure on PR, as he was the one to leave to join another team, thinking that, hey, joining MOUZ is a brighter future for me. And I guess the result speaks for themselves, right? He plays one tournament, lifts one trophy, and all of a sudden you're on the top of the world. However, as you said, Gamer Legion in the group stage, they looked okay. They looked good, you know. They were playing some good Counter-Strike, but I'm still a bit worried, Nathan. They did come into this tournament having lost, was it 4 or 5 games in a row, and were scrambling for leftovers. Then Flamus comes in, and I think he's a great player, but I'm still not certain whether or not I expect a lot from Gamer Legion, or I just expect a little.
Yeah, the thing is, MOUZ is just a better team, period. Like they have been for the past 1-2 years, where they just have been better in many regards. And so for PR to come back, especially being very familiar with Cyclone and the whole system they have in place, it kind of makes sense, right? Like it feels like you stepped up, you go into a team that is fully in place, that is making a bit less changes, that have a very clear plan moving forward. And maybe he's also the extra 5% that gets MOUZ over the edge, like winning those trophies and getting a bit better and getting into those finals consistently, because they've always been very stable, top 5, very, very good team, but never that winning team that everybody's looking at. But yeah, it's a grudge matchup, and that's what makes this one so interesting. Obviously, both teams are going to be willing to go the extra mile to win this matchup, because there is something at stake there.
I think the question that I still have with Gamer Legion is just what did go wrong at the end of that season, at the end in the major, right? Because this was a team that came off back-to-back really good runs in Fort Worth and then in Atlanta as well, made the final in Atlanta. We're punching way above their weight for what we expected of them, and then came into the major, and even in the games they were winning, looked really flat compared to our expectations.
Well, it begs the question whether or not PR knew that he was going to leave for MOUZ, or whether or not the team themselves knew as well, because you've probably been there before, Nathan, especially going from French Counter-Strike. There's always been a lot of roster rumors, you know, and backstabbing going on, even in Danish Counter-Strike back in the days, and that's something that can kill the vibe within a team. If you know a guy is leaving, especially if it's one of your star players heading into a major, that's going to take a dent in the motivation.
Yeah, and especially if you know it and it's behind the back and it's rumors and you don't know, you're not going to give yourself 120% into every game, because you're second guessing the one player that is next to you, with the guy that is supposed to be your brother in arm, right? Like on the server where you don't doubt whatever he's saying, whatever he's doing. And yeah, that could have played a part. I think overall Gamer Legion is just fairly unstable. The way that they play, the way they approach the game, and the way they have those things. We have Snacks that is kind of the king of fuckeries in a game, right? Like he's always there, he's always finding the small things, he's always been that way. He's the guy in the smokes, you know, with that knife out. He's a bit better now, a bit more wisdom in him, probably. But he's always been that guy. So that can work very well for you, but if you have a team that is prepared, it's going to go very wrong against you.
It would be interesting indeed to see. I mean, I think there were those rumors floating around about Gamer Legion's organization, maybe instability there. Lots of contributing factors, but it does seem like Flamus back in has been the spark plug for them to put that behind them, right? We saw some really encouraging games early on, and Flamus in particular has been looking very nice in this team, especially now that he's been freed of whatever was going on with that VP buyout. He is back, he's free, he's in control of his own destiny, and he's in a Gamer Legion jersey once more.
One thing is what he brings on the server. I don't think anyone can question that Flamus is a great talent. We even saw him standing in for BB team doing the major as well, doing God's work. But even more important, I think, Nathan, is what he brings outside of the server. He's a mood booster. He's a very big personality. He's a fun guy. Whenever you interview him, he speaks openly, he speaks candid, and I think he has the same approach to the teammates. And if I gotta say it, I feel like one of Gamer Legion's issues have always been the lack of personalities within their lineup. You know, it's a very calm, very composed team. Rest is not a guy, you know, that is necessarily screaming and yelling, etc., etc. Snacks is very calm and very composed. Torsen the same. I feel like Flamus is bringing a bit of fire, a bit of, you know, maybe a bit of a personality they haven't had in the camp before, and that could help them balance out a little bit more, you know, just like we saw with Foot. Maybe they needed to take it a step down for Gamer Legion. I think they needed to take it a step up, and I think Flamus fits that role perfectly well.
The way that I see it is that in roster, you very much need at least one engine in a team that brings that energy consistently, whether it is just by screaming, talking, being loud, or like putting the players together, or being on a server very aggressive and doing, you know, opening the map and then taking on that mental. Flamus is that guy. Big respect to him. I really like seeing him play when he has the freedom to do whatever he wants. And in that roster, with Snacks calling, I'm sure that Flamus can say, I'm going to push mid. Trust me, guys.
He got the keys to the castle. You know?
Exactly, yeah. When he was coming up and he was in the rosters that he was coming up with, he was doing whatever he wanted. You could see he was pushing mid on Mirage 3 times in a row, and he was always like backstabbing them on A, like those kind of signature plays that he had. And then he was going into other rosters where he was not allowed to do that, and then he became a completely different player. And now, I'm so thankful to see that player again, because I think Flamus has something exceptional into him. I think he's a special player. I think not a lot of him, none of the persons can do what he's doing, and he's doing with so much confidence and so much intelligence behind it as well, that he's not just random. He makes it work time and time again, and that's because there is a real thought behind it.
Now, if we flip to having the conversation about Maus, right? Maus start this season off with the win at the Bounty. Very encouraging for this squad, but we've seen it before. A team lifts a trophy at the beginning of the season. Maybe that doesn't always indicate everything's on the positive. Just ask Zwei. What are we thinking about this Maus? What's our judgment call early?
Well, the jury is still out. I think, you know, you cannot take away the fact they won a trophy, but I think what's happened ever since is also giving perspective to that trophy. As I remember, Maus were also playing a couple of games during that Blast Bounty tournament. They could have lost, you know, being down 0-1 in maps and not necessarily looking too great up until the final. Then obviously beating Spirit in a best-of-5 grand final the way they did, and you think to yourself, okay, they're here to play, right? Maus is back to their best. But then what we've seen from Spirit ever since is also giving you the context of, oh, maybe Spirit aren't that great. And I know that's, you know, a lot of follow-through logic, and it doesn't always work like that, which is why we need to see Maus confirm that what we saw at the Blast Bounty is the new level of Maus. And I think it's going to take a bit of a time. I think when you bring in PR, you bring in Celix as well to be part of the main roster, it's a way more inexperienced roster now, with Exertion picking up the in-game leading roles as well. So I think it's going to take a little time before we see Maus at their full potential. But if anything, Nathan, they've shown that when they all click together, when they play well, especially with PR coming in, it's a dangerous squad that can win trophies.
And that's where you can see their game plan as an organization, as a team, and the persons that are behind it. They always try to bring, to my expense as well sometimes, they always try to bring that extra 5%, 10% of like, oh, we make the player change because we think it's going to give us just a little bit more of an edge. And they have been always very, very calculated every single time that we're doing that. And you can see they're just building their roster. They were always very stable, and they got better and better and better and better. Can they lift 10 trophies in a row? I don't know. They have a very good team. They have very good talents. Can they sustain that forever and ever? I'm not sure. But they have the youth. They have the control. They have the game plan. They have everything in place, it seems like. And can they get those 5% to win several titles in a row? That's the thing that is a bit more of a question mark, despite getting the PR and ZX in.
And just to hone it in, Mike, this is a must-win game for Maus. You know, it's not sugarcoated, right? Maus is supposed to be a team right now that wants to stabilize and break through to be a top 5 team again. They want to be in the same conversation as Na'Vi, as Falcons, perhaps, as Spirit. If you want to even get close to be part of that group of teams right now, you got to beat a team like Gamer Legion. Regardless of how well Gamer Legion are playing, regardless of them turning upwards, there's no beating around the bush right here. This is a must-win game for Maus. Whether that's going to be in a beautiful way, whether it's going to be a scrappy game, doesn't matter. It's a must-win one.
I'll go even further. They need to be in the final.
Yeah.
If they want to
With
stand
the upper
themselves
bracket,
as one of the teams, like they need to be in the final if they want to be one of that team. They can lose in the final. That would still mean they're a top 5 team and they're not here to be left at, or they're not here to be just that stable team. They're going to be there to fight for trophies every single time. That's my expectations for them. That's what I want to see from them in that bracket. They have the road paved for them. Now they have to apply it. They have to just beat those teams, as I said, consistently. They're not allowed to lose against those Gamer Legions because that would be a step back from the step up they got in the last tournament win.
Enormously lofty expectations, but it is what they're trying to build towards, right? And we saw the formula in that bounty win, right? Torji with a really strong tournament throughout, Spinks with MVP form in that final, meant that the new guys, Zelix, who we were just looking at, and PR, didn't actually have to take over the server in order for MOUZ to have success.
And that was the anomaly, you know. Spinks playing well, we've seen that before. That's going to happen again. Spinks is a great talent. Torsi all of a sudden finding that level with the AWP. It's been a long, long time since we've seen him play at that level. So that's one of the things I expect to maybe fade out a little bit or stabilize. And that's where you want to see Zelix and in particular PR coming. People kind of forget that PR at times in Gamer Legion, he would have like 1 or 2 tournaments where he was playing like you wouldn't put the label superstar on him, but you'd be like, if you continue that, then maybe in the future you could be a superstar. He's kind of faded out as well, but if you can get more out of PR and you can have a Torsi who's just slightly better than he's been before, then I think in terms of individual skill and I guess also capabilities as a group of individuals, they're good enough to be in the same conversation as a team like Na'Vi.
And the man who's tasked with taking them that extra percent for getting the most out of those players is Zershan, newly in the leadership role, so let's hear from him.
MOUZ goes against a Gamer Legion today, and I, for one, am excited to see how this goes. First round of the playoffs, how are you feeling coming into this one, Zershan?
Feeling good, feeling super confident with our matchup against them, and yeah, if we execute the plan that we set out to do, then I'm confident that we'll take out the W.
What did the group stage of the Esports World Cup expose about MOUZ? What do you think, in your own words, it brought to light about the MOUZ side?
Well, we talked about the team. It definitely exposed a little bit that sometimes we're a bit disconnected, that we still are not a full team in a way that we're still just a group of people at some time. So for us, it's really important to work on our connection in the server and making sure that we have one idea and we stick to it.
Your trading score is much lower than your opening impact. Is that simply the cost of the positions you take, or is it something in an area you want to improve in?
I guess, yeah.
It's nothing personal. It's just, I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Outstanding. So Gamer Legion, across the way, you've got some familiar faces. Just how familiar?
Not too familiar for me, but very familiar for PR. I know he's hungry to show a good face today, and yeah, I'm gonna be there for him, back him up when he needs it, and also help him get over the line.
Tell me about, for him, familiarity, because you've had to play against him in the past, and now things are a little different.
Yeah, of course, it's nice to get to play with him. I think he's a very bright young man. There's of course some things to work on, just like every player in the world, but yeah, I'm just really enjoying his company, and all the guys are the same, so yeah, we are really happy we picked him up.
Will there be Nuke in the veto today? Are you guys getting Nuke out of this?
Could be. Let's see.
Anything you want to say?
No.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nothing he wants to say, but he did say a lot, so thank you for that, Zershan. We've got our head-to-head going on here. Flammus and PR, the man who would replace him and the man who left.
2 fun players to watch, Nathan. You said it yourself, you think highly of Flammus, so do I. I think when he has the freedom to do whatever he wants, he can definitely be a difference maker on the server. And as said before, PR at times have shown that he has the potential to be maybe a superstar in the making. And I guess when you're in MOUZ, that's a pretty good place to show it.
Yeah, I think PR could really be the key for them to get over that edge and get over the trophies, because he has the multi-kill potential, especially when he was in the academy and he started being there. He was really showing up. People were even thinking he was cheating because he was like tapping all the time and he was pressing on his keys in a very specific way that people were like, oh, this guy is cheating. There's no way he's getting those multi-kills in those plays. No, the guy is here to stay. He's a very, very good player. The plays he makes are also very intelligent in the way he approaches it. He's not like just brute forcing into his positions and then just like straight raw aim multi-kills. No, he knows how to take the right angles, how to peek properly. The real CS2. I'm French. Sorry, I'm just fully back into
Le Counter-Strike.
But CS2, yeah, fully into it, like playing it the proper way, how the DNA of the game is being played. And so, yeah, as you said, very exciting players, both of them for different reasons.
Well, you'd know something about exciting uppers, so we've got one of them to look at. If you like a little bit of Hypex, you can see him over Nathan's shoulder there. We've got a little sneak peek at his setup, courtesy of Lenovo Legion. So we're taking a little look at what Hypex does to get ready for the game.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better
What's up, everybody? We're here at the Lenovo PC setup. I'm with Hypex of Gamer Legion. Hypex, you having a good time at Esports World Cup?
Yeah, it's been pretty good so far.
Yeah?
I'm happy to be here.
Nice. And well, today we're gonna put up or shut up when it comes to your setup. So where would we start when we start putting together you sitting down playing on LAN?
Okay, so first thing I do is plug in my gear, but obviously it's all plugged in now. So I would sit down, I would put my chair all the way to the top. Then I would sit close to the desk. I would usually have these off because they kind of block how much I can go in.
Yeah.
And then I usually put the desk down all the way to my belly button. Then I'll have my keyboard around like this. And then I'll bring the monitor around the same. So like this can nicely go in.
Okay,
like
yeah, slots right in.
Kind of makes sense. And then I just twist the monitor with it. So it'll be something like around like this. And then usually I'll put it back as much as possible.
But this Lenovo monitor, it slots in pretty well, I think. It looks like it makes sense.
It looks, to be honest, it looks perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And then the height, with some monitors I know, with some I just have to, you know, just think what's good. And then this seems pretty good to me.
Pretty accurate right here.
I'll probably leave it around this. My mouse pad goes all the way to the edge. So this is actually
So you don't like to have any sort of hang off there on the right side?
No, not for now. Maybe one day, but for now I just keep it like this. I mean, I kind of, you know, when I push myself in, I have some arm room, but I usually have my elbow just hanging off.
Tell me a little bit about like your chair and going into it for posturing. How important is this part of it?
Okay, so I know some players play like all the way with the chair back there and they don't really care, but my back would kill. So I bring it all the way to the back, so it's like pushing me into the desk, and I'll fully sit like this.
Do you think this is the start of how you end up with your face in the monitor?
I hope not, to be honest. Sometimes, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm too close, I'll push it back a little bit, but I feel like this is, to be honest, I would play like this right now. Oh, baguette. Baguette on a baguette.
Oh my God, it's baguette.
Here you go, croissant.
Is there anything you would tell the people at home who are trying to set up and get comfortable in the idea of playing on LAN for the first time?
I mean, I think everyone just has to find their kind of sweet spot. I don't think you should copy anyone. Or if you do copy, don't keep changing it and look at different players. Everyone just has their kind of sweet spot, how they play. Just try and get it as close as possible to at home, and then try and copy your settings on LAN. But you got to understand, not every LAN you're going to be able to do it, because there's different desks, some chairs, difference, and I mean, you just got to get used to it, I guess.
I want to thank you for watching us watch Hypex set up this Lenovo PC.
Thank you.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
And so if you want to play like Hypex, you better grab yourself some Lenovo Legion gaming gear as well. We're going to dive into the veto here, gentlemen, because it's almost time to get into the match. Anything we're looking for out of these maps?
Not really in particular. I think it's going to be one of those go-to videos where there's not going to be too big of a surprise. I don't think the changing of one player in Gamer Legion is going to change how they approach the different maps. The permaban as well going out of the way. We're going to speedrun it, Mirage, Ancient, and then as a decider we have Nuke, as I can see over on your screen. So no, to me, top of my head, no big surprise right here.
No, Mouse are just going for comfort picks, which is, I think, expected. They feel like they're the better team. I'm a bit surprised that there's no cash in the pool. That Gamer Legion could have been, you know, as an underdog, they could have come in. Snacks loves the map, always loved it back in the days, and, you know, he would have maybe that edge. Especially being a bit unknown on the map and what you can bring to the table against a Mouse that, you know, is shown a bit, maybe more in practice, and, you know, you never know. Like, it gives more of an even field for both teams, so I'm a bit surprised about that. They feel very confident on their Ancient. Mouse has always been also confident on their Ancient. They were always there individually as well, so I'm Yeah, pretty curious.
That's the thing. They're picking into maps they both like to play. Ancient and Mirage, it could have been the other way around, and it wouldn't have been too big of a surprise, you know. So it's a shared map pool to some degree.
Well, the ground is set, and you've heard from our analysts as well, so if you think you've got a pretty good idea of how this one might go, well, you should hop into our EWC Pick'ems. You'll see a nice QR code pop up on the screen here in a moment. You can do the Pick'ems, you can do your fantasy. You can predict which way this match is going to go. So that segues us nicely into this. Which way do you think this match is going to go, gentlemen?
I think Mouse are going to win this game. I'm just not sure whether I believe it's going to be a clean 2-0 version or it's going to be a close game. I think Gamer Legion have played well enough to apply some pressure, but I'm going to say Mouse and probably 2-0.
I'm expecting a clean 2-0 from Mouse, to be honest. I think they probably took that step, and by I mean Mouse, probably took that step above. I expect them just to beat them properly and to show that they're here to stay.
Well, this is our expectation, but as you said earlier, Snacks is nothing if not full of surprises. It's time to get into the game. Mouse versus Gamer Legion. Let's go.
Yes, that's right. Mouse versus Gamer Legion. The playoffs finally underway here at the Esports World Cup. And there's a lot of storylines in this one, Jason. Former friends, former teammates now having a clash for elimination here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Big challenge, and obviously we have Mouse now who's coming off this trophy that they've won, that they've lifted back at Blast. They got to be feeling really good. So sure, you got some people you're going up against that have previously been on the team, but you're feeling real good if you're Mouse right now.
Absolutely. Should be confidence for Mouse. We'll see if that translates into a performance inside of the server as we get into Mirage. Want to get quite a heavy B lean straight away here from Mouse is the call, but it looks like Gamer Legion want to try and pick up that information as soon as possible, getting a couple players down in towards the ramp.
Little bit of utility being chucked out towards the A bomb site, taking some attention away. Mouse closing in. A play up con, and look at the wraparound. Oh, Snacks wasn't ready, but still gets one. Traded off by Zelix, and now positioning towards the B bomb site.
Halson just waiting in the smoke. It faded now, so into the open it goes and phased out by PR. That's going to be Towson gone. It's weird seeing them on the other side of things, but PR taking down Towson with ease. Minute 5 seconds left as that bomb starts to get planted. Zelix inside of jungle. Flamas going to be gone. And now we're looking just down to 2 players. Hypex and Rez, no real chances at seeing their way into the rounds here at all.
It's a really well-constructed pistol round from Mouse. I like that a lot. You get Zelix into this aggressive lurk position after trading the kill, the death of Exertion and gaining that space. You've got a lot of pressure being applied to both bomb sites. Gamer Legion, I don't think ever really knew where that attack was going to finish. Mouse players lying in wait to punish the rotation, and this is a nice, easy one to close out. So 1-0 for Mouse. They're going to get started here on Mirage.
Yeah, PR is a player that we were expecting to go on to a bigger squad at some point in his career, and maybe took a while, longer than many expected, and maybe the likes of FaZe could have picked him up on their rebuild period. That wouldn't have been a move that I think anybody would have shaken a stick at, but going to Mouse seems like a decent fit for PR in this next progression.
We'll see if he's going to be the solution, right, to elevate them. That's the entire mission that Mouse has been on since the last major, is finally like, okay, we got to retool this a little bit and see if we can find a new way to kind of push us over the ceiling we've currently hit, to lift more trophies, to challenge for more trophies. And I think PR's addition, obviously, you got to point at it and say they already got one. So, I mean, you know, all roads are looking positive at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the season. Although, it does seem to happen with Mouse, where they make a significant roster move or a change to the team, and we'll see a burst of form. We got to see that back in Cluj-Napoca last year as well, when Brolin started in-game leading the team and Shuei went off the Team Liquid. And they won a tournament there, didn't go on to win another. So I'd like to see this be a lot more competitive for Miles across the season.
Yeah, you'd hope it would be. And I'd say, I mean, coming into this event, with how well Exertion has played, you know, within the IGL role, and the pop-off he had when he just took it over, that was so surprising. He's maintaining it pretty well. Second highest rated player for Mouse in the group stages of the Esports World Cup. Just behind Torji. Now the hit goes on, and Exertion leads from the front with the MAC-10. Takes a death. The 5-7 to the dome, but now more pressure being applied.
Yeah, Spinks just keeps it up. Great second kill as well from Spinks. He's got to love that. OHP down inside of the side. Celex could be in a bit of a spot of bother there as Hypex's shots start to go through, but none of them going to connect.
This is still a little dangerous for Mouse, though. That's the last smoke they have. When this clears, it looks like they're going to be willing to take the fight. So low HP on Zelix might be the point man. PR and his teammates to swing after the fact, but Mouse is looking for a little bit of safety to get this bomb planted.
The bomb shall be planted. PR the man to put it down. Now Torzy going to be going over towards jungle. It's Hypex is taking that kill. PR gone. Zelix. Quick response. Towson dead. 2v3 as Mouse currently hold that lead, but going to start sending Zelix down interconnected with that low HP. And Torsi's so sharp on the trigger. As soon as Rise walks near him, it's an instant kill. And Spinks will close out on Hypex. So a strong round out of Spinks. He'll get an upgrade, a well-deserved upgrade into the AK-47.
Yeah, great patience from him as well. Not panicking too much when his teammate goes down. Exertion with the MAC-10. Taking his time, knowing with the Glil, with that position, he's got plenty of safety. And patience is going to be rewarded. So good kills out from Palace to alleviate some of the pressure. A really nice double kill to help secure the bomb site in a second round for Mouse. For Gamer Legion, they invest. Deagles, P250s, they're going to fight a little bit here in round 3, but guns come out in the next one.
Yeah, a little bit for sure, but you're really looking to likes of Snacks and Flowers and Rose to pull something off here with the Deagles. That's the real talking point in the round for Gamer Legion, but should be an easy 3-0 start for Mouse.
Really interesting event for Gamer Legion with how well they kind of played in the group stage and breezed through their group, the top seed. They came into this event on a 6-match losing streak, able to take down Luminosity and GG How, and due to the upset of GG How earlier on, they got a nice easy path to the top seed coming out of their group.
And obviously GG How pulling off the more difficult feat in taking down Team Spirit to start things off, but you know, Gamer Legion, you just have to play the opponent that's in front of you, and that was their path here to the playoffs. Now you've immediately found your match in a great opponent in Mouse.
That's why it's like a little bit sneaky when I was like looking up stats this morning for the game and everything. Is the Gamer Legion players, excuse me, are so highly rated. There's 3 of them in the top 10 of the event overall. But it's just due to the virtue of that nice, easy kind of path through the group stage.
Very different story for both teams coming into the event.
Yeah, otherwise, Gamer Legion's been on a little bit of a streak of struggles recently. Towson's going to try and find a kill at the end. Torji low HP. There's the double swing, can only get the 1.
Yeah, I think the storyline we started the tournament with for Gamer Legion is still the same story that stands, right? The fact that they had a good run in America towards the end of last season, leading up into the Cologne Major. They played well, and Texans played well in Atlanta, but then their big problem...
Played bad in Cologne.
Yeah, played very badly in Cologne, and really started to see just a drop-off in form of the individual players. Obviously, PR goes on to Mouse, so a fresh start here for Gamer Legion. It hasn't been a good start to the second half of this year, but maybe this could be the turning point. If they take down Mouse, that's got to be a massive boost of confidence for Gamer Legion.
It should be, with the way the Mouse is playing at the moment. Utility out towards middle. Here's the take towards the top boxes. Off angle for Hypex's AWB. Been a big piece of this Gamer Legion defense with the AWP. Part of the reason why their Atlanta and Dallas campaign went so strong right before the major. He's going to be negated here with no shot, with no glimpse.
And we do have to play a 4v5 here in the gun round for Gamer Legion. Snaps being made here for PR. They're going to be charging out of the apartments down into the side. Hypex going to miss his. Towson will spray away for 2, but his teammates are gone. And they know what Towson is, but it doesn't matter because he'll still triple. And he's burning inside of the flames, but he'll throw smoke down, buys time. Rotation there from Flamus. Damage done to Torsi. Finished off, in fact. And so Exertion has the clutch up, and he's actually pulled it off. So Exertion steps up. In-game leader and clutcher all in one here for Mouse.
Oh, they made a footstep a little bit too early. So very deep in B halls, which allows Hypex to turn with the AWP and pair up on that defense. Stronghold from Gamer Legion, but just the trading in rebuttal. The second wave of Mouse players is so effective. A lovely triple kill from Towson, really good stuff, but when all your teammates fall on the rotation, he's still on the island on his own.
Weak weapons now for Gamer Legion, coming close to a round victory, but not close enough. And Miles can go on a terror at this point in the half, even if already 4-0 up, settling into your map pick like this. It's kind of the nightmare scenario for Gamer Legion coming in as the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, Miles is in a very good position here in this round to kind of grasp complete control. Open it up with 5-0. They're going to go quiet. Window room is going to get smoked off. They'll scale down the mid-ramp. Defense is situated towards the A bomb site. 4 defenders here for Gamer Legion.
And Exertion goes towards the bottom of Connector. He'll start making his way closer and closer to the waiting steps of Towson, who plays at the bottom of the stairway. Snack's about to try and cross into the open, but it's the Towson pounce that is the real threat here, and they're slowing Exertion down, but he still stays so comfortable in that spot. He works that so well to get his kill, and then the spam down through the triple boxes as well is good enough. Now, Rez is going to wait down inside of the B site.
Dude.
He's on his own. He's got a 5-7, and so far, so good for Miles. It should be relatively easy to remove Rez as well. Finally found him. It's going to be Torzi get the job done. PR even survives on 2 HP. And yep, a 5-0 flawless lead here for Miles. Exactly what they would have been looking for coming into this game.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a lovely sequence from Exertion, but I think Towson's going to be really frustrated. Thought he had the clean look, sells his position. Exertion wasn't even really considering it. He was looking to be a fake that whole time and see how much information he could gather. You get a kill on top of all that, on top of all that presence. You're just laughing.
I think that's the impressive thing about how Exertion plays, that he never puts himself in harm's way to the point where he's giving a free fight to Towson on the rifle, so manages to get his teammates in a position as well. And I think Cyclone's going to be the happier of the two coaches going into this timeout.
Certainly, I mean, very pleased with the way they're playing. Been strong and composed. I'll say this, I mean, Gamer Legion haven't done anything to knock them off their game yet. We haven't really seen Mouse tested, but early glimpse so far of the way this T-side is now rolling on Mirage, and it's feeling like Exertion is having no issues getting this team into a really strong position. He's got Spinks delivering for him, 6-1 for Spinks, 7-3 for Exertion leading the way. They got a 5-0 lead here on the opening map of this series.
Yeah, it could get worse for Gamer Legion if they're not able to start winning right now at this point. We've got Hypex getting into connector. Torzi's ult's going to be looking down short. Always fun when you get a player who's played in the squad for so long, and PR going up against them and actually having that edge and that idea of how his teammates like to play. See if he can actually work it into the server today. Going to be up in the apartments. That's his default position. And Snack's going to be smoked out the window as Exertion starts to slip forward to Con.
Ooh, this time picked off. Exertion going to get negated, but here's the scale up short. A little bit of a fake towards the A bomb site. Torji's op wants to provide cover so they can scale and turn this corner, but a trap is laid by Gamer Legion, and Hypex going to respond again.
Torji's under so much pressure. Oh my god, he gets away with it. Towson getting taken down. Snacks had to trade and does so effectively. Now it's Spinks. Good kill. Flam is completely blinded in the open. And now Spinks has a chance for multiple kills down inside of the site. 44 seconds. Res up next. Headshot landed. And now PR left 1v3. The bomb is all the way at shore, so far away from him.
There's probably no chance for him to actually win this round, but any more weapons he takes away are super valuable. There's no money built up for the Gamer Legion side. So if I'm PR right now, I'm not even thinking about winning the round. And you can tell by this route he's walking, he's not either. He wants kills. He wants to take one more gun away from this defense, force the rebuy, keep the economy low, and set his team to break them in the next round.
Well, Rez is right there under the wood. PR is going to spot him, but not able to get his crosshair in the right spot, and that's Rez outmatching him in the individual duel. So finally, Gamer Legion get a round win.
Off the back of Hypex, and he got some clean looks, right? No flash to activate Exertion on the peak, no smoke in his face, no grenades, no Molotovs to force him off the angles. Just got to sit and wait. 2 different kills. It's a very nice flick up from his perspective, and a clean round victory for Gamer Legion. Right out of the timeout as well, so they got to be very pleased with how that played out.
Here's Snacks, all the way towards top middle, getting a little bit of aggression straight away. Flash gonna meet him and force Snacks to reconsider his options as he starts to peel away from that aggressive top mid play. He's about to get pushed in the underpass. Snacks is as good as dead at this point in this position. There's absolutely no way he gets out of that at that stage of the round. So Exertion walking forward. He'll love the free kill. Torsi then takes away Flammus, and immediately the beating heart of Gamer Legion has been ripped out of their chest.
Yeah, I think the call for Gamer Legion is going to be everyone meet up at the B bomb site and let's just gamble it's going to end here. There's no chance if you stay spread out across the map. Hypex is going to play ticket with the AWP. Towson pushes forward to turn into a warning system. But Mao's not committed quite yet. Bomb's still in mid. They've got a minute to play with.
Towson's been so good on this B site when called upon. Let's see if he can do it again. Just playing here towards the couch on the right side of PR. PR finally starts to brave the steps forward, but Talson's so ready. PR dies, but it's about Miles going into the A side.
Yeah.
They populated it.
I was going to say, this is the real move. Like, you know, PR is going to go check towards the B bomb site. Exertion makes his information play at the A bomb site. One of them is going to figure out what's happening and where exactly to finish. So Miles, with a huge man advantage, a 5-on-3, find the free bomb site, but Gamer Legion do get to bring 3 weapons, including an AWP, into the next round.
Yeah, at least the save call able to come through and it, leave it empty-handed, but I mean, we're already looking at 6 T rounds on Mirage here for Miles. I think Exertion's going to be very happy with how his team are playing around him at the moment. Obviously playing well himself. 8 kills, 4 deaths. You were highlighting how he hasn't really seen a drop-off. He's taking up the role, and Zelix is actually applying the idea of no mercy towards his opponents. He's caught res, rather, up in the apartments, and that's another weapon gone.
Yeah, not even risking a whole lot himself. I mean, never really peeking past this angle. Just looking to see if anyone's going to give him something free. So 6-1. Gamer Legion do have cash to buy. They can drop 2 weapons over. It's going to be a full buy in the next round for this defense, but running out of opportunities, and Mal's really starting to show superiority. Trying to get him fired up here going into round 8. Hypex Sue with the AWP, and that's the round they have, is the double kill from Hypex. That one feels like miscommunication. Maybe not, I mean, I guess thinking underpass was clear, thinking maybe someone else would be covering it, but that's an easy opening kill provided.
Out mid, they go for the mouse side. Utilities in play, but Hypex has been so good here for Gamer Legion in the round win that they've had. So he's going to go again. Zelix taken down, opening kill here for Gamer Legion. Torsic going to try and hunt it back, and he does connect the shot out towards CT, but it's not enough damage to bring him down. And speaking of not enough damage, 1 HP left on Spinks, and he jumps out of there before those grenades come in to finish him off.
Really unfortunate Torji doesn't get that kill, just gets the tag. I love that decision when you see the AWP ring out over on short to say, all right, well, if there's not going to be an AWP holding me, I'm happy to take this challenge. I love that assertive nature of the AWPer.
Look at this from Flammus. Speaking of assertive, he's pushed through the ramp all the way towards T-spawn.
Man advantage with low HP, and he's like, if I die, it's no big deal. Everyone else is still going to be here. Let me go gather the information. And look at the way it's going to allow Rez to cheat over to this B bomb site. Hypex, again, will just nail those shots as long as you crouch into his crosshair.
And claims another off short. 40 seconds left, and it's so easy to tell where Miles are going to finish this round because of all that information.
They might want to save. I feel like they're going to go for this. They might feel like they have the economy is still pretty low from the previous round, so might want to get a couple extra kills, but this is going to be tough.
Very low percentage chance of winning this round. Hypex lessens those numbers even more so now with that kill up towards the apartment. Spinks trying to fight forward. PR dead, and Spinks is on 1 HP as he retreats. Felt like that was always going to be the result of the round, and that ends up being a second for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, really good job from them. Another triple kill round from Hypex, multi-kill round from Hypex. But I mean, that's a couple rounds now we've seen in a row where he's not really being harassed. That's Exertion kind of crouching and taking a dry fight into his back-to-back rounds. I wonder if Miles will start being a little bit more cautious about that, use a little bit more utility early on in the staging setup. Or maybe if you're Exertion, you just say, you know what, let's hit an attack directly to a bomb site. Take the AWP out of the equation entirely. It's been the middle of the map where that's been a nuisance. And a timeout taken, the first for Miles. We'll see if Cyclone wants to switch anything up in the conversation. IMD talking to his boys on Gamer Legion as well, as they've got their 2 rounds for the first time on the board. For Miles, this playoff run, too, is about establishing that success that we saw back at Blast, hoisting that trophy, isn't just going to fade away and disappear. That these changes have made Miles stronger permanently, that they're here to stay and here to challenge.
Miles should be looking at this side of the bracket.
Yes, they should.
Let's make that final. That we have to make this final. You got the weaker side of the bracket. Still some strong teams on this side, but obviously the other side is filled with the Titans of Counter-Strike, so you got to take this opportunity if you're Miles, and if you are going to be a challenger this season, then prove it now. And currently a very strong lead here against Gamer Legion. It would be a statement to see them crush Gamer Legion today, but it does feel like Gamer Legion is starting to get their feet beneath them here at Mirage in this first half.
Well, we're about to see if this changeup can do anything, because it is a little bit of what I thought. Mao's looking to turn a little bit more directly towards the bomb sites. 3 players waiting on A ramp and Palace. Exertion is going to be the distraction over in middle. We'll see him try and move his way up con. He's got the support of his teammate in Zelix, who's going to block off the window.
Good timing for Rez, backing away from that smoke fade and not exposing himself to the crosshair of Exertion. He knows he loves to play around the window and the connector. So Rez is looking for Exertion in these positions, but we got Flammers committed on top wood. Hypex has to catch a good time. He's just spotted the player walking out off the ramp. Snacks caught by a perfect flashbang from PR. That allows Exertion to get the first kill, but Flammers 2 off the wood as he drops down below. And Hypex chimes in from CT spawn, and all of a sudden Flammers has a chance for another. It's domination from Flammers. He ignites the hole with a 4K, and that's Gamer Legion up to a 3rd round win.
Well, damn, Flammers, one of the new additions. That's a pop-off round from him, and we saw him trying to hype the boys up a little bit earlier when things were starting to look desperate. That's a great performance to stop a hit when your team loses the opening death.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, he's got a lot of distraction of his teammates as well across the site. And then he just handles this last one. Torzy couldn't get the angle up on him with the weapon he had, so mibr.los' adaptation has resulted in a round loss, quite convincingly so. And so now they're down to low-tier weapons, P250s, Glocks. It's a full eco coming up here.
Yeah, super proud of your Gamer Legion. 3 of the last 4 rounds in your favor. Defense has finally showed up and put a stop to mibr.los, forced them back to pistols. So a very cautious, slow-paced round as mibr.los basically use this as a free timeout and just have a little chit-chat while they sit back with the weaker weapons.
Oh yeah, they're going to be really frustrated that they've let this strong lead slip the way they have.
That's Hypex's op that's been punishing you. Now Flammus is rattling off a triple kill. Those are the 2 guys. Towson hit his triple earlier in the half as well. But I think really the conversation for mibr.los has got to be about that op in the hands of Hypex, because that has been a problem.
And the ball will not be slipping out of Palace, because Flammus has moved up to take Spinks down. So the bomb dropped over there, and that's your only hope for the round really, was to try and get a bomb plant. You don't even get a kill. So ends up being a 4th round victory for Gamer Legion, as it should be in a round like that. And then we'll get back to the buy for mibr.los.
A little bit light on nades on the mibr.los side of things for how much mid control they've been doing and how much they've been using that to springboard either up short or up con. So you won't have as nearly as many layers of utility to allow you to scale slowly and safely. You might have to take a few more risks in various places. Nursing this 2-round lead with 2 rounds remaining in this first half.
There's a spray down middle. Snacks opens things up immediately with a kill on Spinks, and look how much damage has been done to the other mibr.los players. This is a disastrous start to the round for the T side, and the flashes keep coming, and the Gamer Legion players keep flooding towards them, and the defense has become the attack, as now Exertion and PR are left alone, crushed by this Gamer Legion call. They have read it perfectly, and PR is left on low HP, 22 health, and he goes out to his death as well.
They got to be holding their hands up in the air like, how did we not get that first kill? Very long, extended spray battle from top, mid to window. And I feel like it's the multiple Ts that probably should have come out on top of that, but just a disgusting amount of damage dealt to him by Snacks. How has he not died? Really gets away with one. And then the follow-up push is just brutal from Rez. We're going to tie things up, it's looking like, going into the second half. 5-6, Gamer Legion coming all the way back, 4 in a row on this CT side.
There's again a mid kill that's gone in favor of Gamer Legion immediately. You know, the call for mibr.los is trying to accelerate into this B side to try and get into the 1 defender there. But he's also got Rez out short who can help him. So Towson gets the 1, Rez gets the double, and Gamer Legion in control now. So beautiful to see this turnaround from 6-1 up from mibr.los to now 6 apiece. Gamer Legion, what a comeback in this first half.
Yeah, insane recovery. That should definitely get them hyped up and excited during the break. They'll switch sides and we'll take a little pause in the action, and mibr.los need to collect themselves. 5 straight round losses, 6 of the last 7 in the favor of Gamer Legion. mibr.los just disappeared out of the server.
Now, we were really singing the praises of mibr.los and Exertion's calling early on, looking, okay, we're getting the ideal start if you're mibr.los, but Gamer Legion, yeah, clawing it back, and really it just started with them winning the mid fights, which is coming out on top of mid.
I mean, just lack of kills in the closing rounds of that opening half. mibr.los had 5 kills in the last 5 rounds of the half. You know, that's obviously going to make it very, very difficult to win. That's the understatement of the day.
Yeah, but you gotta say, it's just the different looks Gamer Legion had for controlling middle, and then having a strong B hit, hold as well as That's always helpful.
I think that's what's impressive about Gamer Legion is it was off mid that Mouse was getting everything, and then once Hypex's AWP started putting him down, 1, 2 players just kind of walking into an angle, Mouse couldn't get the engine running again after that. Hypex really changed the nature of that opening half.
Well, now it's Gamer Legion playing with the momentum. We see Torsi trying to take that back. Steps out from the bottom of connector, immediate headshot onto Rez. Yuto will start flying through the sky towards this B-bomb site, but unfortunately for Gamer Legion, they've lost 2 players already, so Mao's in a really strong spot. Try and close this pistol round out just from the get-go, and it feels like your play never really happened because Spinks slicing away 3 attackers, and we leave Snacks 1v5. You know he's good for a pistol clutch, but not hungry today. So that'll be a 7-6 scoreline for Mouse.
Yeah, good shooting from Spinks. Triple kill from him, some really sharp headshots, and a lovely coordination on the utility when they hear the footsteps. Drop the nades at the choke point, easy kills. Gamer Legion to have a single clean look in that round. So both pistols over to Mouse here on this opening map of the series. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals. Loser is eliminated here in the round of 16.
He'll go on to play Foot to manage to get the win versus Magic earlier today in a 2-1 fashion. Miles having already played Foot. Good exertion. He just sprays down into the underpass, comes out with 1. Spinks gets 2 towards top middle, and they clean up the Glocks as quickly as they can. So 8-6. Again, it's going to be a decent start to the half here for Miles, but let's see if Gamer Legion can get it going earlier than having to be 6-1 down in the half.
Well, M4's out for this CT side. Plenty of utility, a kit as well in the hands of Zelix. Exertion picking one up as well. So Mouse defense looking very strong. Gamer Legion, all AK-47s. Nade missing, and they're going to go quick. Stream wide, out middle to the mid boxes. Torji's under some pressure, but no danger of his life just yet until he tries to evacuate.
That's Torzi getting knocked away. So advantage already for Gamer Legion coming into this round, but this is a reaction from Mouse. Is trying to send some players into Palace, get some map control back. Flamus is going to be aware of that. Trying to shift his way forward, realizing this has been an area of the map that's been open all round long. But as he starts to move forward, Mouse begin to back off.
Yeah, what's scary about this, if you're a Mouse fan, is if you push that deep into Palace and see nobody home, you start getting the feeling that it's not going to be a finish at the A-bomb site, like it's going to be on the other side of the map. And you can tell that's either the read that Mouse have at the moment, or at least the decision they're making on the gamble to just preserve the weapons. Either way, they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Gamer Legion will creep that scoreboard ever closer.
Yeah, loving that. And you got Zelix coming back over towards CT. He'll try and disrupt them, delay them, throw smoke in, cause a couple of issues, but he should be getting cleared out no problem. And the flashbang is only going to help that matter. So Towson walks in, Zelix taken down, and Mouse, just with the nature of them rotating away from the A side, have to save these 3 weapons on B. So again, Gamer Legion getting back to winning ways as soon as the guns have come out, and that will end up being a 7th round. The gap, again, just 1 round.
Good find on Torji, a little cheesy as he tries to jump back through the smoke. Good timing on the break.
Do you like your cheeses, Jason?
Yeah, I do like some cheeses. I'm known to.
Yeah, we are in Paris. I had a cheeseburger the other day, Jason. You wouldn't have liked it.
No?
The meat was good, the bread was good, but they put the stinky French cheese on top of it, and I was like, not quite accustomed to that, Jason, you know?
Sure. I understand that.
You gotta get that processed stuff.
Yeah, give me like the good old-fashioned American one that melts at the right temperature.
And never leaves your arteries.
Well,
right. Fist bumps coming in because Gamer Legion have earned another round victory.
Yeah, staying in this fight, aren't they? We'll see if, I mean, this might be a very critical round for this game. This could be a huge swing round to at least see how competitive it's going to be. I think Mouse's economy not in the prettiest place after that loss. They did save plenty of weapons. They did rebuy the weapons they lost. They're doing okay, but it's going to start getting sketchy from here. If they can't turn this around on the CT side, Torji's off sees nothing.
Just aggressive play forward. Again, Zelix CT aggressive move has been caught by Towson, so you're offering up the opening kill here, and Gamer Legion gonna frag.
Yeah, in your first 2 gun rounds as well. That's both, it's back-to-back rounds you've lost the opening kill, and very, very tough, putting a lot of stress on the team, a lot of stress on the economy, and Torji's just barely gonna miss that timing. He did find it at the end of the day.
Smokes out towards Ticket. It's his own smoke. He's trying to use some cover now. Exertion has wall buying back on Rez, so the kills And once again, even the bomb has actually slipped out safely behind Triple. It is being planted. Snacks over the top of the stairs. Peels away with Spinks, and that advantage once again falls in favor of the post plant. Towson this time upstairs. He nearly gets 2, and that's PR finally sending 1 shot back. But you can't win this because PR is on 11 HP. Torzi has an AWP. You have to get out of there.
Yeah, you want to save these weapons. You want to be able to drop and buy in the next round. PR can give a weapon over to his teammate. Torzi likely can as well. But I'll tell you what, MOUZ isn't dictating anything in these 2 gun rounds we've seen so far here on Mirage. This is all them reacting to Gamer Legion. Part of that, and obviously a big part of that, is the fact they've lost the opening kill in these 2 rounds. That's got to be the conversation if you're MOUZ, if you take a timeout and you're Cyclone, is we need to play these 5v5s, you know, more than just the first 20 seconds of the rounds. It's giving Gamer Legion all the freedom to navigate the map and pick and choose their point of attack. So round 17, 2 weapons brought over by MOUZ, couple weapons dropped over for another strong buy, but they're getting real beat up in quite a stretch. Second timeout taken by the MOUZ defense.
Yeah, not happy with this performance at all. To think they started 6-1, they've won 2 rounds since then. And they were the pistol in the second round here. They kick off this second half.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a bit of 100 reasons I could have given you for MOUZ just being able to roll, steamroll, and pop off and close that map after the start. But Gamer Legion admirably has fought back in such a big way. I mean, and to be fair, it's like, this is what we wanted. This is the Gamer Legion we kind of expected to be at Cologne. One with a little bit of grit, a little bit of tenacity to stick around in games, and enough danger to keep things close. We didn't see that. But now the roster changes have brought it right back, and Gamer Legion fighting for this playoff spot. This place in the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup.
I mean, for Gamer Legion, you can let it fire you up as well. That people were saying, no, they've made it to the playoffs. Not really a legitimate run at all. The teams they beat are super easy to get through. This playoff performance is somewhat fraudulent, but you beat MOUZ, and I think you throw out all that conversation. Like, okay, you've earned your spot here.
Yeah,
you've earned your spot in the quarterfinals.
Can't mess with that one. Well, MOUZ have the right read, at least out of this timeout. They've got 4 players towards the A bomb site. 2 in con, protecting middle and jungle. 2 at the top of A ramp to stuff any attack.
Yeah, Zelex moves up towards the ramp itself, and Towson and Hypex with a bomb in their possession. Need to be careful here. Was trying to get out of Palace. He had a chance. He did a lot of damage as well to Exertion. Zelex is up next. He hasn't really found too much success in these ramp plays, and he'll continue to get wrecked by Towson, who's looking so sharp in the multi-kill department. Spinks is caught in the open. He couldn't fight on 2 fronts, so understandably he goes down towards the stairs, and then Flamus just easily marches forward towards CT spawn. This is looking like 2 very different rosters inside of the server. Gamer Legion in full control, everybody looking sharp, and you can't say anybody looks that great right now for MOUZ.
No, I'm not sure where they've gone. That looked really flat. That was a really weak attempt at pushing in a piece of aggression. I wonder if that's a play that they like to make when they have nades in utility. We see teams all the time. Flashbang's the obvious one, but even throwing a nade just to obscure vision and take a swing with that. But with a low buy, MOUZ didn't have those resources, and the dry peek just is terrifying.
Oh, there we go! Little Snacks classic for you. Round of 16, and a round of applause for the knife.
And no reaction from old Snacks either.
And it's just another day at the office.
Yeah, just brutal. Giving him a 9-8 lead and now plenty of cash in the back pocket. This map has just turned around so quickly.
He's dialed in. Just trying to call Gamer Legion with some momentum. We know Snacks is a great caller when he's got momentum on his side, when he feels confident in his plays and his pieces. And that could be very scary here for MOUZ. He could just sail forward and just take this win.
This is the map selection of MOUZ as well. They wanted to bring it over to Mirage, so Gamer Legion surprising them on their map pick a little bit here.
Trying to do some work up con. It's going to be Snacks and Rez to find success. PR is the only player with a rifle to get 1. Torch's USPs come through with a kill. Look at the damage done to Snacks. Flam is trying to pull it back, and he makes that look very easy.
Yeah,
that's
the one. They needed that really, really badly. That was actually extremely dangerous for Gamer Legion.
Man, we talked a little bit about Gamer Legion's success in Atlanta and their American run. I think we also have to talk about the fact that Flamus was there, who has obviously had a couple of runs with Team BP and slotting into different roles, different positions, and perform with all of them. Managed to take down Vitality at the event. So I think that's really impressive from Flamus, and finally he's back in Gamer Legion, a little bit more permanent, some So a project he actually work around and build, and hopefully we get to see more and more Flammers growing, because I really enjoyed watching him.
I was going to say, I think on paper this makes a lot of sense. It feels like they've now picked up like a really, really strong rifling core with Flammus, with PR, with Rez. You've got two younger riflers. You've got Rez, the more experienced guy. You got a strong developing Opper and Hypex as well.
Yeah, and then Towson is obviously so strong. So you lose PR, but you gain Flammus, and I think that's a move you're not going to be too disappointed with. Flammus is a very, very capable player.
Oh, sorry, I said PR instead of Towson, didn't I? Thank you for fixing that.
It's all good. It's bound to happen in a game like this. Well, fist bumps all coming in. A few rounds left to play, it feels like, with the way Gaming Legion are currently performing. This feels like Mouse's last legs they've got to stand on in this game.
Yeah, it's weird to say that. It's crazy how that happened. I feel like they should have way more chances, but we've just seen them, like, the players just run flat. Now the frags aren't coming, the kills aren't coming, the heads-up fights are going the way of Gamer Legion. All right, Hypex forced into an aggressive angle, steps in front of the Molotov, and backs away slowly. Looks like a timing hit. Snacks is going to arrive here pretty soon. They might pull the trigger right on this fade.
Smokes and flashes heading out towards the A side. We've got 3 players coming out of Palace, 2 defending within it. Out first. Oh my god, Torsi's just completely unaware. So now Zelix has a lot to do, and he's had a really quiet map, so hard to see a world in which he gets more than one. And the trade does come through from Rez. So 4v3, Mals have to retake, and we haven't seen them even look close to getting into a winnable situation. And they have 1 flash, 1 kit. It's over.
That walkout Palace is crazy. That walkout Palace is so hardcore.
But he's been doing that the entire half.
Well, I mean, look, it's hard because you feel like that's a fake if you're you mentioned the Opera, you mentioned Torsi just kind of stepping in to the boxes unawares. That all that utility shows that it's going to be like a fake of some kind, right? The A utility is chucked out, both smokes, no commitment, no follow-up flashbangs. So you feel like it's going to be a turn up short. I imagine Torsi's getting to that position to have a teammate break the smoke so we can have a line of sight.
And then out comes Flammus.
And then just out comes Flammus. Out comes the rest of Gamer Legion as well. Tricky play call, but it also helps when you've been beaten up throughout this entire half.
Yeah, and you can kind of get into that flow as well if your snacks or all these calls are working, and you just feel more and more confidence with every single round win.
And all the questions around Snacks of how good of an IGL can he become. One thing he's always been good at and solid at is calling with momentum. And now that he's got you on that string, he's really working it. He's making it look good.
And obviously this team is just such a different beast when you've got that rifling engine online, when you've got Towson having some standout moments with a couple of multi-kills, either anchoring or a double towards ramp on the T side. And then you've got Rez and Flammus just stepping up consistently. It's great to see you, and honestly, very fun to watch Gamer Legion when they're playing this well. Rez is going to try and disrupt this lower tunnel smoke, move through it. Coming out top mid, it's a good crunch here for Gamer Legion. Finally some resistance though as that sprays off from Rez, and that is going to end up being a Sphinx double in the round. Flammus trying to react to pull this one back for Gamer Legion. He's coming out of the ramp instead of Palace this time. But tough to see how he's going to pull this off. He throws the Molotov up. Zelix peeks him with the MP9 and will upgrade into the AK.
That was maybe the last chance. If that AK could have got something, Flammus maybe one of those kills. Hypex arrives in time to help you out, but not to be. Maus finally clamped down on this CT side. First gun round win in their favor. They stop a 5-round streak from Gamer Legion. And you mentioned it being the last gasp. Yeah, let's see if they can go on a streak here. Gamer Legion just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map of the series.
I think you're not going to be too disappointed in that round loss as well for Gamer Legion, because you obviously have so much money to buy back in the next, but also the nature and how they lose this, it's just whiff spray from Rez. He knows he won't do that again, you know, or just a 50-50 fight going the other way in mid. Gotta feel like you have a track record that you can have faith in that's gonna get you up to that 12th now if you're Gamer Legion.
If I'm Gamer Legion and I'm Snacks, I'm leaning on this A bomb side. I feel like you've been able to overrun it so many times. I think you've had a couple freebie rounds there, able to take advantage of the inexperience of Zelix. Him and Torji haven't been playing particularly well together in this half so far. Just keep leaning on it.
Oh, Zelix has not had a good game here trying to defend ramp. He's had a very tough time. He's lucky to get out of that one alive. as the nades came after him.
Yeah, probably should be dead. That would have been the third time he'd gone down in a very similar play of trying to execute that aggressive peek down ramp. Shifting over, relocating back on the map to the other side. Flamus, Hypex, and Towson towards the B bomb site with the bomb in tow. Rez in middle is able to grab one. And they want to pinch this. They want to eliminate this position.
Around the back. Ooh, good turn from Exertion. And you weren't winning that one, Rez. Well, PR just back short. They're diving out of the window. Blinded and also taking damage on board, but still wins it. So now Miles starting to win a couple of these fights, looking a little 50-50. But into the site, Gamer Legion go. Plant coming up. Missed shot from Torsi, but it's all about this flank from Exertion.
Yeah, but if he can read it, Towson, he now gets in a good position. They saw him over at bench. Exertion might not expect this. They must have the flank be effective.
Towson waits. Exertion strikes. So it's got to be Towson to triple up from the van. And the first bullet inaccurate. Exertion makes it happen coming out of the apartments. A great triple kill out of him. And that flank was the insurance policy that gets Miles up to 10 and makes this map possible again.
Well, you said Resident wasn't going to miss 2 sprays in a row. He missed a kill there in middle that he would like to have back because all of a sudden it's not feeling so comfortable if you're Gamer Legion up 11-10. Now, as you mentioned just last round, they have plenty of cash, so not out of the fight. In fact, they're going to have everything they want, and they still got some money left over, so not too shabby. But 2 in a row for Mouse brings them right back into this game, and it's starting to feel much better. Spinks at 17, same with Exertion.
Well, Gamer Legion perhaps going to lean on a more direct hit towards the B site in search of 12 rounds, in search of map point. Miles holding on. They've got the AWP of PR in the right position. The secondary sniper brought up at a crucial point in the game. He's going to be going up against his former primary AWPer teammate in Hypex, who is coming towards him. Flash into the angle. PR wins it, so advantage now with Mouse. Tucks into the corner, smoke drop for cover, and this is going to delay Gamer Legion. It's going to cost them crucial seconds, trying to force PR down to 0 HP, but the nades just ain't landing. And this is actually putting Gamer Legion in such a tough spot because the rotation has arrived.
It's why it looks like there was almost a second execute, as they're so desperate to get that kill, knowing where he is, knowing he's low, knowing it's going to be tough to get out. But look how much utility they've just wasted trying to secure that. You just don't have a whole lot of nades left. 2 smokes, 2 flashing for Gamer Legion to find the finishing move. Towson, Snacks, and Rez coming through the underpass now. You got Spinks up in ladder room. Exertion's going to be on short, so the defense has got a really good line on where this attack is going to come.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Miles are going to let this one go, but final pieces of utility being put in place. Top con and window smoke. Spinks actually gets the fight he's looking for before that smoke plume, so into the strong 2-man advantage now. Flamus has to go nuclear, and we know he can be that playmaker. He's got one in towards the ladder room. Spinks gone, but he pulls out a nade. His hand's busy, and Exertion trying to tap away. Seeing that they try and get in towards Con. I'll throw the grenade forward, but 20 seconds left for Gamer Legion. They've got no money left, so they have to back away. They realize they can't win this round, and this is going to be a tough pill to swallow, but one they must, because 11-11, Gamer Legion have stalled out towards the end of this map.
11-11 in a situation, too, where you're going to have to really scrape a buy together. Rez not going to get any bonus money. Flamus can buy, so you're going to have a real conversation of how this money works and how you want to play these last 2 rounds. How much do you want to leave, potentially, for round 24? And completely brilliant recovery from Mouse after such a stretch in the second half. That could have just knocked them off kilter. I still think if you're Mouse during this timeout, if you're Cyclone, you're probably not calling for it at this moment, but you're saying, guys, at one point in this last year, we got one more A-hit we got to win. We have one more execute towards that A-bomb site coming at us. You're speaking directly to Torji, directly to Zelix, and telling them to be prepared at all times because you know Gamer Legion is going to test that at least once more.
Well, Miles didn't have the stopping power in that first few rounds here, but it's kind of the same story of both halves, right? The fact that both defenses really struggled in the initial gun rounds, then suddenly figure it out. They win a few fights in mid, which breaks the money of their opponents, forces them into more direct hits to the bomb sites, and then you've got strong anchor performances. Very similar performance from both teams throughout this game.
Well, risky call from Gamer Legion in the timeout. They shove virtually all in. Everyone's bought up. 2 MAC-10s, AWP on Snacks, AKs on Rez and Flamus. and we're rushing the B-bomb site. We love it.
Bottom of the barrel, but let's see if they can barrel through the defense. We've got PR waiting. Good kill on the rifle. Snacks the trade. Again, the pressure's on Spinks, but his rifle's ready. He gets a dink on the 2, and Exertion's right there with him. AK out now, better than reloading, and that's a strong hope for mibr that's going to push them up to map point. It's crazy to see this happen, but it is mibr who claim map point first. A fantastic comeback, showing their class and mental strength.
Yeah, that's a really good hold as well. I think they were caught off guard a little bit. PR didn't seem like he was fully prepared. Spinks looked like he was panicking a little bit, but good rotations. Gamer Legion with that first kill go in the way of mibr. They couldn't actually secure the bomb site, take that space. So the reinforcements from Exertion is very, very effective.
Well,
and now it all comes down to this last round.
And look at it as well, Jason. We're talking 3 Galils, 1 Deagle, a single AK-47 for Raz. The individuals of Gamer Legion disappear at a crucial point in the game, and now they're getting ready for an A play. And you said, Till, in that timeout,
one more.
We're going to be talking about it. There's going to be one more in regulation coming at you. And as that man you highlighted, Torzy's up at the ready to try and stop them coming out. It's one straight onto Telson. mibr trying to close this one. Gamer Legion desperately trying to make it into overtime, but they will not get past Zelex. A quiet game, but a strong finish. Fantastic tenacity out of mibr.
Yeah, that's an absolutely lovely, lovely showing from mibr. The opening start that was so strong, yeah, it dropped a Bayou, but a good, really good recovery in the map. And for them to take that, their pick that looked in danger of them losing it, bodes well for the rest of this series for mibr.
Sometimes it's not about how you start, sometimes it's about how you finish. For mibr, it was a little bit of both. Explosion from Zelex there right at the last moment to put them over the edge. That looked like a Gamer Legion team set to snatch away mibr's map pick, but instead, now mibr with one already etched into the win column. Cyclone breaking it down with his young IGL as they look to find a way to take this series entirely.
Yeah, that was a game of streaks, Mike. You know, you're thinking to yourself, mibr gets off to such
Keep
a
your
strong...
clothes on, Jacob.
Yeah, you know, I will. For now. mibr getting off to such a strong start, you think to yourself, okay, map over, game over. Gamer Legion not on par, not on the level that is required to deal with a team like mibr, who's seemingly finding a bit of confidence from having just won a tournament. Then Gamer Legion goes on a streak where they win round after round after round. They stabilize, make it a very close half. mibr breaks it up by winning the pistol, and then they go back to losing a lot of rounds in a row. So it felt like two teams who, I guess at moments in the game, controlled it, you know, by winning 4 or 5 rounds in a row. But the way mibr finished the game, you know, not only winning, was it 5 in a row to close out this game, but also the last 2 rounds, not losing more than 1 player, you know, not losing a single player in the final round as well. It felt to me like mibr finally woke up and sort of like broke the streak that Gamer Legion came in with.
Yeah, it looked like they were a bit deflated throughout the whole game. They were not really present. They started off very strong, and then they were just kind of off. You could see in their comms, you can see when you have the timeouts and you see who is talking. It was very... The coach was talking to the players, and then Exertion was calling something, and then nobody was really into it. And then when you came to the end of the game, everybody was much more active. You could see everybody, Zelex, PR, they were much more active into calling things, just being in the moment and being active and vocal. And that's always when the players start waking up and start making a difference in your team. If you have deflated players, if they're not talking, if they're not communicating properly, you're going to struggle no matter what. And that's probably kind of what happened in the middle part of the game. The good thing for mibr is they had weapons almost every single round on their city side, and that's what made them not completely crumble and fall apart. They were always somewhere present.
To those of you who watched Foot versus Magic, I feel like this was the same scenario we had where Foot came into the first map, nowhere to be found, not really fired up, not getting it done. You know, the same could be said about mibr, but the difference is mibr is such a quality team that even them playing at the B game, C game, kept them alive long enough in this game in order to come back and close it out. I think if you're Gamer Legion right now, you know, you can't think about it in this very moment, but when you go back and you watch this game, you think to yourself, we should have closed it out when we had the opportunity. We should have won the map when we had mibr down and before they sort of woke up. Whereas a team like Foot against Magic, as we saw before, they maybe don't possess the same quality, the same experience in order to in the middle of the game, wake up like mibr did. So credit to mibr for winning a map where I feel like they didn't play their best Counter-Strike at all.
Yeah, it's fair credit as well. And sometimes it's about surviving, right? Surviving the tough matches, just getting to the end, getting to play that good game that you know could linger on. And I think credit on to Spinks. We're seeing him on our screen right now. It's a perfect segue. Had some really strong form early in that game just to keep them in it, just to make it possible, right? Because it took a lot of his team a while to wake up.
big factor early on in the game in order to get off to a good start. Also a big factor in the later stages of the game. You saw the last 2 buy rounds came in to save the B bomb side. Part of the second to last round as well, getting a couple of multi-kills. So he was involved in many facets of the game. And I mean, he was MVP at the last bounty. He's seemingly still in a good shape. And as we spoke about, Nathan, if Mouse wants to be a team, we're holding the same conversation as Na'Vi, as Furia, as potentially a Team Spirit, then having Spinks playing his best point of Counter-Strike is needed.
Those are the things we talked about. The core players we know are going to delivered. They were present, they did what they had to do. And then at the end stages, that's when PR started working a bit more, taking the secondary up, just getting a bit some of the easier frags with the up, right? We're just coming to your crosshair, and then you can just get that and then just build on that. That's maybe what gave them the edge in the end, because if you look at Game of Legion, they had very good game plans, they were attacking the right areas, but the individuals, some of that quality was not present all the time. Those multi-kills, those clutch rounds, everything that you needed to get over that edge, to beat a Mouse that is better than you on paper, that is better than you on the server when you just start the game. You need those things in order to upset them. But that was Mouse's pick. Ancient is coming up. Gamer Legion is ready on that map. They picked it. They know what they want to do. We can see that Snags is right into his spot, where he knows he gets the knives out, he gets those nade open blown up just to get those cheeky kills. You know, those are the things that are going to be interesting on Ancient, because you can do a lot of that. And so, yeah, for Mouse, I would not be very satisfied. Yeah, sure, we barely made it on our map, but Ancient is coming up. Step it up or go home.
This is a great foretelling, right? Because we've looked at it from Mouse recently. It's been rough for them on the Ancient. They've taken some losses here at the Esports World Cup already. They've taken some losses to teams that, even if they wound up winning the series, you feel like they should maybe be beating across the maps. The Ancient has not been confident for Xerxen so far in his IGLing role.
No, it's been a strugglesome map for Mouse, not only with Ancient, Exertion as an in-game leader, but also felt in times with Broland. It wasn't a stable map for them. Even at times, they wouldn't really play it often. So I think it's something they've been working on for quite some time and haven't really cracked the nut just yet. And as you said, like, you're going up against a Gamer Legion team who not only picked the map because they feel comfortable on it, it's also, I think, part of it, you know, a punish pick against Mouse. They know that that's one of the weaknesses they have in the map pool right now. And when you bring in a guy like Celix, you bring in a guy like PR, takes a bit before they get up to speed on a map like Ancient.
Let's talk about this, right? Because this is the storyline of this series, right? Flamus, PR, trading places. Well, not actually, but in new places, shall we say, in reunions. And I gotta say, look, the scoreboard doesn't tell the whole story. PR was waking up towards the end there, but it is still a situation where we haven't really seen the caliber of player Mouse we're certainly hoping to get as he comes back into that jersey.
But Flamus, on the other hand, he actually was impactful. The stats don't really show it, but like the multi-kills, the entries, he was always like getting out of paras at the right timings and just getting that space, just getting on the A-bomb side and being that nuisance. This is just hard to handle. But if you're the only one doing that, you're not going to go that far, you know, like at the end of the day. So PR was pretty lucky to have that time and have that buffer, as you said, to get those rounds and to be able to get into the shape, get into the form, to like get into a better scoreline for him. But yeah, on Ancient, with the struggles, if you get in with the same game plan, that's not going to be enough. You need, as an individual, to get better. This is one of the maps that he was extremely confident on, and he was always very prolific on this map. So he needs to be that spearhead for Mouse to like, hey, I'm the new guy, I came back, let me show you how we do it, and just follow me and let's get into it.
And I think it's not just him, right? It is Zelix as well, because even though this team is working, they have lifted a trophy. It's sort of been a consistent storyline where it's been the 3 veterans, the 3 existing players who've been towards the top, who've been getting the numbers, who've had the big moments, the big multi-kills. It's been Spinks, it's been Torji, it's been Xerxen. I don't know that we've seen any of those huge lift-up maps coming through from PR or Zelix necessarily.
Not yet, you know. Celix were also struggling a lot of Mirage. Finished off with a nice 4-kill, you know, in order to boost his stats a little bit, to make it seem slightly less worse. But he was sitting at 7 kills, you know, 23 rounds into the game, which is not enough for a guy like Celix, who's also shown promising before. So I agree. I think to me it's a question of perception, because I agree Mouse didn't look good on Mirage, but I don't often see Mouse play 2 bad maps in a row. And I think they got away with murder right here. I think they got away winning Mirage, playing maybe their B game, their C game. And if I know Mouse right, they're going to come in and play significantly better than Ancient, and Gamer Legion weren't able to punish it on Mirage. And I have a feeling, you know, and it's just a feeling, I could be wrong, that Mouse is going to take that advantage, take that opportunity, and close out the game 2-0.
I think we've got maybe a little disagreement here. Nathan, do you agree with him?
I agree that they're a very good team, that mentally they're ready to bounce back and they're ready to do stuff. I think Gamer Legion is going to step it up as well because they can feel that we're so close that it's going to give them an extra boost to make it work. I still think it's a 50-50. The individuals are maybe more comfortable on the Gamer Legion side with the pick and like exactly knowing this pipe is going to happen. So I'll give it a 55% to Gamer Legion and 45% to Mouse.
Okay, a cautious man here on the desk. We can appreciate that. But we're going to cautiously step our way into a break because the only way to see what percentage it comes out as is to watch a little Ancient.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're here for the second map, Gamer Legion versus mibr. The round of 16, what an impressive first map it was from both squads at certain points, and how unimpressive, uninspiring it was at others. But mibr able to pull it through, Jason. They get it into the second map with an advantage, and I think it's just the class that they were able to outlast their opponent.
Well, I guess you'd point towards, the inability to adapt on the T side, where the T side's opened up so strong in both halves and the defense is clamped down. Offense is never able, IGL's never able to find that second angle that could actually get around the adjustments that the CT side's made. But good play from both teams on both the team perspective, a strategy perspective, individual play as well. It just came in hot and cold streaks.
Yeah, I think for Exertion, it started so strong on the T side calling campaign, 6-1 lead. Went dry very quickly though and fell apart, and we've seen Gamer Legion come back into it. Looked like they were going to be able to just close it out quite comfortably, but stalling out, and I think it was just the nature of how quickly they stalled out was so surprising. mibr won a single round, and that was it.
Yeah, they just kind of fell after that, didn't they? I mentioned that Snax is really good at calling on momentum, but when that momentum is broken, that's sometimes where I feel him struggle to have further impact as an IGL. We just saw it on Mirage. That was mibr's pick though. Very close affair where mibr wanted to take it between these two teams. Now we move on to Gamer Legion's choice of map. That's going to be Ancient, and see what they can put up, what kind of a fight they can have here. And I tell you, some of the aggressive rifling that they had on Mirage, this looks good for a play in mid, Rez, Towson. You have all these different riflers. Flamus, Hypex with the AWP was looking good. You have angles in mid you can play with.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an absolute banger. I think it's going to be a really fun game to watch. There's so much talent on the team. I think both players, obviously with some of the history, PR, having been in Gamer Legion so recently, Ancient is a good map for both of the squads. I like watching Snax when he's having a good game on this map, but when it's starting to fall a little flat, that's when things become questionable, shall we say.
Well, big map here for mibr as well. Obviously, a win here moves you on into the quarterfinals, gets you past this round of 16, and mibr is on that campaign to prove the trophy they lifted back at Blast Bounty Season 2. It's not just kind of a flash in the pan. It's not just something that just kind of happened, a honeymoon period, a one hot event. They're looking to build upon it and build up that resume and start fleshing out the ability of Exertion to lead this team deep into tournaments, deep towards trophies.
The final fist bumps are in, and we're ready to get going into the second map of play. mibr's one map lead versus Gamer Legion every single round required in regulation on Mirage. Will we get the same here on Ancient? It's time to find out. We'll see Gamer Legion start on the T side this time. They got plenty of utility, and for mibr, it is a little bit of utility. Smoke flash, but notably no kit.
Well, they're going to be coming right towards this B bomb site, at least out of the gate. Exertion has dualies inside cave. He'll get contact first as they swing in.
Yeah, Joel is at the ready. Usually you see them rattle off as quick as they can, but he gets a single bullet off before Flamus nails him with a headshot. And we see Snax coming in for that follow-up as well. So 3v5 and no real way into the round here for mibr.
Yeah, both your players in front of the execute have gone down without anything, without any kind of success whatsoever. So really the round just falls apart. And Zelix can't find anything on the flank. So that's it. Pistol round for Gamer Legion. They didn't get any on Mirage. So already a great start. Where you lose 11 to 13 without any pistols, that's a conversation you have between the maps, and at least they've got it here.
PR stepping out back into the open again. This time Flamus the victim. So no clean sheet from Gamer Legion. They will lose a single player. PR chasing after Towson, the surviving player of mibr so far, and we'll see if he is able to keep that. He's getting peppered down, and actually, I don't know how he's done it, but 1 HP. He's managed to survive here, PR, so gets himself into the next round alive. He'll keep the Kevlar, but I think Gamer Legion are going to be very happy with the way they just pick up the first round victory.
Yeah, taking that pistol. We'll see what kind of a lead this T side can put on. We mentioned it briefly on Mirage. Both T has offensive halves on fire in the early going on those halves. So what can Gamer Legion do with the pistol round finally in their favor? It is an investment here in round 2 for mibr. They got 5 7s. They got a FAMAS on PR.
Well, there's no secret with Snax-led teams on Ancient. You're going to see a lot of A hits, and that's what we're going to see straight away. So Gamer Legion getting in towards A main. You've got a single player, and Spinks waiting inside of the donut. But it's just a standard execution going to be coming up.
Yeah, and without the main force of the defense here with his gamble, it's really not any kind of a reason for the rest of mibr to follow up and join over at Spinks' position. Unless he somehow gets you like a triple kill in here, there's no real point in even trying.
Well, just trying to get that bomb down eventually. They're just betting out the final few pieces. of utility. Just one kill going in favor of that for Mass.
Oh, bomb's still not down.
Yeah,
now you got another one.
Another one is, this is a little awkward all of a sudden for Gamer Legion.
Awkward's the wrong word. This is not good. This is not good at all for Gamer Legion. They're going to try and push forward and fight their way out of this trap, but it's not working. Another one cleaned off, and now the players start moving in Donut behind them. There's no room for Hypex and Rez to operate. They've got 40 seconds to figure this out.
I don't even know how Gamer Legion have found themselves in this situation, but disaster about to strike, about to be confirmed unless Rez can get some impact out of the Donut, and it's nothing. A 5-7 to a headshot. Hypex is in with the Khalil, but they overwhelm him as well, and they don't even get a bomb plant for Gamer Legion. That is a dreadful round of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. They do fake plant the bomb, right? They tap it inside smoke to bait out and see if there was going to be any kind of a nade stack to destroy the planter. That doesn't come in, but after that, it just gets... They never actually find the comfort to try and put it back down again, but when you're starting to push with the bomb through Temple and trying to fight your escape towards CT spawn, that's when you know you're in an actually just straight up terrible position. And a lost second round for Gamer Legion stings.
Oh, making the FAMAS look good. I have to say, that doesn't happen all that often, Jason.
But it's lovely when it does.
It sure is. And also lovely for Gamer Legion, who are looking for that quick response. They get about a B hit. Currently 3 players
PR's
looking
dead.
to defend, and PR is actually storming into the trap that Snax has laid for him, just about getting away with it there with the Tech 9, looking for a second as he unleashes himself forward into the bomb site. But Talson this time has come through with a Tech 9 kill of his own, and it's back and forth we go. Kill after kill being traded out, and that smoke has limped forward. There's a massive gap for Torsi to work with. It's given him actually a new position to play with, so he's going to be very happy about that kill on Flamus, and that's also the bomb having to be dropped back into the site and committed to right now. But a 2v3 post plant, rifle picked up. Hard to see this one going Gamer Legion's way.
You're not out of it just yet. Crossfire set up. Smoke towards Cave, gonna block that off, but it's bomb site and top ramp where Rez lies. Oh, there was the opportunity. All the trades from Torji, and he bails them out with a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that is a fantastic round from Torsi. He gets himself 4 kills in this one, and great trading, very effective. I mean, this round is... None of the rounds really have been, other than the pistol, have been comfortable for anybody. It's super back and forward.
Put it this way, like Snax in his brain has put like a little, leaf in that page of the playbook of those B attacks, because on the pistol round and on this one, they've gotten in with some advantages. They've gotten pretty clean openings to get in. This one, a nice find. PR caught snoozing. You go 1 for 1 on exertion. So in a round like this, you're saying, okay, well, we got everything we wanted. We didn't have the weapons to finish it off. So that's something that Snax, again, just like Mirage in the A defense, he's going to find some time to come back to it later on in the half.
I'll just pop it forward. Here they come over the top of the light. Spink's going to try and back off into the donut. And you've got Snax as Deagle has taken the opening kill. Knives are out. Another one. That's knife on both maps so far played from Snax. It's a great statistic to be wrapping up. But we've got Torsi waiting now as the last-ditch response. The hope and dreams of Malice on this defense. The spray away on the M4 is very good. He gets 2.
I like
Exertion next.
Yeah, Exertion has to find this, and he will. Meanwhile, there's one more over here at the A. Bomb site out of Temple. Couldn't find the timing. PR plays fast. And that leaves Exertion alone. 1v2. No kid. Perhaps one to find inside the bomb site. Smoke flash to utilize, but he's so far away. And if he's not given a gift...
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is happening, but that might just be the gift there. Didn't take it. Kit is down, thanks to the observant team for catching that one. Smoke will dribble out, but can't make much happen. And that's going to be Flamus to the headshot. Exertion dead. And a 2-2 scoreline as we are really going back and forth. But that CT Money isn't a big fan of this constant damage being done. So you're not going to see a great buy coming out of Mouse, but certainly
Money aside, Mouse itself on defense just looks shaky.
Yeah.
Even against low buys, right? Like this... Even against just like Tech 9 buys, Deagle buys, picked off in this round over in middle, mid defender jumping in towards Donut, not ready for the fight up towards the jump up. You're just getting caught off guard, and so many of these rounds early on Ancient.
All right, Snax really trying to get into that B site, but held at bay by their own flames at the moment. Nelson just looking to play in behind it, but they've got so much control, so much space towards the initial areas of this B bomb site that they're going to feel pretty good about just pausing for a second and executing him for the finish.
Yeah, Torji's going to need to pass off that M4 to Exertion. 7 HP playing inside the bomb site. Double nade on the default spot. Not sure how Towson spam didn't clean him up. But Gamer Legion isn't being shy about this. They want to commit to this bomb site. It's just a matter of letting the clock run down, let this defense use their nades, make them nervous, soften them up, and come in for the close later on, and that's a great find. 5 on 4 now in the round.
Getting ready to try and finish on this B side now. I mean, you don't really have any tools for the job here for your mouse. And even what you have is just about to be ripped out of your hands by Flammus. He steps out of the cave. Good shot from Torsi, but he's got no teammates. He's got no help. He actually got a second out of that somehow.
Hey, this is doable. Look at the HP on Towson. Spinks, just a stray bullet, can mop him up after that bomb gets planted. Smoke in his face, unfortunately.
That's the issue as well. Snacks being in the cave. One player, now two, backing off towards ramp. I think that window of opportunity is shutting in the face of Spinks here. He has no kit, no utility.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get a look, if he doesn't get like a jiggle, if he doesn't get anything, now's the decision to back away and save. And with that decision, Gamer Legion is going to take the lead at 3. They've ripped all the money out of the hands of this Mal's defense, so a save incoming next for the CT side. Maybe a force up of some pistols. But with this kind of a victory, Gamer Legion take the momentum, the lead. They have the hold on this map in the next 3 rounds.
All right, fist bumps coming in. Trying to stay positive here from Mal's, but I mean, it's not really too much to talk about at the moment for this defense. It's been very shaky indeed.
It just feels like it feels like every attack they've held on to, there's been like a moment where it feels like it's going to crumble. Haven't seen that rock solid defense just yet. And Mal's going to have to play around back with weaker weapons. 3 USPs, the 5.7 on Torji, the saved M4 on Spinks.
I mean, we can focus on some of the weaknesses, but also I think we can look at the strength of Gamer Legion, the fact they were able to not let that one FAMAS round against them rattle them for the rest of the half here. They've been able to immediately just keep that persistent T-side up. Snacks needs to be careful. He has a sense that he might be being pushed here, and he's going to pull out his AK at the perfect time. Spinks and Torsi both walking in towards him, and that is going to draw all the B defenders away, and you'll see the execution now arrive, or the one smoke arrive from Gamer Legion as they move in to the empty site.
So a 2-round lead now, and Mal's going to have to recover. I have to imagine that we're going to get a timeout from Cyclone after this round, just as they're about to pick the weapons back up. You could see a small mission here from Exertion, Zelix, and even PR joining up with them. They want to try and recover this one saved rifle that Spinks had. And Snacks knows this, so he will take it a little bit further away from their grip.
Yeah, just taking all the final puzzle pieces away as that bomb is about to blast off. That'll be a 4th round win here for Gamer Legion on the T side of Ancient. We're going to see enough money to buy up. There's going to be no AWP yet for Torsi. Be absent from his choice weapon. And that'll end up being the first time out here for Mouse, trying to get things on the same page coming into this gun round.
Well, it's got to be a really big conversation. This defense has a lot of holes in it at the moment. A defense has been shaky. B defense has been ran over a number of times. Haven't had to see a whole lot over in middle. Haven't had to see Torji with the AWP just yet. Snacks has been able to keep things relatively simple with some of the monetary advantages. But for Cyclone and Mouse, it's time to wake up on that side of the server. They're down 2-4. And Gamer Legion looking to blow this half wide open. It's their map pick, and they're looking to even up the series at a map apiece.
Haven't been a huge amount of mid-play so far from this T side. It's going to change now as Flammus gets out middle. 3 players detected, but it's a bit of a ruse because again, it's Gamer Legion trying to thrust themselves into the A bomb site. Snacks loves an A play, and we're getting to see that on display right now. Spinks coming in to shut it down though. A good double kill out of Spinks. Next layer is Torsi, who spots out Towson but couldn't take him away, and Rez cancelled out. So you've got the information of the last 2 Gamer Legion players.
All right, well, Towson's going to have to back away. The only chance at winning this round is getting the bomb out safely and being able to move around the map. So at least that job is done. Him and Rez, though, still so far back and so far away from anything. A minute left on the clock here in the rounds. And Mal's got to be thinking too, you on some level you feel like this round is kind of secure, is going to be leaning in your way at the end of the day, but you want to do it without losing a whole lot of weapons. You want to start growing that money, so preserving life is equally as important.
Jump up, creeper on the ledge. See if you can drop some nades on Torsi's head and make his life a whole lot less comfortable, but he'll go into the open actually perfectly because he commits in front of the utility.
It's because he's trying to commit to set up to pair up with this flank. Now, thankfully, this flank is going to catch the bomb, which means Rez will have to come back, which he's going to be wide open for a double swing.
Yeah, it has to be good discipline from PR not to extend into the open. Give him a shot at this, and he's just going to take that 1v1 fight and win it.
Well, there's Mal's back to the winning ways. 3 players survive, 4-3. And maybe that's the moment that we had on Mirage. The one win here from Mal's, they snap into place and just rattle it off.
It was nice seeing you, Gamer Legion. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
One of the first few moments we've seen a team try and attack and a team try and defend heavily over in middle to get that clash coming out of elbow. This time securely won by Mal's, and now they get a few more bells and whistles in their pocket. Nades, Molotovs all replenished.
Well, because you've established that you like to go A, they're going to send a fake into the A bomb site immediately while the bomb waits outside of the B site itself. Now, Flamus has pushed up all the way into a CT spawn, and if you want a soldier, this is the guy who will get into the dirty positions and push up towards CT.
They're about to know it's a fake when that clears. Zelix is ready for...
Oh,
he just looks
God,
away!
The timing as he looks away. Now the bomb spotted, and PR's so ready. He's so ready for this call, and it's going to be the first, the second, but not quite the third. Towson will respond towards him, but Torsi has been lying in wait. A 2v2. Snacks has died across the map. Torsi into the open. Towson sent packing as well. It's a cool call. It just doesn't pan out. PR stops it in its tracks.
Not having any defenders in that A bomb site was lovely for Mal's. That's what allowed them to read the situation. That bomb site was taken so quickly, so aggressively. They heard the scaling, they heard the footsteps, but never a bomb plant. So immediately knew something was up. Zelix's mind might have been taken away from the fact that this was a fake, but PR, the real hero inside that bomb site, really good recovery for Mal's, not getting caught out by the trickery from Snacks and Gamer Legion.
Now frustration creeping in here for Gamer Legion. It comes back to that point, Jason, that question you posed in the last round. Is that the round that Mal's needed to start taking control of this game? Well, they've reset the money of Gamer Legion. They put them down to weak weapons. They will take the lead of the game here. 5-4 is just around the corner, it feels like.
With the man advantage and with the Deagles ringing out, you can see Mal's. They don't want to play close up in the bomb site against the Tech 9s. Close up in cave against Tech 9s. Play a little bit further back against these pistols. Let your Opera come over and make the job easier.
Snacks just scaling up into the side. PR spraying away exertion, getting 2, but overwhelmed as Towson now has an AK. A minute left. Tough to see it, but we'll give him a chance here, Towson. And he goes out into the open, and Torsi will deny even a glimmer of hope. So 5-4 is the lead here for Mal's, but the money is now returning to the banks of Gamer Legion.
And maybe that
timeout.
That might not even matter. Again, just you touched on it. Maybe that is the moment. Maybe Mal's, just like on Mirage, are just going to say no more T rounds for you and just go on a bit of a streak here. 3 rounds remain in this opening half. Mal's nursing this lead at the moment. Zelix sitting down at 1 kill, 6 deaths. Torji 10 kills. Zelix, we saw previously over at the A bomb site, had a tough time on Mirage anchoring the A bomb site. Getting beat up a little bit here, so a lot of learning experiences for the newest player of Mal's. And how deep can Snacks dig into the playbook of Gamer Legion to try and close this map out? Bring us to a third decider.
Religion. Let's see what kind of call they've got available. It's going to be 4 AKs, 1 Khalil. Again, we're not seeing that classic mid-brawl all that often, but a lot more pressure being sent that way this time. It's going out. Good headshot from Flamus. Exertion to trade his 2nd kill. He's going to be very happy about that. It was the last bullet coming out of his M4.
Smoke's about to fade. Zelix, you're
Get away. Oh, it's not a good move, is it? managed to get to safety at least. He gets away with one there.
Yeah, it has some information if you want to put a positive spin on it. But brought very, very low and kind of negated for any late round situation Mouse might find themselves in. So wanting to keep a bit of intel. And you've got one player still over in middle.
As the final execution being set up here for Gaming Legion, the decision to try and get into this B site, but feels like Miles have the right read. 3 players over towards B. None of them in great positions, though. They're going to have to respect the utility and allow this bomb to get planted, but they've got some util of their own to make that bomb plant a little bit more difficult, and then they send themselves forward with the flashbangs. Rez has taken PR down, and he'll drop back into the site.
Ooh, bomb hasn't been planted yet, though. It's still dropped out in the open. This smoke is about to fade as Exertion creeps a little bit closer.
Rez
looking for the bomb planter. Oh, gets the dink. Snacks is red now. Torji comes over. HP doesn't matter with the AWP, but it does with the Molotov.
Okay, sends that molly in towards. That's going to force Rez into the open. You got to land that one if you're Torsi. And now this round becomes difficult, but he's picked up the M4. Rez just hearing those steps, trying to run away from his opponent, gets around the corner. Torsi doesn't have the smoke to pressure that defusal. So Torsi slips into the site. Rez has already got a better position, but it's not exactly planning for Rez, and they could come out. They could line up. Torsi gets onto it. He's going to stick it. Rez is going the wrong way, and Torsi's going to win it. Torsi has made the right play. Great position to defuse, and that is going to be gut-wrenching for Gamer Legion to let that one slide.
Yeah, at some point during the ring around the Rosie, Rez and Snacks had to fight together without the HP. Both of them are trying to play to survive. Both of them are just trying to live a little bit longer, use that bomb as a timer, but man, putting yourself completely out of position to stop the defuse, that's a round that slips away from Gamer Legion.
That's crazy, the way Torsi wins this clutch. I think when he misses that deagle shot, Rez has outplayed him by getting into a strong position. Look at that.
They never double peaked. They never made the decision. They never had the calm of saying, no one, maybe no one dead said, hey, you're both red. Never made the decision to fight that clutch together.
And you can see with the reaction down the line, how they all realize that's such a frustrating round loss to take. What they've got away with one there as well, Mouse, but great, fantastic to see the 6-4 scoreline start to build for Mouse, and really, you've got them on the ropes economically again here for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, if you can just get over that hump. Round 11 is coming in, 6-4. Galil's and AK-47s for the Gamer Legion attack. 2 rounds remaining in this opening half as they look to tie things up on the T side of Ancient.
Early utility dropping into the B lane. Nade's gonna go forward towards Exertion, actually blows back. Oh, it's a disaster there for Gamer Legion. That grenade slows them, it takes some damage down, it creates confusion. And Exertion's able to come out on top of the fight. Snack sends himself forward inside of the cave, and look at that timing for Torsi just to fall back.
Yeah, really good timing. Okay. Spinks on the push, able to grab the headshot. Is going to want to back away and preserve his life, but will he? He fakes it, gives the footsteps. Yeah, he knows it's there. And Spinks wants one more.
Oh, I can't get the fight, though. That's such an important fight for Hypex to collect.
Yeah, but that's why I was thinking he might fall back. Look at what this does to the defense. How do you read exactly how this map is playing out? I don't think they ever even sense the amount of pressure Flammus put towards Red Room. They might not realize one's already in Donut. There's a lot of real estate gained for Gamer Legion in this round.
Hypex, timing just allows Zelex to get ever closer. Hypex is going to get the up on him, though. Zelex can't win that challenge. Bomb only has really one option, is to try and get over towards that A site, and Flammus is about to help him out by clearing it early on.
Torji, he could be posted up in CT spawn. Timing is everything. He's almost there. Hypex about to turn the corner. Thankfully, there's a smoke, but that'll tell Torji exactly what's coming. And now he can move in towards Temple.
Now he can wait on his teammate, PR, to make the rotation over. Currently, they don't have a kit available on the 2 players here. Some util available for PR. Or is he creeping out, gaining more and more control? And that's a great shot down the donut line. So it's just Flammus left inside a donut, worried about the mid flank.
Look at PR. He's got smoke, Molotov, and flash, and now they know. Now they know exactly where he is, so all the utility can be put into place.
Yep. Toss it into the donut, keep him further back. Get the smoke onto the bomb, but Torzi's dead in the open. Flammers can win this. It's a tap on the defuse. He hasn't got a kit. He has to stick it. He had to get on it, and he has no time. Oh my god, another round being thrown away, this time by mibr.
And that's what you touched upon, where they have the economy at a breaking point. They couldn't bring everything into this round they wanted because of how close the previous one was. Missing the kit, which was the exact ingredient you needed.
Oh, Torzi is going to be so frustrated. He does so well to get that first pick, but then gets caught in the open.
It's always a fun conversation as well. How do you play the utility in that kind of a situation? They chose to throw the Molotov deep in the smoke on the bomb. Do you throw the smoke perhaps deep and maybe make it tougher for him to grab the angle? Torzi steps forward into a more open position. He's punished for it.
I think in hindsight, they would look at that situation and choose to smoke the donut.
You know, in hindsight, that might just be the game giving him one back for the clutch that Torzi won previously. Both teams given a bit of a gift.
Right, well, we had a 6-6 half on Mirage that resulted in us going the distance. All the rounds required in regulation. Exertion wants that one extra round picked up here. He wants to go into a 7-5 lead. Selex and PR making sure that's going to happen. Domination from mibr in the final round of the half. 7-5 lead.
And closing the half on a 5-1 run as well. It was that eventuality we saw in the first map of the CT side taking a little bit of time to figure out how this game is being played, a little bit of time to build up the economy that they need, and then just off to the races.
Pretty quick half as well. I think the style of play was pretty pacey. 24 minutes it took throughout that first half.
A lot of aggression from both of these teams. We'll see what kind of T-side exertion is going to call for mibr. Mirage was a little bit more slow and calculated from the mibr side of things. But I mean, a good TF called on Mirage, so he's already got the offense in a good place. PR's got 14, Torzi's got 12, Exertion himself with 11. So again, you have production with some big pieces of this mibr team, so plenty of tools playing well for Exertion to utilize.
Yeah, plenty of utility coming into this pistol for mibr. Exertion carrying a Molotov and a smoke towards with one of his own and a flash. So execution going to be the call for mibr. Currently empty as the two players who were on the CT side towards A have moved into middle, looking to challenge Exertion first. Ooh. And that is a clean opening from Flammers.
I don't think Exertion saw that coming. I didn't see it coming. Utility's up. We're crossing donut. Rez just gives up the position, feels the aggression coming his way. Bomb can get planted safe. Oh, no, I don't know about that one. They're going to come through the smoke, and will they stop it? No, they can't stop the plant. In fact, they lose players in the effort.
Yeah, PR with 2, but Hypex and Rez have got those back immediately, leaving Spinks on 11 HP. So Gamer Legion, good Molotov, get on the defuse. Can't let this one slide. So mibr will have to concede the pistol. With the bomb plant, they'll get a good force buy coming up in the next round, but it does close the gap immediately to just one round again.
Yeah, really quick, aggressive, assertive reactions from Gamer Legion on this pistol. Both pistols now fall in their favor on this second map, which is what they didn't have either of them on Mirage. See if that maybe changes the way this actually closes out. mibr with that bomb plant look like they're investing some cash here. Spinks is going to grab a Galil. Tech9's being upgraded, another Galil on PR, so mibr is going to just fight for this round straight up to win it. They won the second round in the first half.
Couple players getting out through the elbow smoke here for mibr. Try and move up, take as much space as they can. They're not being spotted just yet. This might be a bit of a surprise for Ruz, but he is jiggling. Spotted him, he'll drop utility. Doesn't know numbers, but certainly knows there's one.
No one's in red room at the moment. Hypex is shifting over, so there's some room to work with. And now that that Molotov is in place and Gamer Legion spot that out, they got to be really concerned about red room in the middle of the map for the rest of this round. mibr is really, really selling them right now. This is tough to read if you're Gamer Legion. They're going to work up some courage and re-clear middle. Flam is spotting absolutely nothing.
Mid-play, PR to send some bullets up into red room. Towson to try and drop them as they come up towards his FAMAS. It's 2 straight away, slowing this attack, weakening it, taking the sting out of it perhaps, and Snacks is there for 2 of his own. Good wallbang from PR, but that's a great combination between Snacks and Towson.
He can win this.
Certainly can. This would be a stellar moment as well. Big clutch in your new jersey against your old team in the open. And PR had to fight 2 players, couldn't take any of them down. And that'll be Hypex to make sure it is 7-7. We're all tied up.
Huge risk for Hypex stepping in front of that Molotov like that, but obviously plays out very well for him. Never expected with that Molotov in place. You're right. Gamer Legion able to sustain and outlast in that 14th round. Good hold from Towson. Good hold from Snacks on the follow-up. The timing on this attack was almost there. Lovely work from the B anchor, holding onto that smoke and making the right call on how to play the situation.
Oh, PR is so patient, but no one from Game Religion giving him a chance here. He's going to flash in, pop, and go. P250, second dink, second kill. Tech9 this time. Snacks has to save them. And save them he shall. That's 3 out of Snacks. Tech9 still going though. Torsey tapping away. Oh no. It's got to be Snacks. He's got to ace this. Hypex's hands rush to his face in disappointment and disbelief as that bomb is scooped up and it sprints its way towards the A site.
That's a nasty hit. Just one flash peek. The P250 scaling up. Beautiful entry. Bomb going down, but Snacks has made the right call and he made it quick. This is a faster flank than I think they'll expect, but Torji spots it out. Quad kill in the round from Torji. And yet again, Mouse steal another low-buy round away.
That's one of those bitter tastes in your mouth moments,
look at the
the
economy when we get back into game. This has been just a full-blown 180 on the map. Gamer Legion have to call a timeout.
P250 up for Snacks. You think he's recovered it? He's recovered the mess, all right. He'll do it himself. He gets 3, but Torsey just kept cutting forward. The Tech9 got way too much done in this round.
I love the decision as well to focus on the supportive elements coming from CT Spawn rather than worrying about Snacks over in Cave. He's hunkered down. He's a hard player to clear out in that kind of a situation. Attack the players coming in who have no clue what's going on. And Mouse find the release valve. That's a complete swing. It goes from Mouse with no money in a bad place to Gamer Legion now down around with no cash. They got to force up everything they can.
And a timeout straight away for Gamer Legion. That is the kind of round that can destroy team morale. Destroy your chances of staying alive here at the Esports World Cup.
And same at Mirage as well, where it was that kind of late run for Mouse when they snapped in that just brought them too far ahead for Gamer Legion to recover. It's happening at a moment now where that very same eventuality can come. Mouse win this, go up 9-7, then you have to save, they're up 10-7, and then it just feels like you don't have a whole lot of chances to get back in. But that all relies on Mouse winning this round.
Gamer Legion can be dangerous in these kind of rounds with an M4, MP9, couple of pistols. Especially with a stack towards the B bomb side, but Mouse currently seem to be going at it quite methodically, and also the main pack with the bomb is in middle. There really shouldn't be too many issues here in handling business.
It's all up to Spinks and how aggressively he wants to take this. Does he let his teammates move first before he moves in? How diligent will he be on the clears? They know more than likely this is going to be a low buy round, a weaker round, so you have to expect a little bit of trickery.
Move in. Rez is the only player towards A. And look how tentative Spinks is about this. It is actually going to cost him in the end as he tried to back away even further and change his position just as Rez moved into the open. But they've got the information on Rez.
Looked like Gamer Legion was coming over for this for a moment there. Good find from Zelix.
That just cancels any trade, doesn't it?
That's it. You're exactly right. I was just wondering if the rest of the players are going to go towards Donut and actually try and make this happen, pairing up with Rez. They're going to wrap around and try and pick up the AK-47. They'll succeed there. And perhaps fight for that last rifle that's dropped in A main.
On 9-7, extending that lead further now, Mouse. Gamer Legion trying to get away with something, scavenging an extra rifle.
It's actually an awesome find out of them. So, I mean, that whole thing where I said it'd be 9-7, then you'd have to save. Well, they get out of here with 2 rifles And this MP9 on Hypex. So more danger in this round than there was in the previous for Gamer Legion. But Exertion still has this Mouse team marching towards a map and series victory.
Trying to come out middle. Finally, a standard ancient mid fight where you brawl and you biff here at the elbow. And Zelex is coming out on top of the first fight, but it's PR, the release valve coming forward. And the PR department now has shifted to Mouse. Exertion's got the headshot. 10-7 for Mouse. This is starting to become very scary for Gamer Legion as they start to stare down the barrel of elimination here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, great round from PR. Scaling towards middle with some urgency as he hears the battles going out. He sees a teammate go down. Got to be a little bit cautious. Scaling past Cave and Jaguar peeking in, but once he gets here, the Wrecking Ball triple kill. And that's Mouse on double digits and Gamer Legion to buy up again. 2 FAMAS, MP9, and M4s. But again, the runway's getting shorter and shorter with every round played.
They're trying to dig deep and make this the turning point. Gamer Legion have Ruz focused. Trying to get up in towards the B lane. He's got Snacks beside him. Live on Ruz's sharp and diligent rifling to try and get them an important kill in mid here. Snacks has had a number of important multi-kills.
I don't think Mouse want to do anything with this mid while this utility's up. They've been very, very smart and intelligent about staying far back until, well, until I start saying that, in which case Alex wants to cheat behind the smoke. Meanwhile, the play towards the B bomb site coming in.
Yeah, but the bomb is all the way back at elbow, but yeah, they're moving up regardless, trying to get up.
Will be picking that up.
There's a quick kill from Exertion. Snacks has no idea they're going to be that close, and then the X Factor strikes as Towson is also taken down. Really sharp shooting out of Exertion. Rice coming through the smoke, trying to be the savior. He can't do it, so you have to save, you have to back away. And we're looking at 11-7. Fantastic work out of Exertion there.
Mouse is getting a lot of liberties against Gamer Legion right now, though. There's not going to be a whole lot of teams that are going to let you sit camped out at the top of that B ramp, you know, at those stairs, just paused, waiting for the move inside the bomb site. Getting a lot of breathing room on this T side to be able to execute these plans and ideas, but fair play, it's looking really good at the moment for him. Exertion just a beast in this round with both entries.
And Porte trying to take away another weapon. Wasn't too far away from the chance. Yeah, are starting to move through A main a little bit slower here from PR and Exertion. Not looking like they're going to find their opponents, but ends up being an 11th round victory for Mouse. And PR, it'd be kind of a disaster to go up against your former team for the first time and lose when it feels like you made an upward move.
Sure.
So he's making sure he's putting in a performance that is going to guarantee a good result here. 20-11 at the moment for a PR.
Yeah, he's clocking it too. Well, they're going to need him throughout this playoff run. They're going to need him in the next match if they continue and qualify through to the quarterfinals. They'll be playing Foot in that matchup. Been a bit of a rivalry this year, but Foot's won the last 2 engagements, best of 3s, both at the Major in Cologne and back at Pro League.
Yeah, and I mean, Zelex is, if the victory just comes through today, I think he's going to be relieved. I mean, he's going to be feeling like he's had a tough day at the office here. He's going to have to step up going into that game against Foot if they want revenge, if they want to get a victory in that rematch.
Well, if there's anyone who can help him bounce back and recover from a tough match, it'll be the other guys in the team that were equally promoted from the Academy squad at one point in time in their history.
Yeah, and Cyclone, the coach who is involved in the promotion of each and every one of them.
Oh, this is crazy,
This
though.
is a play from Zelex, the man we were just mentioning. Well, he's got him behind. He's got in behind enemy lines, and this could be the moment. He finished strong, remember, on Mirage. He's looking to do the same again here on Ancient.
It's so tense, though. He's so worried he's going to get peeked throughout all this.
Oh, no! He will get peeked. Flamus just runs him down. Zelex had the round in the palm of his hand, but it's gone to the wayside, and immediately Mao's having to try and figure out another solution.
Yeah, and I think it's really unfortunate. You can see Mao's completely out of utility at this stage. If they'd had nades and Zelix is calling his position, they're tracking it, they're throwing utility while he's walking behind Cube. They're being a distraction. They're making sure the defenders are looking forward instead of backwards. That is a round-winning move that just takes so long to develop, and unfortunately he gets caught at the last second.
The spray away from Snacks. And just PR, have it back away, save the AK, and that's such an important round for Gamer Legion. They're still in this fight. Man, you're gonna feel bad for Zelix, don't you? It just feels like nothing can go right for him.
Well, because you were lining it up, you were setting it up perfectly with kind of the quiet series that he's had so far. Some really tough moments. He's been targeted a little bit back on Mirage. You know, and it's always about with the younger players. It's like you're gonna have these crappy games where it feels like you're doing everything wrong. It feels like nothing can go right. But you always have that moment where you can still have impact, and it felt like that could have been the moment for Zelix. Young man will have to take a deep breath and get right back on the saddle. Round 20, 11-8, 3-round lead for Mouse still.
He hit the recline button, but I'm sure he wants the rewind button because that was a fantastic chance. But we got Torsi trying to back away. And he's got the bomb, Jason. This could be a problem. Yep, bomb down, spilled to the floor, smokes blasting open inside of the B lane. And Mouse are down a player and a lot of health here on Exertion.
Okay, seeing a little bit of life. Not only just life, but also fight in this Gamer Legion side. Wanted to dictate some of the action from the CT side. Lovely little piece of aggression to put Mouse on the back foot early on in this round. 3 versus 4.
Exertion going to try and get into the smoke, play the fade of it. Snacks on the other side. So ready. Zelix, good kill. Flamus taken down, and so that is going to draw some attention elsewhere from Snacks.
And now they give a little bit of breathing room into the round. Pump the brakes, slow it down, make it feel like you can maneuver around the map, like you might go elsewhere.
Zelix challenging, but not feeling like that fight is winnable for him, so he takes a breather, he backs off. In the meantime, Snacks is reset, and he's going to be going down the B ramp, but Exertion has been waiting for this all round long, and he's got it. First bullet was a miss, but still gets the headshot, surviving on just 2 HP. Now pressure applied towards Hypex with utility. Mao's looking for series point. Gamer Legion desperately trying to cling on. Grenades keep flying towards Hypex, but they haven't cancelled him out of this round just yet.
They're waiting for Spinks to get here to peek from Cave so they can double peek for the cross, but it's dangerous. The reposition, the bomb has to get there now.
And the low HP player as well. Exertion is so low on health, but Hypex has just moved away as Spinks has moved into the bomb site. The bomb will move forward to the site.
Oh, wrong place.
That's going to cost him. That's going to cost him his life. 5 seconds left. There's not enough time. He's won it. Hypex with the Molotov and the headshot. And that one slips away from Mels in the dying seconds of the round. And after the time as well, Zelix just can't catch a break. $650. Oh, it's disastrous right at the end there for Mouse.
Yeah, that's painful. They fought really hard to get back into that round from the 3-on-3, and I think they played that 3-on-3 pretty damn well. But having that Molotov, the ultimate checkmate. 11-9 in a timeout because, yeah, a round like that is going to feel real depressing when it closes out. Zelix goes down after a time.
Well, over Mirage, it was Gamer Legion who looked like they were going to guarantee themselves the opening map win. And slowly but surely, Malice found a way to weasel their way back into it and take it in regulation. It could be the opposite story here.
Yeah, late push right now from Gamer Legion. It's starting to look really good. The dynamic push down the B ramp, getting aggressive, not letting Mouse be comfortable. And to that play right there, essentially the 1v3 win from Hypex.
Zelix dying after the time as well. He's got to play with the Tech 9. His teammates don't have enough to drop him a better weapon. So some holes in this attack here for Mals already. What kind of calling can Exertion pull out when it gets this tough? Grenade right on top of PR. Down to 45 HP.
Looks like they're really trying to bully this B bomb site quite a bit down the stretch. Couple contact plays sneaking towards the top of it. Maybe they sense some weakness. But all this pressure and attention has allowed Spinks to slide in towards the red room. It's Flamus who has to handle this.
Yeah, Flamus has been really good though. You're catching these moves. He caught the Zelix flank and unfortunately not going to be able to best Spinks in this engagement. So opening kill for Mouse. Snack steps forward. He loves to play in the smokes. It's his bread and butter. It's his Signature move, but he's not alone. He's got Towson right with him, so the trade should be guaranteed at least. And good quick headshot. Trade does come through from Towson. Bombs moving in though, as a threesome, as a unit, into the site. A good shot from Torzi through the side of the boards as he'll sideline Towson and put Hypex in the 1v3. This is one he will not win though. He's on the other side of the map, and that's series point for Mouse.
I kind of hate the bomb carrier taking that fight, but I'm not going to mess with that shot from Torzi.
No, he doesn't even step into harm's way. He doesn't go around the corner. You just shoot through it.
That's really, really nasty. Good hit from Mouse, and I think Gamer Legion getting caught playing some trickiness with that smoke fade, doubled up over in cave, and as soon as Mouse sees that there's two defenders there, it's an easy call to slide into the B bomb site. 12-9. 3 opportunities for Mouse to eliminate Gamer Legion here in regulation. 20 kills on PR against his former team. 19 on Torji. And 18 on Exertion.
This is the important headshot that comes in there, and that is disgusting.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
I guess that just has to be a reaction when that happens to you.
That's all you got. Well, once more, round 22. Potentially the final round of this series. Mao sending forces once again towards this B bomb site, but Towson's going to put him down at the start.
Well, Snacks goes into the open. It's going to be Towson right there with him. And it actually ends up being an advantage for Gamer Legion in the initial fights. 4v3. Is that going to be enough to withstand, to prolong play a little bit further?
Towson and Hypex have no utility at this B bomb site. That might be the scariest part about this defense, is the sheer amount of time Towson's going to have to play without the ability to stop the attack and plug the choke point.
Towson moves forward towards the jumping around, and Towson gets his revenge from that BS shot in the last round. So
yeah, a little bit.
I think everybody's kind of happy. Flamus around the back though.
Happy's a strong word.
Yeah, true. Spinks isn't going to be happy though, Jason. Not one bit. Not about this.
PR's been letting him play, but he's the last one left. He'll slide into the crosshair of the AWP, and Hypex nails that. They hit double digits, Gamer Legion. It's 10-12. And money is an issue for Mouse, so this is likely going to go the distance. I have to imagine Mouse.
Just eco.
You save here, right?
Just eco.
Well, PR's already bought an AK-47.
You can sell it back. Oh, they're buying. They're going all in, Jason. I kind of respect it when you go all in, though.
I think their argument would be that the buy in the next round wouldn't be significantly better, so why not just go for it, double up on the forces?
All right, well, this could be it. That Mouse playing with their lead in regulation.
They've done really good in these scrappy rounds. They did win a low econ round earlier in this half, though, and some of these rounds with Tech 9s and low utility, when they go quiet, when they go contact, they've been able to get a lot of ground.
Tech 9s have been good, but not this time against Towson. Not going to finish him off, but emboldened by the fact they've got overtime confirmed. They're going to be charging with these weaker weapons through the donut, but Rez has handled business. Flammer steps up next, and 2 players targeted in the donut. It's got to be PR. It's got to be PR. He can knock his former team out of the competition, but Snacks is going to step through the smoke. He's confident to go ahead and take him through. And while that bomb plant might secure just a little bit of extra cash.
Not worth really talking about, only a $1,900 losing bonus. It's going to be a very similar to buy to what we just saw them come in with. Missing a couple rifles most likely, maybe just the one Galil and utility and Tech 9s, but Mal's with that force up in the previous round might have opened the door for overtime. Gamer Legion fighting right back. 4 of the last 5 in their favor.
Surely they can do it now. Surely Gamer Legion get this one into OT. Took every round of regulation on Mirage. It's the same here. An AK for PR. 3 Tech 9s, 1 Khalil. And there's got to be something different from Mouse.
Well, bomb lined up towards the B bomb site for the moment, sitting behind PR. Exertion just joins up as well. Meanwhile, Spinks and Zelix waiting over towards elbow for the utility to fade. That might be their timing to play.
builds with every nade thrown, but Snacks loves to play around utility, and again, he gets away with one just to the side of the flames, and that's PR who was carrying the AK.
Been his bread and butter throughout his career.
Absolutely, and well, Hypex is now waiting inside of Donut. He's gonna back off the safety, but Zelix, has he waited to the final hour again to pop off? It's gonna be shut down regardless as Flammus takes a 3K in middle, and Zelix is now left alone. It's got to be an ace clutch, and it just isn't going to happen. So Gamer Legion survived. They forced this one into overtime, and we've got the bonus rounds in Paris.
Yeah, well, Gamer Legion better bring that attitude to these CT rounds in overtime right out of the gate as well, because at some point, this CT side was looking, sitting back on their heels, letting MOUZ have a lot, giving a lot of the map over to them to execute at will. Towards the end of that half, they finally saw him push down B ramp, get in their face, make the attack really uncomfortable. That's what we need out of Gamer Legion more and more. Now, if you're MOUZ on the other side of that coin as we go into overtime, money comes back to flood the coffers. So all those rounds down the stretch, those last 2 rounds, Tech-9s, Galils, light on nades, light on smokes, flashes, nades. Now you got it all. Now you got everything you want. So the playbook opens right back up.
They're not able to find the solutions with the weaker weapons. A couple of big moments from Gamer Legion players stepping up with the central multi-kills. And that signature Flammus celebration as Gamer Legion secure the bonus rounds here to start once again on the CT side.
22 kills on Flammus for Gamer Legion, 21 on Snacks. The incredible performances for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, Snacks has been so disruptive to this MOUZ T side. He's just always a nuisance over towards Cave. Zelix is out middle, trying to biff, trying to brawl. He's done a good bit of damage, but hunted down regardless. It's Rez taking 2 away. Exertion trying to force his way forward. He's done well to scare the other one away and take Rez down.
Okay, Flammus at 2 HP, can clean up later, but look at this peek from Towson. They weren't aware. They weren't ready. It was smoked off. They didn't think it was possible at Exertion. He wants to cut him off, and he's not making any secret of it.
I just feel so confident right now for Gamer Legion. Towson's been getting away with those bottom B pushes so often.
These long-time teammates, Torji and Exertion, gonna work this 2 versus 3 together.
There's the backside, there's the kill. Flammus kill, that opens up CT spawn. You can go either direction now. Do you want to go back to the A site, or do you want to try and join up with your teammate that's currently outside of B?
I think this is the right call from Towson. Push forward to join with Snacks and find some safety in numbers, and now you have a new position, a reposition, and you're flanking Exertion, who I cannot imagine reads this.
Round the back.
He will.
He's read it, he's turned, and he has got that headshot. What a turnaround from MOUZ. It is Snacks now 1v2. Incredible individual performance so far from Snacks. He's got a chance for a 1v1, but he's spotted looking the wrong way, and Torzi will sit him down. Immaculate clutch there from MOUZ.
Well, he was looking for Torji with the AWP, who took the shot on the defender way earlier. He did find him at the end of the day. Awkward situation from Torji, who couldn't scope in, but that round's all Exertion, it feels. Really good mid-control for Gamer Legion. Just the resources fall away. Torji picks one off. Hypex didn't need to take that loss. But this one, sliding into the gap and working a quiet 2-on-3 to perfection.
Out middle they go. MOUZ accelerating forward. Rez again, good success inside of mid. It's Zelix dead once more.
Yeah, no one swinging aggressively to trade that off as well.
Now it's having to play a lot of these rounds, 4v5.
Oh, Rez in trouble.
Of course, he's trying to take the arm down, but Rez, he's handling this pressure inside of Donut. Utility's going to go in and heat things up, but he already threw out his cover. He threw the smoke in place so he can change his position up.
Just another round where it feels like MOUZ is just playing from a position of having to recover so much. 3 versus 5 early.
There's only 3 players doing anything for MOUZ at the moment, and it is the 3 alive. Well, Torzi's now gone, so it takes Exertion and PR to try and do the unthinkable. 2v5. Hard to see a world in which this one even gets close. Just a lack of map control and options that MOUZ have available to them. They've got to dig so deep and not take any damage. So first step is a good one. PR's taking Snacks down, only losing 1 HP.
Yeah, no stress. He was in an advanced position, so has a good timing on the scaling. If you're the B defenders, you kind of get a sense of when they'd be moving out of cave. 30 seconds left on the clock, and PR and Exertion are going to end at the A-bomb site. They want to attack into a site that typically has 1 defender on it late in the round. Maybe he's playing retake back in CT spawn. It's Rez who's going to be over in Temple with no HP, so won't be an aggressive force. But without any utility in the post plant, this is going to be a very hard retake, or a very hard hold, I should say.
Yeah, well, that bomb gets planted. A 2v5. Remember, this is what we started with. Let's see if Mouse can actually pull this off. It would be ridiculous. Back-to-back comebacks coming from these Mouse players. This time, Exertion and PR trying to group up. It's just Exertion left alone. Exerting a great amount of effort trying to win this one, but it's not going to be enough. He shall fall to Hypex's AWP, and Gamer Legion once again tie us up.
All right, 13-13. Good retake from Gamer Legion sliding over. Not a bad attempt from Mouse whatsoever. A 3 versus 5 turned into a 2-on-3.
It is scary with how consistent they're able to do that, isn't it?
That's why it's so important to see Gamer Legion have those aggressive moves and that willingness to be aggressive early and get some of those kills, is because Mao's is a more experienced team, as I think a team with some players that has higher ceilings. I feel like they're going to be more dangerous in these 3-on-3 situations, these 2-on-2, these mid-round situations. They're going to have the edge there and moving around the map together.
I just wonder, you know, if Spinks has a good round or Zelix has a good round, is how that changes things here for Mouse.
Oh, we're in overtime, so I mean, one good round from either of those guys could just straight up win the map at this point, and for Mouse, if you win in the series.
Straight down into the mid-fight, we got Zelix, who again has died in the elbow fight. But the response is going to be a quick pop into the B site here for Mouse, trying to burst through, but again, 3v5 instant lead to try and recover. Oh. This time, it's Torzy who's delivering lethal blows with the sniper.
Yeah, that's wild. Good shooting, Spinks. Oh,
he's going to hear it. Spinks is going to hear it, and yes, he's tracked, he's turned. He's ready for Rez to come up the ramp. Hypex is taking PR out in the meantime, so Spinks had to win that engagement.
Spinks has a Molotov as well for the bomb. There is a smoke on Snacks.
He's not going to use it for the bomb. He looked like he was just about to toss it out.
Oh, he's using it for the bomb. The question is now that the smoke's up as well.
He gets into position. He gets into the smoke. There's another one from Torzy, his third of the round. Why not go for 4? As Hypex steps up into his domain, it is Torzy's chance, but not the kill. Hypex sprints to the site, gets on the defuse, but Spinks comes out to deny with a headshot, and it will be Mouse heading back into the lead of the game, 14-13.
Damn, that's such a grindy battle. Both these teams put it all out there. This is a lovely back and forth affair between the two squads. Torzy just elevating. Exertion, we've seen moments from him. This round is all Torzy with the ult. Eliminating that, the jump into position, grabbing this one with the quick shot on the cross, and now here. Absolutely perfect. Mouse take a 1-round lead into their CT side of overtime, and 16 is that winning number.
Oh, jumping down into the cutout in middle. We've got Zelix really trying to force the issue. Blinded, completely caught in the open, close to an opening kill, but couldn't get it. Again, losing it to Flammus, who's doubled up. And then Xerxin thought he had finished off his meal, but he hasn't. A disastrous start to the round for Mal's. Absolute chaos. But Gamer Legion thrive in it.
And that's the difference. 10 combined HP in those fights. That last one, I think even thinking you already had the kill secured and starting to look away and starting to think about the second frag you're going to have to get in the sequence. Bomb getting planted. Shouldn't be any chance in this retake, and I'd be surprised even in overtime to see Mouse go for it, looking to protect and preserve the AWP.
Usually we talk about the mid-fight on Ancient being a 50-50. Right now it just feels like 100% of the time Zelix is losing it, and that is just got to feel so deflating for him. Look how close he is to getting that kill. Flammus is on 1 HP, and Zelix still loses it. He lost every time coming out on the T side, now on the CT side. Just can't catch a break. And mid's such an important part of the map. If you just even get one of these early advantages going your way for Mal's, it can be a very different story.
Well, not able to get it just yet. Nice kill to keep the AWP in his hand, to keep him alive, and PR will keep that space. Bomb goes off, bomb goes off, AWP is brought forward, and we're tied at 14. Any change-ups from Mouse now. Trying to have this aggressive defense down middle, this trap set up to be able to punish with multiple players, but it doesn't work out whatsoever. You get nothing for the 3 defenders you place there. Do you do something similar? Do you go elsewhere?
I'll say, again, an incredible map here from Flamus, and so much impact in that last round. They're sending him out first again into mid. No one dare challenge him until finally he can move through as a unit. Zelix again losing it to Flamus. It's just not even a fair fight, but at least Spinks has come there to back him up, and a 4v4, a trade. But here comes the reaction. PR trying to get down the B ramp.
Yeah, they got to hold their nerve though, Mouse. They've been playing a lot of rounds losing the opening kills on the CT side. Don't make these moves too fast. This is exactly what Gamer Legion is looking for with 1 minute and 20 seconds still left on the clock. Hypex and Snacks shift back to join up with Rez over at the B bomb site.
PR's waiting at the ready, shadow spotted. Oh no! Rez just comes around the corner. PR had every advantage, but Rez still wins it.
The shadow is so tantalizing, you just never know when that swing is going to come in. Torji's got 26 kills, and because of all that success, he's not going to give up this bomb site without a fight. Doesn't fall back to play retake, stands his ground over in Jaguar.
Moving forward.
Missed the timing.
Through the cave.
He's
Rez
dead.
around the back. Torzi's turn at the right time, but it's a missed shot. Not going to work out for him. Exertion can't double. And the site is taken. Spinks so far away. And this is going to end up being a 15-14 scoreline. Gamer Legion have brought this all the way to map point.
Yeah, what an incredible performance. I mean, what, they won 4 of the last 5 rounds in regulation to get us to OT. Mouse had such a good lead, playing so well. And once again, it's that hot and cold nature of this series so far, it feels, where both teams are having some of these streaks. Right now, Mouse is going through that tough stretch. Kills not going their way. Some of these sprays not connecting with all the damage they'd like. Timing's not all in their favor. Going to show us what Gamer Legion did to force a second overtime here on Ancient if they want to continue fighting and look to close this series out in 2 maps.
Terrorists win.
Well, let's see if Mouse can do it again. Can they force this one into overtime? 1 round left. Could be a second OT coming away. Or we get a 3rd map. Flamus has just been leveling up. 27 kills, 20 deaths here for Flamus. And let's see if we go again or we go to nuke.
Oh, look at the emphasis. You could tell Mouse really want to stop any aggressive mid-play. 3 more players brought in. A little bit of chip damage onto Snacks down the B lane.
But this time Flamus isn't barreling through the smoke, so they don't end up losing anybody for it. They don't even lose a whole lot of health. 4 players on the B site here for Mouse, and currently Snacks going back to his old classic. It's going to be an A hit.
And I don't think we've seen Gamer Legion really put a whole lot of love towards that A bomb site throughout regulation, throughout overtime.
Well, the first half, absolutely. I think the first few gun rounds there was a lot towards A.
It's been a while.
But you can easily forget about that as the game has gone on.
But this is good timing on this play from Mouse. Clearing out B lane right now. They encounter no resistance over at door. Not even anyone watching for intel. No shots fired whatsoever. No information for Gamer Legion. Now they can hustle over. They've hit the perfect timing because Gamer Legion leave anyone at B. They have no idea that Mouse is this far advanced.
Yeah, and this is going to cost them, isn't it? Mouse getting into the right position at the right time. It comes down to a bloodbath to see if we go to another overtime. It's Torzi that's come out of the temple. And now Gamer Legion praying that they're going to find a solution, find a way to take their one chance to close out this map. And it's Towson going forward. Zelix finally getting involved alongside PR. And an absolute photo finish here on the A side, but it's Towson doing everything he possibly can for his team. But he's pulled out a nade as that smoke fades away, and Hypex can't save them. Exertion gets us into another overtime. Mouse do not die yet.
Oh, Exertion, I don't know if he really wanted to take that fight, but realized he had to, standing inside the flames. Man, good call from Mouse. All the information they gathered and able to get a step ahead of Gamer Legion on that exact Torji. That is the perfect moment to arrive, and a lovely shot to get Mouse started. It's 15-all. We get right back into it. Up in the hands of Torji. Mac 10 in the hands of Flamus. He's going to be real aggressive.
All right, he's feeling like he is just unstoppable in these mid-fights, so he sends himself out with a MAC-10. Zelix is coming at him with a better weapon, but this time Zelix has got the headshot. He's got the better of Flammers, but the reaction of Gamer Legion is to try and send the rest of the forces towards A, and Torzi has stopped Snacks in his tracks. So now we end up with a 5v3.
And you don't have all the players now to watch the different positions. You can't extend back into A main. You can't push into Donut. You can't put a player over in Temple. You just have to fight from inside the bomb site, and this retake is coming from 4 different positions.
Now this would be a special recovery to the round for Gamer Legion. Hypex stepping up into the Donut. You've got Spinks, who stayed hidden and peeks out at the right time, so it's just Rez, and he can't resurrect their chances whatsoever. So recovered, and the retake is successful for Miles. Back into the lead of the game again.
Yep, 16-15. Great work. The kill over in middle. Gamer Legion deciding to switch up to a different tactic with the MAC-10. They wanted Flammus to aggressively attack towards Donut. And then they wanted to be able to pinch that bomb site with that kind of aggressive maneuver from the MAC-10, but he actually just gets stalled out. Eats a nade, slows down, has to get tucked behind the box. Good find from Zelix. And the op just grabs his shoulder, a glimpse of it.
Well, the early nades going down, layering flames towards the elbow. Is going to allow Mouse to get there first, but Flammus coming in. This time taken out. Spinks finding success, and Mouse finding so much more impact in the mid-fights. Rez and Hypex not done yet, though.
Ooh,
not
smoke.
done yet. As that smoke blows open, it's a missed shot from Torzi.
Yeah, does he want to keep him pinned down, though, is the question. Does he want to maintain that fight? Oh, off angle doesn't work.
That's a big shot from Snacks coming through. Exertion knocked on his ass, and all of a sudden, Gamer Legion back in this round.
Yeah, smoke from Hypex lets him get out of the position, but now the flank from PR, and over the top, he's obscured for the moment.
The flank is coming around the back. That's the bomb. PR's in the perfect position, but what is happening? How is Snacks winning these fights? 1 minute left. Torzi now has to clutch because Snacks is hitting another level.
Well, we got MBK on the desk, and I'm looking at him watching some of those shots. He's taken a few of those in his time as well.
Let's throw a little stray over that.
Snacks he doesn't even look like he's ready for those fights. He doesn't even look like he's considering them, but on the other hand, Torzi reads it and misses.
Well, unfortunate, but now the bomb is going to be scooting its way through the red room. Torzi trying to get here. He's in the right spot. Gets his pistol on instead, but Hypex wins it on the AK. Oh, these rounds are so tense, but that is a Gamer Legion round coming off the back of some Snacks miracle kills.
No, it's just crazy. I even like the play from Torzi, realizing he might be able to cut him off at the pass. These shots from Snacks, it's wild the way the sequence of events. Like, the off angle outside of the B double doors feels like Snacks should never win that. Doesn't look like he's prepared. Snaps over immediate headshot. Then the other one on Exertion. And then he turns the corner where Torzi's got his op scoped in, and Torzi misses the shot. It's just plot armor for days in that round for Snacks to keep Gamer Legion going. And a timeout from Mouse.
Oh, cool Snacks down a little bit, I think. Take that timeout, let Snacks cool down, and figure out why these situations are even happening.
I'll tell you what, I think that's exactly right, just because you started that round out 5-on-3. Remember, Spinks opens up with a double multi-kill, spraying him down, coming through the smoke. You're watching that as the coach. You're watching your team struggle to secure that round, and that's why you're calling the timeout. Frustration in the Mouse camp is they're having a lot of troubles putting this team away.
Yeah, well, first to 19, both sitting on 16 at the moment, and we're going to see Gamer Legion have Towson sprint up the B lane, getting it mollied away. Burns just slightly further. A lot of damage done here to Towson and Flammers. Not scared to get involved and take utility damage.
They're going to re-aggress?
Yeah, they're actually going to go. Exertion Unleashed going forward, blinded, spraying. Towson wins it. Snacks gets the burning kill on PR. So 3v5.
Well, that did not go according to plan. Zelix, you are in a lot of trouble. Shadow shows, not ready for that fight.
Oh, Torzi and Spinks. It's a good little pick there from Torzi, but plenty more needed, and he realizes that, so Hypex is just ready to punish on the peak.
Yeah, I mean, Torzi just had to make that play. If he doesn't make that move and try and kind of cross over and get involved, then this is just going to always be an end. A Gamer Legion win. Spinks left alone 1v4.
Well, Spinks will come up the speedway, but they know where he's coming from now. He'll send the flash forward. Grenade will land upon him and slow him down in position as well. And they've even got more nades to use up in the dying stages of this round. So 17 for Gamer Legion, just a few seconds away. Spinks will go forward, trying to grab a few extra kills, but can't grab that. And it'll end up being a res kill to close things out. A lead for Gamer Legion out of the T side.
A nice lead provided by Snacks in that insane round. Flamus is still leading the way with 27 kills, but Snacks is right there with him with 26. Seen a couple freakish performances out of Snacks at this event so far. Came to the Esports World Cup ready to party.
Yeah, well rested after the break and coming out swinging. Sure, he wants to make sure he gets the big win versus his former teammate in PR.
Now, this is where I'd wonder. I feel like in the first overtime we watched Mouse's T side, it felt like it was starting to get a little bit stale, a little bit one-dimensional. Felt like maybe the ideas were running out. Exertion still new in the role of an IGL, maybe running out of ideas as time goes on. Let's see if there's something they can reinvent, something they can bring back to reinvigorate this offense.
Well, the big problem is that they don't really have mid at their disposal. It just hasn't been an option for them. And
don't have mid at their disposal yet.
Perhaps they can go out there and get it, Jason.
Yeah, or if you attack some extremities, right? Like if you hit the bomb sites, have some success early on attacking a bomb site, which they have. Maybe that can free things up later on. Either way, they got to win 3 rounds straight if they want to take the victory in overtime.
Number 2. Initial utility now fading away. Spinks going to be set up for the A main take. Just being methodical, slow, taking over small areas of the map first. Now they'll start to think about mid. So the smoke will go down to the donut. Cover off the vision. Flamus at red though, and the booster is red. Exertion ready for it. Spams down res, take it away. Flamus a real challenge. And of course he's going to win it against Celex. But Spinks is there to make sure the trade comes in, and that keeps Mouse ahead.
You know, and if you're Mouse, you're going to trade a Zelix for a Flamus any day of the week. Nice trade in middle from Spinks. He'll start sliding into the open space created by the 2 kills there. Mouse still applying pressure to this B bomb site. There's 40 seconds. An extra player has shifted over for defense.
Yeah, Talson is really impactful again with that rifle, but Spinks is finally activating. He's had such a quiet map, but as we've got into the later stages of this game, that's the bomb, and Torsi's going to win the fight. That was worrying for just a second. 25 seconds left, and that bomb is making a beeline over towards A.
Yeah, that made me a little nervous when he stuck around to come back for the fight. It is going to get planted. Snacks has found his way over towards CT spawn. Can do nothing to stop this for the moment.
You know, I was saying there, Jason, earlier, it felt like this game's been a 3 versus 5 at a certain point. Asked the question, what would happen if Spinks starts to step up? If he has a big round, if he gets a little bit more impact, even Celex, but it's been Spinks who's found some form.
I would tell you this, too, that the lovely thing for Spinks going in his favor, too, is the positions that he plays means that 1 kill has incredible impact. Look, I mean, this 1 kill he gets over in Red Room wins the game. Not this one on Flamus, the follow-up onto Hypex. That's the release valve. That's the ability for his team to go to the other side of the map, and just 1 kill from Spinks means Mouse continue fighting and tie things up at 17.
Well, Gamer Legion have watched their lead disappear, but they're still tied up 17-17, and they want to force this into a third. They do not want to go home at the Esports World Cup.
And Mouse is wisely staying away from any aggressive plays in towards middle that didn't work in the last overtime. You touched on it. They recognized it.
They've had to adapt. They've had to change their game at this stage. Questions are, can Exertion find a way to call this team into a win, into the quarterfinals?
I'm interested what the plan is for Mouse to actually activate this A attack. What are they going to do on this side of the map between PR and between Torji's op?
He's dead. He's in the open. Missed the shot. That's going to be enough. And here comes the reaction. Mouse to try and get out towards this site. There's no one home, so Welcome to the bomb site. Hypex and Flamus now up here, though. Oh, Flamus makes the solo play, makes the hero play, and it's cost him. Hypex, though, gets a free kill on Zelix, who just walks in, blindly and confused into the donut, and that is going to cost him his life. And also the advantage. It gives it right back over to Gamer Legion.
Keep an eye on PR. Everything is about him and the timing of when he makes his move. He's going to want to try and flank over towards donut. He'll likely get spotted. This is a good job from Snacks to come back and check for this play.
Oh, PR against Snacks. Snacks looking the wrong way, and he still wins it. PR, that is a ridiculous fight to lose. But Snacks has been winning them all day long, and now it's Exertion. He can't do much about it. And that is going to be Gamer Legion recovering with the defuse. 18-17. Map point again for Gamer Legion.
Plot armor. Why can Snacks not die? How can nobody connect a shot with him? That's like 5 fights in the past 5 rounds that feel like they should have gone the other direction.
Unbelievable. And it's PR again.
And they're also so impactful. Like, you have that kill and you can pressure the flank. You can pressure Donut on that kind of retake that Gamer Legion's trying to execute. That's such a valuable position to have, a valuable position to not be able to get.
Round 36. Another overtime or another map. Either way, more Counter-Strike coming your way. And we've got Zelix shooting the wall, trying to come out of middle. But no one actually challenging him this time.
Stay quiet, let Torji take the lead. Nobody's watching for this, so big mistake, and Zelix, unfortunately, death has still found him. And Spinks will look for a further push, but Gamer Legion, they sense they have all the advantages. Everyone's moving around the map.
Timing. Snacks his head spotted, but he keeps his head down. Exertion ready for Towson to walk out that tunnel right in towards his crosshair. So we're once again 4v4. Torzi taking a step in the right direction. Is this one-man advantage going to be enough for another overtime?
Gamer Legion maybe trying to grab the win a little too early with those plays, those moves, and now they've lost control of the map. Snacks plays solo over towards Cave to have his fast flank in towards Donut. Hypex Op is going to be playing inside the bomb site, and Flamus back behind the big box.
Flamus and Hypex, the combination trying to stop this attack and bring us to a third map. Is Hypex sharp on the trigger with the AWP, but Exertion slices away both. The bomb plant coming through, and let's test this plot armor, shall we? 1v3 for Snacks. This would be unbelievable, and it just isn't going to happen. Another overtime. Mouse stay in it, and they keep this one going.
Incredible job. I mean, there's been moments where Mouse could have collapsed. Same with Gamer Legion on the other side, continuing to fight back. And now we're starting to get that stage of the game where players making moves out of the playbook, out of the textbook, not fundamental. Anything they can do to snatch this win away. And Torji feels like his op has been having more and more impact as this game goes on longer.
Later and later stages, absolutely the big plays delivering. Towson, he's been getting away with this all game long, but not this time. Oh my, yep, never mind. And this time, as I was about to say. That is so stupid.
PR might need to check his guns. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Look at his hands to his head. He's like, I don't even know how I'm losing these fights. Snacks, Towson, doesn't even matter. He's like, why didn't my teammates play like this when I was on the team?
Crazy they're getting away with some of these. Still a chance for Mouse, though. It's a soften up player you can clean up later on. Access to Jaguar opens up as the smoke fades. Exertion and Torji start sliding into position. Hypex close, Snacks far back.
Yeah, well, Torsi gonna walk into the open. Molotov forces the peek, forces Snacks to either decide to commit into the cave or not, but Hypex is all about pulling attention away from him. Good shot from Exertion. Another one perhaps, as Snacks has to worry about the fight coming up the ramp as well. So he's pulled out Towson to take up the angle, to look into the cave, and he is going to nail his opportunity with that AWP. Impales Torsi against the wall. 35 seconds left. Exertion again with impact for his team. 33 kills so far, but he's gone through the smoke. Zelix Molotov removing Towson. Absolute chaos in the final 25 seconds. But Spinks is going to put the bomb down, and we take a breather as Flamus takes his time around the back, trying to play with Rez, but the fight is forced. Zelix will lose it. Spinks has to worry about the fight on the other side, and it's Flamus that'll come up to clean up. and that will be Gamer Legion in the lead again.
No one could get comfortable in that round. No one ever had a moment to breathe and kind of assess the situation. Constant trades back and forth, constant pressure applied to the bomb site. Every time a kill comes out and one team secures an advantage, there's a rebuttal and a response. And because it takes so long to get in and to secure the plant, Flamus is like, great, I've walked across the entire map.
And as soon as Alex dies as well, Spinks is just in an impossible position, having to play exposed in the open like that to the ramp, and also about the player he knows about on the other side.
Round 38, here we go. Utility out towards elbow from the CT side, a barrage of nades.
Look at Flamus, look at this acceleration, look at the fight PR. He's done the damage. He might get caught in the open here. Alex dies in mid. We got Spinks with 2. That's headshots on Rez and Snacks. Flamus still here, still fighting despite the low HP, but Torzy hunts him down. He's got the bomb on his back, and Hypex wants nothing to do with that, so he falls away. And the round will settle into a man advantage for Mouse.
And look at how Mouse is spread out on the map. They've got one at the base of the B bomb site. That's PR at the double doors looking for a push. Exertion as well, looking to see if anyone is going to challenge and push up to try and get a flank from the A bomb site. And then you got the Opera watching the middle of the map in Torji. Defense for their part, sticking together, playing at each other's hip. They've got no information on the map as it's gone quiet.
Oh, so quiet. It's a long old run here for PR. He's now joined up with his teammates.
Might as well just grab that bomb off Torji's back right now. Let the Opera just stay posted up for the rest of the round.
Bomb will be sent forward. Still a good amount of utility here for Torzi. And no one on the A side.
Well, at this point, there's no reason to go contact. If they are here, you want the utility in place. So you'll tell Gamer Legion you're stepping into the A bomb site a few seconds early. Bomb is going to get planted.
Goes down.
No,
it's
it's not.
Spray away. That's going to be Towson denying the bomb planted. Now pulling Mouse forward. Such limited time. The headshot comes in, but it's the time. And Hypex, the time gone, steps up into the open. Going for the shot, and he's got it too. PR sat down, and Hypex comes in with a massive clutch for Gamer Legion.
Okay, well, I think after a round like that, you just got to, like, you don't deserve to win at this point. I'm not trying to be mean, but that's a plant wide out in the open from Torji. It gets eliminated for no good reason, puts it on the deck, and then puts an impossible situation. And this is now multiple mistakes down the stretch. When Mouse has been on the verge of grabbing control, or on the verge of having control, and on the verge of actually winning the series, mistake after mistake.
Just piling up. They've been getting chances. In fact, none better than this, really. And they've just thrown it away. Obviously, great shooting out of Hypex. Can't take that away from him, but we're talking 20 to 18. Gamer Legion, 2 more, and they've got another map. We've got PR dying. It feels like Mouse are starting to crumble.
Think of how hard Mouse has had to fight to stay in some of these. They forced overtime. They forced double overtime.
Well, look at Exertion. He slipped through. Torzi always has the bomb, but he's always winning some fights that he shouldn't be. That's Towson taken down, but it's Exertion that interests me because he's pushed up all the way to the back lines, and that headshot has reopened the conversation for the round again.
Well, they can't let this one slip. No mistakes here if you're Mouse. They might deliver themselves to Snacks. Nobody's clearing. Nobody's aware. And a problem now.
Snacks, this is his cave, his domain. Can they get rid of the caveman? Finally they can. The headshot from Exertion. And Rez and Flamus in a 2v3. It's got to be a retake of this site.
2 players smoked off.
Grenade gone.
They're all smoked off now.
Oh, this is a corridor of cover, though, if you want to try and get out of it. If you're Exertion, but he's spamming down and catches a good timing to spray away. Flamus removed. Rez onto the defuse. He's going to try and hold it, try and pull it all the way, but denied. He gets back to it. He's Red Spinks. He gets back to the angle, but he can't pick up the headshot, and Spinks will secure at least 1 for Mouse.
Sam, these rounds are just brawly now all of a sudden. Both these teams battling back and forth, and just at the tail end, Mouse grabbed the 1 round they need. A little bit of breathing room as they switch sides.
Well, I can tell you as well, for the people at home now and here in Paris, the other match is clearly finished, so everyone's kind of flooding out of there and joining up to watch this one. So pressure going to start mounting for the players as the audience grows right in front of them.
Well, a timeout called before this can begin. Chance for a little conversation, see what little you can change, what you can remember from the previous rounds of how you want to handle this. A little bit of laughter out on the Gamer Legion side, breaking the mood up a little bit, alleviating some of the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is just piling on mibr because you highlighted it perfectly, Jason. How hard has this team had to fight for the round wins? Nothing is going easy right now.
Nothing at all. Some struggles from some individuals, missed kills, mistakes across the board, but mibr still in the fight. 22 needed to win this map. Up in the hands of Torji and Hypex as well.
Red's already running up through the B lane. He's inside of the smoke. Exertion right beside him. Two players have just crossed. They're out middle. Flash is good, but missed opportunity from Rez. That was a freebie. Zelix, that's also pretty comfortable, but he's now extremely uncomfortable, pinned in the corner with nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and it makes it a little bit awkward. Nade Molotov comes out, teammate peeks from Donut. Flamet still gets away. He can be an aggressor. Zelix is going to go down. Extended fight with utility. Oh, and there goes Exertion. It's all going wrong.
Oh, it's all crumbling here for mibr. It's going to be Gamer Legion one more time to get it in to map point here on Ancient. mibr have done it every time. They pulled it back to overtime.
I think you can tell in some of these moments that the frustrations have just built and grown. The mistakes have built up to just be so heavy for mibr to carry through this.
I mean, it's just that mid-fight. It could have been so much better for mibr. That was just
that's what I mean.
That's rough watch, wasn't it?
Yeah, but when I'm watching that, I'm thinking just they look. It doesn't look like a skill issue. It just looks like mentally, kind of like the focus has slipped, not ready for the fight.
Maybe some lack of confidence because you lost so many
Lack
fights
of
in mid
confidence,
two,
yeah.
and instead of going for the gunfight, you're going for the utility. You're reaching for the nades when really the easier thing to do perhaps would be just to back your aim in that situation. But he hasn't got the track record across this game, Zelix, to really rely upon it.
I'm sure someone on the team's going to tell him that after the fact. Just swing and fight, baby. Just go for it. 21-19. A 2-round lead for Gamer Legion.
Do they do it one more time, Jason? Can they do it one more time here, mibr?
I don't know. I just feel like when I'm watching them now in these rounds, like where in the first map they looked so poised and under control, they had some self-discipline, self-control in different chaotic situations. They don't seem to have that same poise in this map when I see them. They seem to be panicking a lot. Everyone seems to be looking, what's the play to make, not like who's the teammate I can work with. So it's unraveling a little bit for mibr. We'll see if they can stamp it down here in round 41.
Couple rounds up for grabs if they can get him, but Flammers through flames. He will march, but Spinks at the ready. But look at this from Gamer Legion. Everybody's ready to go into the B site.
Well, there's plenty of defenders here. PR and Exertion at the point of attack.
Oh, strong hold from Exertion going again, but it's Rez this time, doubling up with his AK-47. Torsi strikes him through, and Towson, the 1v3. Torsi's mistake to stand in the open has just given away a free kill, and Towson perhaps the map victory. This could be a clutch to send us to nuke. No one makes a move. mibr waiting to see if Towson will journey into their crosshairs, but instead he has planted himself on the ramp, and this is going to cost them crucial seconds that they do not have. mibr have got to go. Someone start the retake. Please. You've got a smoke available for Spinks, and there it goes. This is it. Towson with a chance to line them up, and if they lose this, you've got to say mibr have deserved it. That is a big win. Gamer Legion finally getting it done. mibr not even competing for the map win in that final round.
Oh, I got no words. I got no words, but there is going to be a very tough talk in the mibr camp, but all credit onto the side of the stage with Gamer Legion, as that is a match of tenacity they come back from to force us onto a third map.
Well, that was an absolute odyssey of a map. There is no Ithaca for mibr. Not even close. They are washed right back out to sea, and Gamer Legion are looking to tilt this their direction instead. What an unbelievable array of rounds in overtime there, Jacob. I'm looking at your face. I want to know what's on your mind.
Oh, a lot of things right now, Mike, is on my mind. It's about where do we start, you know. First and foremost, Gamer Legion, credit for staying in the game, credit for pulling it off, credit for winning against mibr in such a tense game, in such a tense scenario. As you said, every round had its own life. Every round was living on the edge. Every round was swinging one way, then the other way, then one way, the other way. And at the end of the day, you got to give it to Gamer Legion. We'll get into it, and I'll try to collect my thoughts and figure out a way how to present this to you guys out there. But Gamer Legion were the better team here on Ancient. They were the better team, so it's only fair they win.
Let's start it off this way. MBK, you talked about him in the pre-show, in the pre-game. Snacks, man. I think Dinko dubbed him the caveman at one point. This guy, every time it felt like they were dead and buried, he just managed to find a way.
In the smokes, around the Molotovs, he finds always those small... Like that's where he thrives, right? That's where he wants to be, what he wants to do every single game. And especially on Ancient, you have so many ways to do it. You can play every single position like that. And on top of that, he has the team that backed him up. Everybody was playing well in Gamer Legion. Not a single guy was really leading them. There was obviously Flamus was the guy that was always opening the sides and making plays and being very aggressive, taking the high lurk positions, you know, a lot of impact. But at the end of the day, it was just, you were looking at the mouse rounds in the end in the overtime, it was like, how are those duels lost, won, whatever, anything was happening, right? So it just became slightly too crazy, and Gamer Legion had extra energy, it felt like.
For a team that we sometimes talk about as being structured, as having a system, as having that approach, it did feel like that system came completely unraveled in the later rounds, in the overtimes.
It was a little bit weird, the way that ZX played. I think the whole game, he was very much taking space and opening and just being sacrificed in a way in a lot of positions, and I feel like he doesn't really play into mouse, especially for a few years ago. They were by far the better team in Ancient. Like, they were insanely good. They created systems of their own where they just take control of maps, areas, they have lurkers here and there, they can rotate all across the map. That's not what we have really seen here. It seemed like they really lost that old school way that a lot of teams are playing. So Magic earlier, for example, they played at a very slow pace, just putting players in certain areas and then you can rotate all over the map. They were just going through smokes, fighting, getting those kills, and then playing the bomb planet scenarios. It didn't feel like them, right? It felt like they kind of went into the system of Gamer Legion, and that didn't work out very well for them.
This is what we talk about when players always harp on about the old trope, play their own game. They played Gamer Legion's game today.
Yeah, I think
Have you caught your breath now, Jacob?
Now I think I found a way to collect my mind now. First and foremost, just to bounce on your point with Zelix, I completely agree. You know, I saw him play at the CAC, we saw him play at the Major. I think he's shown glimpses of what a great player he can be. In this game, if you take this map in isolation, I've never seen a player in my life be so out of it. It's not about being a sacrificial lamb. It's about never stepping down. It's about never realizing that, hey, I'm a liability. Whenever I run out middle and I die to Flamus, round after round after round after round, I'm never really figuring it out. At some point, you gotta stop, you know. I respect a player who, to some degree, is gonna play the same game, you know, regardless of maybe not winning the duels, but at some point, it becomes ridiculous when you go 3 for 14 in opening duels and you do it consistently in every single buy round. Now, I would then excuse him. He was going up against Flamus. He was having a great game. It was even in the 3v3s, in the 2v2s, the individual decision-making, it was clear that he just lost it. You know, it's one of those games where you just, I've known it myself, you've probably been there as well, like you lose confidence in your own ability. You lose confidence in your own decisions. And unfortunately for Zelix, never able to bounce back. On another note as well, for Mouse, I don't know what the phrase for it would be in English, but sometimes you just gotta keep your dick in your pants, to be completely honest. I don't understand why they constantly on the CT side had to be proactive all over the map at the same time. Sometimes it's okay to play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more reactionary, a little bit more, you know, let's see what Gamer Legion can offer, instead of offering the game on a silver platter to them. I'm very disappointed in how Mouse conducted himself, and I'm very, very happy on behalf of Gamer Legion because they punished those mistakes. The worst thing that could have been happening right here, for my money, would be if Gamer Legion will lose the map, because then I would have to say that, yeah, Mouse won, but they played an awful, awful, awful game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, you saw as well that when they were playing that game style a bit more passive, more in control, you could see they had the weapons. They were always like 4v3s, 4v2s, they were taking control, they were playing the retakes, they had the good utility, they were doing the right stuff. But when they wanted to be more proactive, get control of those areas, that's when they started struggling a little bit. So every time they were 5v4s, that's when it worked out for them very well. So we'll see for Nuke if they can do that, because aggression is going to be punished much harder on Nuke, especially on the city side, so they have to be more laid back, naturally.
I unfortunately don't think we can get a camera on it, but you've got your own little fan section here cheering for you, MBK. Or should I say MBK? But Mouse also bringing a lot of fans in here. Some strength, some energy, some chance behind them. Not something they always get to enjoy in the arena. didn't necessarily live up to it here on this Ancient. Do we think that's going to be enough to propel them into the bounce back? Because we do have a third map here. We do have another map of play. It's not done here as much as MOUZ might have felt it by the end there.
This is where we get to see the value of Cyclone and the supporting staff behind MOUZ. Because as I said, what you saw from Selix on Ancient was awful Counter-Strike, but he's not an awful Counter-Strike player. He's way, way better than he just showcased. So if you can get him reset, you know, get him into Nuke, and MOUZ can play what we've seen MOUZ do at the Blast Bounty, what we've seen them occasionally do tonight as well, then yes, I still believe that MOUZ is the better team. They have the better individuals. They should be able to win this game, but it becomes more of a mental fight against yourself than anything else at the moment. Because I also got to be honest, you know, I'd be lying if I said that Gamer Legion is playing way above the level I expected. I think they're coming in, they're playing a good game of Counter-Strike, but nothing extraordinary. So if you're MOUZ and you're playing against a non-extraordinary Gamer Legion, I guess the biggest opponent is yourself at that point.
And they have it especially because of certain strengths, right? So like Flamus is really very good at opening the round. Snax is always creating doubt into the minds of MOUZ. So can you do that on Nuke? Snax can do it. There are vents, there are smokes, there are plays you can make around all of that. So of course you can make that. But for Flamus to just go into any position, just take the fights and take the kills, that's going to be way, way, way harder. So MOUZ, I think, has a little bit more on the edge. They're going to be forced to be more passive as well, which is what we wanted to see on the engine a little bit more, which is going to play into the strength more naturally. So I think if MOUZ starts well and manages to get the energy out, especially because you can see it on their face sometimes, they started getting frustrated the longer the game was going on. Duels not going their way, and they just started losing it a little bit. Get the energy back, have that break, eat a banana, drink a Red Bull, whatever, do anything. Get back into shape, and then you have a very good shot at getting.
It's one of those games, Mike, where you can sense it within the first 5 rounds of the game.
Sure.
Whether or not MOUZ is coming back from that one, or if they mentally capitulate.
Before we head into our break, I do want to ask you two gentlemen one more piece of wisdom. When you were players, when you had a map like Zelix just did, where you want to forget about the whole thing, and you're still in the middle of a series, did you have any rituals, any resets that you like to do?
Not really. You know, it's a mental fight, and for me, it worked to speak it out, you know, and yell it out to some degree, you know, talk to my teammates about how piss poor I were, and then focus on the next one, you know, instead of not saying anything, instead of, you know, dealing with the thoughts myself, you know, I was expressing my dissatisfaction with myself, and that would help me to get ready for the next map.
That's what a team is for. Sometimes you have bad maps, you have terrible maps in practice, in official games, no matter what. This is the life of a player. If you cannot accept it, you won't be able to go to the next level. Here's a ZX has an excellent supporting staff. The team is very well put together. I'm sure they have no worries getting past that, and it's just about him, his own mentality. Is he ready to accept that, hey, I screwed up one game, whatever, let's go the last one, I'm going to go 30 kills, and then it's going to be it.
Time to learn about the toughness of the mental, because we've got one more map to settle it here between Gamer Legion and MOUZ. The battle of the reunion can only end with one team's key surviving the day. We'll be back after this.
With about 20 seconds left and having the round fall apart.
Dude, what was that from Jimmy, though? He has the prime position. He swings in.
A couple of players having some off days today. Not the output we'd hoped for.
That smoke will keep you there. Time wasted by Molodoy. Gets the gun, gets out.
But this is what I mean, right? The clock's starting to tick. We're almost at the 35-second mark. You've still got to play towards ticket. You got one jungle. They're putting pressure on A, but you got to get a move on.
He's going back to B.
Oh, this is too tricky.
Back and forth we go.
If you go into B, Wicardia's there. He's playing bench.
And Nikinda's a dead man walking, so now we're even, aren't we? And Wicardia ain't shuffling.
It's just so strung out. I'm having a hard time understanding what we're seeing.
This is what they call
15.
overcook. The kitchen's on fire. The pot's boiling. And Wicardia ready to strike. Shuts that rifle down. There is no bomb plant in this round. Triple kill for Wicardia. Yikes.
I normally like to give the benefit of the doubt, right? We have
so many of those.
Yeah, an individual merit of a moment there from Jimmy, but the mid-round calling, it has been pretty rubbish out of Furia. From Nuke, there's a lot of rounds where they've just maneuvered themselves, what felt like out of trouble, then back into it. The same thing happening here.
And it's rounds like this, it's why the Aurora aren't adjusting. They're always going to leave a guy in the sight.
Thank you very much, Woxic.
As I was saying.
We're awake now. I think a question that I'm posing is the idea of all of this fakery, because the language barrier, right, is a barrier that Aurora are trying to deal with. Are they trying to capitalize on that? Maybe some laggy comms?
Maybe, but it's not like Aurora have ever fallen for it in this series.
Exactly.
They've been very stable and not over-rotating for the most part. So it's not like Fury have, you know, evidence that this has worked across this game. These really late round moves back on Nuke cost them the map.
There's just some scenarios where you'd prefer to see the group up and trade out, right? But there's this, okay, we're going to fake and then we're going to run into a bomb site and then everything has to go perfect. There can't be a sleeper agent like Wicardia playing towards bench. A couple of players will be under the microscope after this one, but up count they crawl. It is the Glock Eco, Molotov with the Deagle, P250s for Yuri and Nikinda. Trade, sure. Another into the mix. Jimmy, you need something this time round, son.
Okay, yeah, no excuses, Jimmy. You've had some mares in the series, but this is so free for you. Shut down on a double.
There you go.
He's got the conversion. That's more like it. It's only Eco, but that was a susceptible round from Furia.
Really liking the energy I'm seeing Woxic bring. Right, with this Aurora team in the past, he was one of the guys who would bring the energy, but you would see it in games like this. It would dip and no one would be screaming at the top of their lungs. It'd be Madja just trying to will the boys through once upon a time.
I mean, he's been that man before in these international rosters, right? Think of the Mal's successful days, you know, all that time ago. He was saying it was kind of weird to switch back to English after years as a 4-5. But right now, Aurora are honeymooning. And I think no matter what happens in this third map, if Aurora win, Fury are going to be kicking themselves. I feel like we shouldn't even be here. And Aurora are playing the better Counter-Strike across this game. Even if they did choke that ancient lead.
And a reminder to everybody, Fallen has announced his retirement coming at the end of this year. Now, rumors around the rosters, but it's a conversation for another setting.
It's a fair point, though. In the back of your mind at all times.
You'd hope it gives you extra motivation, but sometimes you question if they're giving up, but with the future uncertain. Woxic parking into the site. 3 through Palace. Queserado, I guess, is going to be a late B lurk, and then to throw the util from ramp is going to be Fallen.
Just reliant on his team's success here.
So Kixon under the balcony. That's the support of Woxic towards the triple box.
Well, we had that whiff earlier from Kixon. He does need to hold his side of the bargain here. Ramp is the right routing. Fallen holding on, but no one able to clear him yet in this position. And Fallen just one flash. They're taking too long. 20 seconds. They're trying to double fake again, but that's cleared out by Jimmy. He does die, but it's a death worth having as it keeps players in this site. Orb has rotated in. Kixon is stalling on the ramp. He's finally going to get found, but 3v2, and that bomb is not down. Hello, Molly is good. Have they got it? Just about. But the repeat from Woxic should seal the deal, and there was no time left for Furia.
Again, another late round, another very fakey move.
Throw the AX egg, go quiet, throw the BX egg, Queserato gets cleared, then they hit A. It's all over the shop.
It's quite perplexing, to be honest with you. Well, the defuse has been started and restarted a couple of times, just making sure that they can pick up the AKs, get all the util they desire, and I think you have to take the time out if you're Sid, whether or not it's into the next or the one that follows. Well, as you can see.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better keep
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We're here on day one of the playoffs, round of 16. We've got Gamer Legion versus mibr, and currently we're going into the third and final map. Overtimes galore on Ancient, but it is Gamer Legion who pull through to bring this one to Nuke, a map that both teams are comfortable playing, and one that I think will deliver a very close affair, Jason.
I think what's awesome about this match thus far, and why you should have hopes that this third map is going to deliver in an exciting way as well, is all the big names on both teams that you'd want playing well for that team to do well are delivering. You have Flamus for Gamer Legion, who is an absolute monster back on Ancient. Towson's having a good game. Snacks was a monster as well. Rez and Hypex have chimed in. You go over to the mouse side of things, Spinks had a good map one, but it's been Torji and Exertion who've been consistent pieces. PR's been solid. So, I mean, you have these elements of both of these teams that are delivering these volume frags, these impacted moments where it's required upon. What we saw at the end of Ancient was a stunning collapse and mibr falling apart in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, and obviously one big talking point from that game was the youngest player over there for mibr, and Zelex, who really struggled in a lot of important moments throughout that game. Inside the middle, just couldn't get anything going. So you could see him visibly losing his confidence in himself and getting flustered and costing mibr crucial space and time. But now we get to see if he has the ability to go out there and have a mental reset. And obviously he's got the support of his experienced teammates and a coach in Cyclone who has spent his entire career bringing up young players from academy teams into the Tier 1 CS.
You know, actually, if I'm, when you want to bring up that line of thought, if I'm Cyclone, I'm not even talking to him. I'm sending Zipix over. I'm sending the assistant coach who's got playing experience, who went through it himself, having tough games, essentially almost cut from his team at one point and was able to rebound. Zipix is going to know a lot of that experience, and I'm sitting those two down between the maps and having Zipix hype our boy up to get him ready for Nuke, because it doesn't matter how bad you play on map 1, doesn't matter how bad you played on map 2, if you deliver on map 3 for your team, all that gets forgotten. And Zelex is looking to have a good performance here in recovery. Third in deciding map. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals at the Esports World Cup to face off against Foot Esports waiting in the wings. We'd have Gamer Legion starting on the CT side here of Nuke. mibr starting on the offensive side.
And you know what excites me about this CT side is the way Snacks is playing in this series. He's playing incredible. That second map in particular, beautiful to watch. And he can be such a disruptive force on the CT side of this map. So I'm keeping eyes on that for this first half. We're going to see Rez. Oh, that's the bomb. And that's an immediate headshot to the back of the lobby.
Disappears into the smoke. The hit is still going to come. A little bit quieter now with Spinks just sneaking behind the vent, waiting for his moment. Flamus has spotted them moving over towards ramp, so information gathered.
It's going to be a fight for Towson and Snacks. One hit for Gamer Legion. They've come out strong. 3 kills very quickly. Spinks doing what he can, but he's held behind the vent and a lot of bullets whizzing towards him. He's actually managed to stay alive, plant his feet and get a headshot of his own. Thought he'll have a kill here against Towson, but he'll lose that engagement as the triple Reddits come through, and we see Spinks topple eventually. So 4 players stay up here for Gamer Legion, and they can celebrate a comfortable first-round victory.
Good start for them. We talked about it on Ancient. They had both pistols on Ancient. They had none of the pistols back on Mirage. And you can see when one map ends 13-11 to mibr winning both pistols, the other map, you know, was won by Gamer Legion in triple overtime winning both pistols. That's pretty damn consequential at the end of the day. So a nice piece for Gamer Legion to have to start this CT side.
Yeah, no bomb plant as well, just with how convincing that was. So mibr's going to have to take the full eco. They won't have that second round force buy. You can see a lot of teams on the T side get once that bomb goes down. So end up looking at a 2-0 start here for Gamer Legion on the CT side, denying mibr any of the easy rounds on the T side, forcing him to have to work in the gun rounds and see what Exertion can do when the pressure's on.
On their previous iterations without Flamus in the roster, this Gamer Legion team was sitting around a 20% win rate here on Nuke. They've played it once with Flamus in the roster back to start their Esports World Cup against Luminosity, a dominant victory 13-3 that really doesn't tell us a whole lot about how much they're going to be able to challenge against mibr, but this is a Gamer Legion team who's going to be trying to figure out how good their Nuke is on the fly.
But I think you can tell a lot about Flamus on that map because he was leading in a lot of the statistic departments. He was very, very strong indeed. So really enjoyed watching him on the map.
Yeah, 1.85 rating for Flamus in that map.
There's the naked over the top. That's going to finish off PR. Do a lot of damage to the rest as well. Zelex just hanging out on top of the main roof. Hasn't taken any damage just yet. But eventually this round will come to its natural conclusion. Taking a little bit longer than everybody at home would like, I'm sure, but here we go. We'll get into the real rounds now. Nice and easy for Gamer Legion in the first two.
Yeah, clean sheet, not losing anyone in that second round, building up some money. 2 MP9, so a bit of a bonus round for the CT side. A clean sheet means they can upgrade plenty of those weapons into AK-47s because Mouse is bringing 5 of them into round 3. Very light on nades, so don't expect to see the extended kind of smoke wall into another smoke wall, long kind of map control style. At least here in this round.
Outside smokes being thrown out here by Mouse. The wall creating. Spinks sits behind the fake. There's 2 players right in front of him, and Flamus to quickly remove Spinks. So advantage now starting with Gamer Legion just as the round begins. And at least Mouse getting 1 player down secret. Second nade's coming in. It's going to be much more effective. Oh, it doesn't clear the smoke as much as they would have liked that.
There's 2 layers of smoke. There was a secondary smoke wall thrown behind him as well. So I think one was broken open. The second was kept. However, that's all their smokes to get across and down to secret. They're at a man disadvantage, 4 against 5, and now been spotted by Snacks.
Yeah, and he's going to be delaying him as long as possible. Zelix hits a nice shot, but the immediate reaction is that it's an audible drop here from Russ. He's got Flamus who was actually shooting forward, so maybe he could have discouraged him from stepping in, but doesn't matter. Hypex has taken a pair of headshots, putting PR in the clutch.
Yeah, you see what I mean when it's like you can't, like you bring in that little utility, use all 4 smokes on the cross, and then trying to get into the bomb site, just running out of utility down the stretch, and that round is Mal's.
And well, Gamer Legion are not going to be running out of utility for a long time. They've got so much money already built up here on the CT side. This is such a great start to the half.
Yeah, it couldn't go much better. They've only lost 2 players in the 3 rounds of play so far. They've upgraded into 3 AK-47s. They upgraded 1 MP9 for free as well. So very cost efficient is the Gamer Legion side right now. This defense is off and rolling quick.
Rez just waiting. Flamus not waiting. Flamus going forward. Telson. Rez about to catch the pistols coming towards him. That's going to be a great spray and display of skill from Rez.
Might be time for a timeout.
Might be time for that,
Like
Jason.
really early on, it might be time for a timeout.
You got 2 kills so far, and we're going into round 5.
Well, with the history of Mouse, this is where I start scratching my head, and just the way they lost map 2, right? All those mistakes, all those kind of unforced errors down the stretch, and the chaotic intensity of the situation. And now I'm wondering if they're having that little bit of a hangover coming into map 3 to start, and that's why I'm saying timeout, because I think Cyclone, if you're going to have that conversation, you might as well do it early if you think that's the issue. Still early going, still recoverable. Still haven't seen them kind of get too many cracks at it with a full buy, but still at this point only 2 kills in the map.
Alex strolling to his immediate death. Rez will confirm it. That's a 4K from Rez, a 6-0 start from him. A couple of players and his teammates saying at 4-0. And that's going to be...
I think this is the round that shows us what kind of attitude they came into this map with.
So if you're the coach here, you give them 1 more round just to say, okay, can you figure it out on your own? And if not, then you bring the timeout through?
Not just that, but 2 gun rounds, you know? Okay. Give them 2 gun rounds, we'll see if it's a consistent issue. More utility this time around the AK-47s.
Oh, we've got PR trying to hold on. Rez obviously has a hot hand, so he's willing to try and push the limits.
And they got money as well to burn. You know, losing that weapon and lose that player hurts in this round, but you got cash to replenish it, so it's not long-term pain point. And obviously still plenty of time to recover this round.
Sellex wrapping around with exertion. That's a big fight to win here for Mouse. More pressure now on Flammus. They come towards him. Good control. Stops them in their tracks for the time being, but Zelix is scaling up towards Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, just because of the way this round has played out, how quiet it is from Mouse, there's no indication of what the final move is. They never saw that second player walking through the smoke to wrap Heaven, so upper bomb site's going to be secured by Gamer Legion. This is the X Factor. Or excuse me, secured by Mouse. And Flammus is the X Factor wrapping around through lobby to turn this round on its head.
Oh, Sphinx is parked right in the corner, so Flammus will stroll into his crossout, and that will be an easy kill in the end for Sphinx. Not really in a position to go for this one. So Hypex cut away, Snacks is down on the lower bomb site, and that is going to be the first round win here for Mouse. Gotta say, it's a great shot for Exertion coming through, man. It didn't look like he was going to have a shot at that.
Those are the fights that Snacks was winning time and time again back on Ancient. So Exertion got one going his way. Yeah, but, you know, it's a nice win for Mouse. You got that gift of the res piece of aggression to give you the opening kill. You're not just going to be kind of force-fed an opening fight like that in the future. But a really good round and a timely point to grab it before this gets way too out of control. Bomb goes off. It's 4-1, 3-round lead.
We'll see. I mean, you talk about the money for Gamer Legion, they have a chance to immediately bounce back. Now let's see if they go for a different approach. You got Hypex heading towards Garage. Wall of smokes thrown out by Mouse. No one going to be playing with them, so that suggests we might expect a quicker hit towards the upper bomb site.
Oh, softens PR up real hardcore. That's a beefy nade. 45 HP left on PR. Towson going to drop this molly as soon as utility starts streaming in.
Well, they blocked him. And that first wave is gone for Mouse. Not going to activate on that. They want to go back to the ramp room. Hopefully they created an opening now.
Eyes on res. Okay, first one a little bit scattered. That's the bomb down. Hypex going to grab an angle with the AWP. Woo! What a shot!
That's a big shot, isn't it, from Hypex? Stands in the fire.
Look at the rotation.
One as they're dropping, and we got a 4v3 for Gamer Legion, and the rotate is already there.
Yeah, Flammus and Snacks already slid in. Sphinx wants to open things up. Good heads-up play from Towson. He's ready.
Well, now Torsi and Zelix are in an uncomfortable spot, a 2v4, and they're disjointed. Zelix is on his own. He hasn't been having the kind of day where he's going to step out and be willing to make the play, so he's just pausing for now in 45 seconds, letting Torsi be the one to try and join up with him.
Yeah, he's hoping that Torsi can create that opening towards the upper bomb site to pull him back, but Towson is going to flank over towards ramp room, so even if Zelix wanted to back away, actually, excuse me, Torsi's going to get down the vent, so trying to have a reverse clear.
Torsi hears the steps. Flammer's dead. Torsi turns to try and take down Snacks next. Not too far away from that chance. Torsi's got the headshot. What a fight from Torsi. Really digging deep to get themselves back into this round. And we're looking at Towson and Hypex now having to make up for this. A 2v2 around it. Really shouldn't be getting out of hand here for Gamer Legion, but it absolutely is. Zelix sits down, waiting at the back of the site as the Hungarians hone in together, trying to win this one piece by piece. But it's got to be Zelix. Or we believe the hype. He's standing up on top of the ramp, and the AWP will send it. Zelix removed at the back. It's a damn nice try from that combination, but it ends up being a Gamer Legion recovery and a 5-1 lead.
Man, Towson didn't have a whole lot of time to find that kill over towards control side. That's a critical headshot, because that's an impossible to kill to find if you're Hypex with the AWP. And Zelix, again, a long extended clutch. And when that turns into a 1v1, there's still a long time on that bomb against an AWP, being pinned down, not sure how fast he's scaling, where he's coming from. Tough clutch to win. And Gamer Legion don't let Mao's string two together. Back to the doldrums. They'll have to buy up again. They have cash. They've got money to come back in and open the playbook up one more time if you're Mao's, but man, 5-1 run to start this third map for Gamer Legion has put them in a very strong position.
And you have to go for the timeout now if you're Mouse.
Yep.
Using it, realizing that, okay.
If this money disappears, all of a sudden you start feeling like the CT side is way too far ahead.
Snowball effect can kick in this final map as well. Round of 16, third and final map of the series. Lose this, you're heading home from Paris.
Live into round 7.
The other game right now, Aurora versus Furia raging on the A-stream. If you're interested in that action, you can catch it over there. Hypex. Ooh, trying to catch some vision, but it not be any players left on the server because his teammates are feasting. Zelix and Spink stepping up though. A couple of kills pulled back here from Mouse. Managed to get a player down the vent. 2 players down the vent.
Look at their HP though. Now they've gotten down and they'll have a leg up and they'll be able to beat the defense to the lower bomb site, but low HP on Torji, low HP on Spinks. These rounds are so intense. So much action happens early.
Oh, big, loud drop there from Rise.
Yeah, no one heard it, but you do hate to pull that off.
Now, puts you on notice. You don't know if anybody heard it or not. He's going to play towards me. He's actually pulled this off quite nicely. He did get one. You got the high HP player. Torzi left on 8 health now. We've got Zelix, 98. He's the player with HP, so he's the player with responsibility. And once again, it is the Torzi Zelix combo that was so close to winning the round previous.
I'm just surprised to see Hypex and Taliesin so parked and so just cemented to that lower bomb site, especially after the trade outside in Big Garage. Nobody's moved, nobody's budged, so I guess they made the decision real early on. They'd save the op, but let's see where they decide to go with this. It's kind of an even affair. High HP Rifler, low HP Opper.
Just trying to organize themselves here.
So the whole thing is Hypex is going to save this op. He's going to... Is he?
No, but he's throwing a utility away to Taliesin.
Yeah, I just thought he would set Taliesin up to go in first and you just win or lose on that.
The low HP player is going first with an AWP. It's an interesting play, but it might just work because Zelix again in the clutch. Has he got one in him? He turns away, and that's more like it from Zelix.
Gotta be feeling good when you're looking for a player to step up, and after the woeful series he's had to deliver that kind of a round. Really good feeling for Zelix keeping Mouse alive. He's 7-5. Top performer for the Mouse team here on Nuke. A 3 versus 5 from Mouse recovered off the back of the Zelix clutch. 1v2. And he holds his nerve. Lovely second headshot.
Outside smokes deployed. Gonna try and disrupt this straight away, and it is Torzi who takes a little bit of damage off the back of the pack. But he's the AWPer and could actually be boosted up over the top of the red box. Oh, Flamus needs to be careful. It's a pretty awkward situation there for Flamus to be pulling utility out in the open. No, not like this. All the advantage is given right back as they walk right through the smoke. Rez gets 2. Leg shot from Torzi, not enough to finish off. No scope headshot. Torzi is going to be kicking himself. That is filthy from Hypex to get away with that.
You can't even mess with the decision. He knows the weakness. He put the opposing AWPer in, decides to chase it down. What a shot with the no-scope.
The bomb is one head shown. Exertion to find Snacks. It's next up for Hypex. That is so fast on the trigger. Exertion cleaved away.
Okay, Rez has to find a good position, though. Rez has to find some kind of position where he can't really just get killed and backstabbed. Very difficult to find in the outer yard, but they have no clue where Spinks is, so Rez has to consider everything.
Out into the open, Spinks opens up perfectly for Rez. What a round out of Rez and Hypex. That started with a 2-man advantage.
Yes, it did.
Coming through from Mouse. And Rez, they just walk right into him.
You get all the space outside you wanted off those 2 kills. Flamus caught sleeping a little bit out in the open.
It's like they give themselves, you know, they give their opponents enough rope to hang themselves. They give them so much space that they walk straight through the smokes and ended up walking right into Rez.
That's where you got to give credit over to Gamer Legion for the setup. You could see when those kills come out, those 2 kills so fast, so efficiently, Mouse never expect there to be a 3rd player.
Right. Well, an 8K for Torzi. You got Tech 9s around it. You got Rez, who's obviously feeling good about the last round. He's stepping up to try and...
Oh, God.
That's a little bit too much, isn't it?
That's a little bit scary. All right, well, they know what's coming. They drop down. They're going to try and scale quick. It's the bomb leading the way. One's already got past Snax's crosshair.
I think if you're Rez in that situation, you just start yelling, everyone. Everyone is behind that smoke. So they flood into the lower bomb site. Taliesin will take a few back steps here. He does take some health away from Spinks. Taliesin will step down towards the double doorway. Mouse have players trawling the control room, but not enough bullets to back them up. Zelex, nice double. Keeping Miles again in the fight here, and he's forced Snacks away because he's low HP, so Hypex is making the next move, and that might just work out for him. Hypex is really nailing those quick shots, and Exertion's left in a 1 versus 2, no nades to really help him out here, but a low HP player is defusing for some reason, but Hypex is going to get back to it. He'll collect the kit, and that was the reason. Snacks had the kit, so Hypex will defuse, and a 7-2 scoreline. A nice try from Zelex and Exertion, but Hypex is just leveling up right now, 11-2.
Yeah, very valiant effort, but you're dead on. I mean, the last 2 rounds, certainly the impact is all Hypex. Some lovely shooting from his op time and time again, and you know, he was great back on the first map of the series in a loss. He was a big reason why they were so close and competitive back on Mirage. Good to see him here on Nuke and his efforts propelling them forward into a 5-round lead.
And if you even want to go further back than that, you know, we were talking about the positive run the game
They're running the States
in America, right? And it was Hypex who was the standout player, with the player that really leveled up, and then we got to see just a sort of a different version of Hypex, I think, that we didn't get to see before.
Well, 2 of the 3 timeouts used by Mouse. Still trying to find the solution to this T side, still trying to find a way to break down this defense in any effective manner. They're starting to get stuffed cold everywhere on the map. Outside's been shut down, ramp's been shut down a couple of times.
Even when they're in a 5v3.
Even when they're in a 5v3, it seems to slip away. This is a timing hit on the upper bomb site all day long.
There's Flammers. Zelex is the first victim of the round. Towson to make sure ER follows. And another one as Torchi's gone. Bomb will spill, and Spinks and Exertion left alone. So at this point, Gamer Legion very happy with how this game is going, considering this was another timeout ahead of this round for Mouse.
Yeah, and they just want to go for the upper bus, and they don't get a chance at it. And they invested a lot into this round with utility. That's a lot of cash going to waste. And Mouse is in just a ton of trouble at the moment. This is alarm bells all over the place right now in this 3rd and deciding map.
I guess the question, because it's so early in the game, I think it's a fair question, is this game even recoverable at this point? Like, you don't have enough money to really get a good buy in the next round here. You're going to be looking at...
I mean, the answer is yes, it's recoverable. It's just we can't really see how at the moment. It's going to depend, right? You're going to have, like, if you want to get to 4 in this half, you're going to have a win with some Tech 9s. And you're desperately just looking up at the scoreboard saying, we need to win. We need to win the last 2 rounds of this half. So an extended save here at the end for Exertion and Spinks. Not a lot of money for the Gamer Legion CT side, so they're content to let them get away with these AKs. They want to preserve the weapons themselves. But didn't even have to break a sweat in this round. Double kill from Towson inside of Hut, and that pretty much ends things.
No accidents happen here on Nuke.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, right now, Gamer Legion enjoying this round of 16 match. I mean, it was all tense and question marks about whether or not they'd even get through Ancient, but the reward has been a dominant start to Nuke.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, just something happened at the end of Ancient where it feels like Gamer Legion just broke Mouse. It might have been the fashion in which they were losing some of those rounds, but we haven't seen Mouse yet recover.
There's a good start again from Hypex. His 12th kill in this half. Flamus about to be unleashed. Didn't quite pull the trigger where he wanted it and ends up losing his life, and Snacks will lose his head. So all of a sudden, right back from a man advantage to a man deficit for Gamer Legion. Gotta win this one now, Mouse. 4v3.
Yeah, and it's really hard on the CT side to manage a situation like this. What do? Do you relinquish the upper bomb site and pray you can retake it? They want to show that smoke means they're positioned here with defense, try and funnel them towards ramp room and double up in that position for some time. And oh man, Gamer Legion's reading this. This is going to be heartbreaking.
Well, they're always making the right move, the right call, but it's down to hit the right shots. And you rely upon Rez because he'll do it every time. And you're never ready for Towson. You are never ready for Towson. Nothing can go right for Mouse. Nothing can go wrong for Gamer Legion.
It's so brutal. What a play. Smoke the door, send them towards ramp room, and go meet them with 2 members at the point of attack. Mouse is getting worked here on Nuke. 9-2. They've got to burn their 3rd and final timeout right here at the tail end of the first half because they just need the round. A lot of hopes for Mouse making it into the top 16 off the back of that trophy back at Blast Bounty. Bringing in PR and how good they looked with him in the roster. Exertion as the IGL, how well he's been playing individually and leading this team. Felt like Mouse was poised for a deep run at the Esports World Cup. We've all been holding our breath to know if we should believe or not.
And for Gamer Legion, no one believed, right? That was how this playoff performance got picked up, was the fact that GG Howell pulled an upset versus Spirit in the best of 1. Gamer Legion qualified by beating Luminosity, and then GG Howell in the best of 3 series to get into the playoffs, and everybody thought, okay, well, I don't really care about that. Like, let's show us a performance against a good team. And right now, this is a brilliant performance from Gamer Legion, and I think gets a few people excited, including me, Jason. I'm excited to see a little bit more of this Gamer Legion squad if they keep this up. Who knows what they can do in the quarterfinal?
Yeah, it could get interesting. They are on this side of the bracket. Again, another indictment, and you talk about Mouse disappointing, getting eliminated here on a bracket where it feels like you have a great shot at making the final. Oof. Flamus peeks up, takes out Zelix, who makes no progress towards the bomb site. And this time, Snacks is on top of the hut to shut down the hit.
Yeah, Snacks again. It's a double kill. Exertion and Torzi both walking into him, and PR had a nightmare map here, 2 and 11 on the top of the silo. We'll give it a go, obviously, but it's not going to happen for him. It'll be a 10th round win here for Gamer Legion. PR on the receiving end of a beating from his former teammates. A move to Mouse in this matchup, not working out.
Looking for anything, looking for a gift. He'll get dropped by Hypex. 10-2, 8-round lead. Gamer Legion, that is a dominant statement CT side.
Well, Gamer Legion, as it stands, will progress into the quarterfinals. They'll play against Foot, who are a team that have already beaten Mouse in this competition. Gamer Legion's turn to give them a go.
Well, you know, let's say this really quick, because you're right. The way Mouse has been playing, they just look like they've already kind of lost. And that's the general sense. But they are on CT side Nuke. Give them the pistol round. Let's see what that first gun round is going to look like. You can make this happen. And that's why I kind of bring up the expectations of this team, right? Getting a deep run, some kind of a deep run to like the semifinals, is now you have this chance, and this can make it just legendary if you can make this happen. Wow. But that would require something we haven't seen out of this team in this third map, because again, I mentioned it looked like they just got knocked completely out of their game at the tail end of Ancient, and they have not recovered.
Well, expectations of a deep run, but now all that is left is to dig deep and try and come back into the second half. Mal's 2 rounds to their name as they begin the second half on the CT side. Lose the pistol, and you are likely heading home very quickly from the Esports World Cup. The descent down heard as Rise will drop off of main. It's Torzi who starts the affair with a headshot on Flamus. Rez also picked apart, so a 3v5 having to be recovered here for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, Rez got a little disorganized, didn't know exactly where the fight was going to come, was looking towards the back of Credit, but there's too many options available. There's a third player alive outside, that's Talson. He's looking for the flank, the wraparound outside. Oh, lovely shot from Hypex. You don't have to commit quite yet, but you do anyways, and good shooting from PR. So Mao's looking like they are, in fact, going to get that pistol, and then it's all about
winning everything else.
Can they build up momentum? Can they do the same thing, right? At a certain point on the CT side, when you're on the T side of Nuke, if the defense is just dominating you, at a certain point, it just feels hopeless.
Feels like you're in a cage.
And I think that's the feeling that Mao started getting as that series went on, and now it's their turn to see if they can inflict that same kind of philosophy onto their opponents.
Well, they've taken the first step of a very long road back into this. So let's see. Obviously, no expectations in this round from Gamer Legion, no investment, so it just glocks out. Be 10-4 before we see the next buy. You can try and get a bomb plan here. Do your best. Spinks isn't going to let that happen, though. Zelix also taking a couple. That's the 4th round for Mouse.
Yep.
Nice and easy.
Gamer Legion just looking to get to those AK-47s as fast as possible. So 2 MP9s on the board. Round 15.
Everyone looks to the sheets. They've obviously got a set plan of how they want to approach this first gun round.
Now, this is a very similar round to what Mao's played in the third round of the opening half as well, where they didn't have a whole lot of utility, didn't have a whole lot of nades to work with. Let's see what Gamer Legion decide to do with it, because they're in a similar situation. Got all the smokes, missing some flashbangs.
Quick outside smokes. Look how fast Snacks has found himself on top of main. Head shown, Snacks. There you go. Didn't react at all. Exertion not punishing. The age division of Snacks.
Well, they got Flamus situated over in secret. So how aggressive does he want to be? He's going to challenge Spinks. Deep angle for Spinks. Going to be tough to get away, but you have an advantage, and you got it.
Yeah, wins it. Opening kill. An upgrade available as well if he wants it. You have to snatch that AK, and he will. Xelix and Exertion combining, so yep, this is the first couple of steps looking good for Mouse, huh?
Yeah, and this is why I brought that up, because I'm not sure that we're quite ready yet to have supreme confidence in Gamer Legion on the T side. I think the first half looked so good. But remember what I said, coming into this, they had a 20% win rate on the map before Flamus joined the team. So it's not like they had some great track record, some great scalps they've taken, a great resume on the map, some deep playbook they can call to. There's still going to be some struggles on this CT side, especially if the individuals start going cold. And let me tell you right now, just by the way those look in the replay, if that's going to be the way you try and open up rounds, it's not going to be pretty.
And you've got a lot of money now as well for Mouse, and then there's certainly going to be a feeling of relief of, okay, we're not getting banged out straight away here. We won the pistol. But now you got to deal with a quicker upper bust and spraying away his Spinks. So he'll handle it, no problem. 3 kills coming in from Spinks. Always good to try one of those rounds if you're Gamer Legion, see what you can get away with, but Mouse handle it.
And every time Mouse get a round like that where they mop up the team with only 1 player dying, with 4 or 5 surviving, that's just going to increase the confidence level. This defense is going to get stronger unless Gamer Legion can win a round and punctuate this streak.
Only 4 rounds back now, and it happens so quickly. And MR 12. A lead can be whittled away at within seconds. But this is the second bye for Gamer Legion coming into the second half. See what kind of ideas they have this time. You weren't a fan of their openers in the last gun round, Jason. Let's see if they have a different approach. Seems pretty similar with Snacks getting on top of main.
Yeah, and Exertion directly underneath him. How's he want to play these smokes? He's working his way towards big garage. Aggression in towards lobby. Okay, Mouse. Being disruptive, not letting Gamer Legion get anything going.
Towson at least getting something back here for Gamer Legion, but this is the walk-in from Flamus that isn't going to pay off. It was Towson trying to do everything, but he's so low in health that it's just too much to ask of him.
And look at the attitude change. Look at the way now Mouse is swinging into that fight. They know that players in the upper bomb site just got a kill. 2 players come up heaven. We don't need to play this smart. Let's the 2 of us push forward, take them out, and let's just play the 3-on-1. You can see like a little bit of an attitude shift in the Mouse side of things as they're starting to get a little bit of their self-confidence back.
Yep. Perhaps a feeling of we're back in this now for Mouse. You see them just get an extra percentage as the CT side starts to go very well. And that scoreline doesn't look so pretty anymore for Gamer Legion.
No, I imagine we get a timeout from Gamer Legion at the tail end of this freeze time. This will be a round, I think, where they're going to have to descend to Tech 9s just to a half buy. I don't think you can fully invest.
Well, Tech 9s, P250, Deagle. It's a little bit of something for Gamer Legion. Onside smokes tossed out. See if anybody can actually do anything with them. Second wave coming in now as well. Try and get a couple of players down secret safely. Flamus is up first. Smoke break. They'll see 1 run down. And Rez just trying to keep his head down. Second nade coming through, but the layers of smokes are going to protect him.
So it turns to PR as the first man down over towards control side. The first line of defense. He's got a teammate, Xelix, over in ramp room as well, who can drop quickly and join up with him.
Got the AK in hand. Looking for the heads as well. He'll drop the grenade to send back and slow them down as much as he can, and that just makes them fish in a barrel for Xelix. He'll take 3, pulls out the USP for a little whip as well.
Hey, 20 kills on Xelix.
Yeah, he has really turned it around, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is really cool third map from the young man after a tough series, but he's rebounded very, very well. And He's part of the reason why Mouse is still alive, still fighting back, and still clawing this lead away from Gamer Legion. It's 10-8.
I mean, we asked the question as this game started, you know, we're going to find something out about Zelix right now. He's having a terrible series. We're going to find out if he can go in on the third map just before it and just reset mentally and get back into the game, and he's delivered that.
It's a really cool look, and I think the coaches, whether they end up winning or losing in this comeback, going to be very proud of what he's showed early on here on Nuke. Still plenty of Counter-Strike to play. The quarterfinals await. Foot awaits, waiting for the winner. And Gamer Legion so far cold. Snax hasn't been able to get a single T round on the board. 6 straight dominant rounds for Mouse. They have never in any of these rounds lost more than 2 players.
Yeah, dominant is the perfect word. It's just none of them have even looked threatening in any way. Just a waste of the last few rounds here for Gamer Legion. We got a tech issue at the moment. Hopefully that one gets resolved as quickly as possible. We've got the referee over working on Torzy's PC at the moment.
Refs have been solid. They've been solid all week long when we've been here.
We've had a lot of games, I'd imagine, on these stages over the last few weeks.
Gotta have a lot of game knowledge of different titles for you, yeah.
It is very weird being here at the EWC sometimes, because you're going around and I don't know a lot of people here, and then every now and then you'll bump into someone, oh, you work Counter-Strike events.
Yes, see them all. They all come back.
It's a whole clash of different esports worlds.
Well, Torgy's got the big headphones off. That's never a good sign, but he's putting them back on, and
oh, there we go.
That is a good sign.
We're gonna get a big thumbs up. Nope, no thumbs up. He's just happy to lock in, continue this comeback.
A rough place for the tech pause to come if you're Mouse in the midst of this comeback. 6 rounds in a row. You've got all the momentum in the world. Individually, everyone's looking sharp. Strategically, you feel like you're reading the game very, very well, and then a pause in the action to ice you out.
And if you're Gamer Legion, you feel like you're in free fall. Maybe this little pause is enough to catch your breath.
So just a recenter, refocus, and as we go live into round 19. Gamer Legion don't have a whole lot of a lead to play with left.
That's a good start from Towson. He's the only player in this half that's done anything for Gamer Legion, so good to see him get on the board early, and this time not traded by a Mouse player.
Exertion's going to look to get one back up on top. The blue box outside. No one from Gamer Legion really moving up behind this wall of smokes. It's the op that's going to be cautious, and he's looking in this direction.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was a little bit late to that. He realized it real late.
And he's like, oh, yeah, could be a player there. Would have been dead already. Just holding this player advantage as we head under 1 minute on the clock. Good shot. Not enough damage, though.
It's going to make Zelix feel like the hit is coming from outside, though, as his defender has been forced away. So it's a weaker position with which to defend Squeak Door.
Zelix has been sharp on this third map. Let's see if he can deal with a threat that's going to be coming out of Squeaky. Snack's back turn. Flammers couldn't trade. Zelix on the 2. And Towson trying to fight back, but Zelix showing us why Mouse have added him to the team. 23 kills. Huge triple kill. And so much confidence building in the young man. What a story this is going to be if Mouse go on to win this, led by Zelix's performance.
In this third map. Yeah, this is awesome. Love seeing it. Love seeing the rebound. Hypex is forced away. And Snax' Gamer Legion still have yet to put a round on the board here on the offensive side of Nuke.
Just been hiding away the first 2 maps, quietly powering up. Is Zelix. 1 round the difference, and honestly...
1 round the difference, but the feel, the quality of these rounds, it almost makes it feel like Mouse is in the lead to a certain extent.
I think simply put, Gamer Legion don't have a T-side. They just haven't shown anything.
No, yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of on the switch over, and it's coming to fruition here. Not a whole lot of clean ideas on how to open up rounds. This map just not in their pool quite yet. So for the rest of this half, if you're going to win this as Gamer Legion from this 10-9 lead, if you're Snax, you're going to have you tell your players it's going to be individuals. It's going to be you guys that win us this game. It's not going to be my calling. You're looking for Rez. You're looking for Towson, Hypex, and Flammus to deliver you something special. Whoa, they're already in, my man.
PR gets his gun out just in time. I sounded like a pirate saying that one. And start backing away. PR.
Back to the upper bomb site we go. No utility really to speak of. 2 Molotovs, a flashbang, and a smoke. Not a whole lot of combos to give you freedom and safety and advantages in any of these bomb sites for that set of utility. So let Flamus work outside with the Tech 9. They're going to try and end at this upper bomb site, but Flamus has to get here safely first, and Exertion is going to come, try and deal with this. Takes a dink, eliminated. Another opening kill, another 5-on-4. 38 seconds on the clock as they begin their move.
Townsend timing as Torty looks away, but we got Spink stepping out from the CT vent. Of course, Zelix getting one of his own as well. And we see Snax all of a sudden be the only player left. A Tech 9 jumping into the vent and a 10-10 scoreline. That sinking feeling in Gamer Legion's stomachs that they are throwing this one away. Their Esports World Cup is going to come to a crashing halt if they can't figure it out.
Yeah, this is a rough look now for Gamer Legion, where, as I mentioned, just feels like the map isn't there for them. Haven't had the time with all the players to go over protocols. Don't have any set, great, clean idea that they can latch onto. No cohesive strategy that they're working with. And Mouse is loving it. This is back-to-back rounds. They've converted 4 versus 5 without any real significant issues from there.
All right, we had a whole lot of overtimes over on the second map, Jason. We're about to get some here again.
It's very...
Flamus trying to fire people up or having an argument. One of the two.
Could have been either one. You know, that's where I wonder how, I don't know how to talk about how Gamer Legion's going to handle this, because we haven't seen them execute an idea, right? It seems like they want to get Flamus outside, somebody set up outside, be able to pincer into that upper bomb site. None of that's working, partially because Zelix has 24 kills, a testament to how many times they've tried to run that against him and still can't make it work.
Once the weak point, now their absolute strength. So outside smokes to deploy, but no one is going to play behind them here for Gamer Legion because they want to pop out the door again. Towson stopped in his tracks. Spinks has a second. Just relentless pressure being thrown in the same position, but getting the same result. Truly the definition of insanity in this second half from Gamer Legion.
This might be the saving grace. Okay, Torji looking for it, looking for the information, but he's looking outside. He could get caught.
Oh, the Res is right there. He's got the Tech 9. He's arriving to the angle, and Torji's going to be fast enough to take him down. Now we look at Snax, we look at Hypex, and we wonder how in the hell are they going to pull this off? Doesn't seem possible.
That's how.
Well, Hypex tries, but Exertion's right above him. There's just too many responses here from Al, so it has to be Snax. It has to be a classic Snax play. Fantastic performance on map 2. Incredible, in fact. He's got to step up to an even higher level, and he just can't do it. So all the way back, they now have the lead. Mao's 11-10 up. They were 10-2 down at the half. 11-10, the scoreline reads.
And they still have not lost more than 2 players in a single round on this second half. There is just not enough of a plan for Gamer Legion, and I think it gets worse. We saw it early on in the T-half, them kind of bust through those smokes. We just saw it again in this round here. And that's the problem. If you're a player in that system and your IGL sending you through smokes into the upper bomb site of Nuke, you never get a clean look, you never get a clean fight, you never get a chance in those fights, and then it feels worse. It feels like you're not being given the chances to get into the game and get activated on an individual level. So then all of a sudden when the team needs to turn to the individuals to bail them out of this situation, nobody's warmed up. Nobody's feeling the game because they've just been getting deleted time and time again, coming through smokes with no look at the fight.
Oh, could be the same story, but this is it. The last chance for Gamer Legion from 10-2 to 11-10 down. They have one last crack of the whip. They've got Galils on 3 players, 2 AK-47s. They're limited on utility, and they haven't even looked like they have a single chance in any of these rounds in this half. Completely deleted.
Oh, Snax might have a jump on Exertion, though, looking to drop down.
He's been trying to make this play all half long, hasn't been able to make it work. Drops down this time, Spinks is right there, and Snax just about gets it done.
Okay, only 1 player in the upper bomb site, that's Zelix. Oh, but of course he's gonna deliver! Double kill yet again!
1 player with a might of 2, apparently. We got Torzi fighting back again. Snax is gone, so advantage with Mal's 2 players left, Flamus and Towson, and that was your chance. Nothing going right for Gamer Legion now. There's a good headshot, at least for Flammers, but then he's caught in the open. The response is there. And Towson has had a couple of good moments in this first half, but he needs a special one here. 1v2 with the AK.
It's winnable. It's a winnable 1v2. He's disappeared onto the map, so now Mouse is going to lose track of where he is. Zelix drops down vents. PR playing from heaven. So both of them just take a bomb site with the ability to traverse to the other bomb site very, very quickly and play with safety. The longer Towson takes, the less time he'll have to work through issues at the bomb sites itself. 30 seconds on the clock.
Bomb pulled and planted. Sellex immediately swings open the double doors. No longer second-guessing any of his maneuvers. No longer second-guessing his own ability, but then makes a bit of a mistake, but he stays alive and now dead. Towson has a chance to double up, to topple two. Flash off the wall. PR against his former teammate for an important round. This one for Series Point. Shadow against the wall. Towson to step out of the shadow of PR and win the headshot battle. It's 11-11. Finally a round win for Gamer Legion, and it's happening right down to the wire again.
Okay, is that the moment? Is that the moment where Gamer Legion has stopped the momentum? Can Mouse just prove that they still have it, that this is all just there, and the defense is going to settle in yet again? Lovely opening from Snacks, finding some space. Zelix with the rebuttal, but man, this 1v2 is well played. The trickery with the door. Zelix's own door play going against him as well.
Have Gamer Legion done enough? Has Towson give them enough? Certainly have the weaker buy. Pop through this ramp smoke. PR blinded, dropping down. Towson to chase after him. Utility deployed to try and slow them. They're coming at PR.
Whoa.
They're putting the pressure, and PR stands in the open. He stays committed, but that might be the mistake that opens things up.
If Spinks got here in time, he's good.
He's still in a good spot. He's in a great spot. In fact, he's going to pop out. They're not ready for him to be in this position so early, so Spinks doubles up. And now Exertion, headshot, bomb down. Rez left alone, 1v3. Otherwise, it is Mouse to Series Point first. Rez to put the bomb down. Side of the smoke and sidelined by Sellex. 27 kills has become the most valuable player for Mouse all of a sudden. That is Series Point, and for Gamer Legion from 10-2 to now 12-11 down, facing elimination at the Esports World Cup.
It's got to feel like a shocking turn of events that this has occurred, and they've got to scrape together a bye with very low economy. Galil's coming in with utility. PR stays aggressive. Spinks has the time to get in behind the bomb site, and that is a lovely double kill to turn the round and secure it. They only need one more to complete this comeback.
And look at what Gamer Legion are bringing to this party. They've got Khalil's on 3 players, a MAC-10 for Snacks. The only player with an AK is Flammus, and he has been nowhere near the level we've seen from him on that second map. They've attacked PR over and over again. Flash is coming. PR, good headshot. Pulls away on Towson. Hides around the corner. Through the fire they go. PR proving it's the right decision to go to Mouse because they dig deep and they find what they're looking for. Beautiful stuff from Mouse from 10-2 down all the way back to a regulation win. They will move to the quarterfinals with foot in their sights. Revenge will be sweet if they can get it. But for Gamer Legion, it's absolute bitter disappointment as they watch their Esports World Cup dreams drain away.
What a gutsy comeback from Mouse, because they look so knocked out after map 2. They only played a half of Counter-Strike on this third map, and that's all they needed thanks to Zelix.
Redemption for Zelix coming through. What a way to stamp his mark on this series, buying the time for the rest of his team to come online and being such a force to close it out in regulation. That is a massive bounce back for such a young player.
That is a massive comeback for Mouse. It's a massive comeback for Zelix, and it's very well deserved. I agree with you, Mike. Naturally, the biggest story of this matchup should be the fact that Mouse progressed at the playoff that they knock out Gamer Legion, but to me, it's the comeback of Zelix. As I said, on Ancient, I think that was one of the worst games of Counter-Strike I've seen any player play in quite some time. He was completely out of it, completely misplaced, lost all sorts of confidence, no good decision-making. He takes a break of 10-15 minutes, and he's the reason now on Nuke that Mouse comes back in that second half. That is a mentality monster. That's a comeback from a young player I haven't seen in a very, very long time. Mad props to Zelix and mad props to Mouse for pulling it off.
And especially, he was the only one, especially on the side. He was the only one fragging. He was the only one going forward, getting the entries, getting the plays. And that was a difference maker. Even though they got only 2 rounds, that was enough. That was enough. They got it. They got a piss around. And then on the City side, it just felt like a completely different switch, where on the City side of Gamer Legion, they were playing with their heart out. Every multi-kill, every feeling play they were making, they were in the right place in the right time, the 3v4 when they were stacking up Prem, all those plays were working. And when they were on the T side, it felt like it was Mouse that was getting that feeling, getting those plays, getting those entries, and a completely different team from one side to the other.
And I mean, we haven't seen this kind of resilience from Mouse. Famously, these are the kind of wins that have evaded them. But being able to dig deep, being able to gut it out against a tough to put away Gamer Legion team, against a team where Hypex was firing, one of their win conditions, players were having miraculous rounds. You make it happen. This is, to me, a statement win. Yes, maybe this is a game where they're looking at it and saying, well, we should have won this a lot more comfortably than we did. But somehow gutting it out like this, gritting it out, feels that much more impressive.
It's a feel-good win, Mike, for sure. And it's definitely something they can use and something they can perhaps use in future games as well when they have backs against the walls. But there is 2 sides to the story, and that is a Mouse team that is not playing like a team that 2 weeks ago won a Tier 1 trophy at the Blast Bounty. And again, I'd be lying. You know, I think the main story right now for me is the fact that they get the job done. Zelix makes the comeback, but if I zoom out just a little bit in this very moment, this is not a Mouse performance that installs any sort of fear in Foot, who's coming next up in the bracket, or Furia for that matter, or whoever they're going to face. So, sure, they got the job done today, you know, by the slimmest of margins and in a very nice fashion here in Nuke, but they got to step it up a notch for tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing that is a bit hard as well is how they were lacking energy. When they were starting losing the rounds on T side, there was not really a voice that was very vocal, that was present to like get them back into it.
Now we are going to dive onto this stage because triumphant on that stage is PR.
Good day to be our PR fan, is that right?
Yeah.
Tell me, how did this one feel? You got into the server today, you knew who you were loading up against. You seem to know those guys on the other side of Gamer Legion. Tell me about getting into the server today.
I mean, of course it's different than playing some other team because I play with the guys for over a year, and I would lie if it didn't affect me. So I was very excited, and it was a fun match. I think people enjoyed it as well. So yeah, it was a good game.
Look, Mirage feels like it was so long ago. 6-6 first half, whatever. We can throw that one to the wind. Ancient Torzy shot through the wood at 12-12 to get you guys to 12-12. It turns into a slugfest. Talk to me about the map at Ancient. Did you have a good time?
I would say at least me, I had pretty good start on Ancient. I would say it was fine, but in the overtime, I lost kind of my calm, and I couldn't hit anything in overtime, so I think that was also one of the reasons why we lost the Ancient. I whiffed a lot of kills.
So let's fast forward. We get all the way to a third map. You've got Nuke. I'm going to be honest, the first half, it wasn't looking too good. And it goes without saying, they had you in the first half, and that's no lie. But you guys respond. You win that CT pistol, you convert, you keep going. And then we get all the way to the end here, PR, and you verse your old team. What's going through your head?
I mean, I really didn't want to lose against my ex-team, you know. But yeah, they played very good on CT, as we did. Yeah, really nice comeback from us. I'm really happy that we won.
Well, you won today. You've got Foot going forward. Anything you want to say to the fans at home or the guys on the desk? Give them something to talk about.
Thank you guys for cheering. It was nice, nice crowd here. Thank you guys. And I want to say hi to my family, to my home. I know you're watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
When But he didn't want to say anything to us, and that's fair enough, because PR will let the game do the talking. Quite a series here. Hard to cast our minds all the way back, but man, what a statement way to finish it.
Yeah, without a doubt. As I said, it's a feel-good win for MOUZ. Being able to get the job done on a day where you're maybe not playing your best brand of Counter-Strike, that's also a sign of class. And as you said, you know, you can sense it. They had fun. It's fun winning a game like that, Mike. Regardless of whether or not you're meeting expectations when you're playing a game like that, that it becomes a slugfest, as Trey said on Ancient, and you make such a massive comeback on Nuke as well, Nathan. Those are some of the wins that you remember for the rest of your career.
Those feel very tasty. Even though you lose the overtime, that special comeback, like it's something you're not going to do every single time. And on the flip side of the coin, for Game & Legion as well, it's going to be very bitter because you have that excellent side, you have that excellent half, and then you're going to take away from the game not much. You just completely screwed up one half. This is the things that are happening. But what do you really learn from it? Because nothing really works. So like you're just thinking, oh, we just have to restart all over again and just do everything pretty much new because nothing we did was working. So yeah, that was pretty interesting because that margin was that thin. If PR lost this game, it would have been obviously a completely different thing because it would have been the same tight game.
Sure.
But yeah, the difference between winning and losing is like that one round, that one kill. Like he said it, like on Ancient, he could have led the team down and then lost the game on his own because he didn't get the multi-kills anymore. Counter-Strike is such a beautiful game. I don't know, at the end of the day, it was such like a meaningful best of 3 just to show how good this game is.
Even that final round, right? They're pressuring PR. That's clearly the game plan. Overload PR, trade him out, access to the lower site. They chase into the Molotov to try and get that kill. Costs them way too much. Then they're headed in towards the lower. They don't expect Spinks to be back behind that tower. That little reposition, 2 kills out of Spinks, traded for 1. That's the difference between a victory and a loss. That's the difference between an overtime and a closeout here. It is a beautiful game, this game that we love. It is a wild one, though I'm sure for the MOUZ guys, they would have liked that to be a slightly more straightforward one.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the ideal scenario for them. But again, at the end of the day, they win, they move on, they progress. And as we saw, things can change from one half to another. So the MOUZ that you get against Foot in the next game in this bracket is not necessarily the same playing MOUZ that you get in this one. And also, you know, as we spoke about it,
speaking
about turning it around, Zelix absolutely nowhere to be found on Ancient. Again, I don't want to...
By the way, I want to say that's 2 maps combined for Arjun Ancient on the kill count.
Versus Nuke, you know, where he stepped up massively and kept MOUZ alive just long enough for Spinks to activate, just long enough for Exertion to activate, just long enough for Torsi to come in and find some impact. So, yeah, arguably the biggest story for me is the man on your screen right here, being able to have such a poor performance, poor start to the series, and then turn it around like that as a young, inexperienced player. That's a sign of character.
It also shows good things for MOUZ overall. If they can manage to activate all the pieces together, that's when they're going to become that top 3 team, that top 1 team that can really go and lift the trophies. They just have to figure that out, which is sometimes the hardest part. But like they're gonna have a day at least to like really get over the demos, get over the reviews, and just talk and exchange what they can do like in 10 minutes here between the maps. They're gonna have a whole day to talk about it. So that's where I can see their potential growing. But you have Foot on the other side that is going to be waiting for them, right? Like they say they're pretty comfortable playing against MOUZ. So you have to figure, if you're MOUZ, you have to figure yourself out how to activate all the pieces together and how to counter a team that likes playing against you, right? So like that's several elements they're going to have to fix in order to win the next game.
That is an interesting preview that you've given for us because that is 3 in a row that have gone the way of Foot. But today, at least, it is MOUZ triumphant and MOUZ that gets to crush the key. And it's PR indeed who will do it. His teammates gone for a much-deserved rest, and PR instead to crush his former team's key. Their right in the tournament to participate has been revoked. The Gamer Legion are Legion no more, as the one instead stands strong here for PR.
Yeah, feels bad for Gamer Legion, to be completely honest, because one would argue, had you won Nuke, you know, 13-5, which definitely was in the cards, then we're speaking about a team that's completely turned it around. You speak about a team who brought in Flammers, who, by the way, also had a very strong series, really got to show some of his best Counter-Strike and why they brought him into the team. And then the story would be different, Nathan, right? Talking about a Gamer Legion that has won 3 games in a row, that could go in against Foot with realistic chances and realistic hopes of making a semi-final at EWC, and now you're left with nothing. As you said, it's the slimmest margin, and it completely changed the tide and the story for Gamer Legion.
For them as a project, though, it shows they're really on the right path. I think that's 100%. The thing that is really good for Gamer Legion. They made a change that is meaningful, and they brought in a player that obviously is going to be very disappointed, but I saw in Flamus something that was really pushed Gamer Legion maybe to a whole other level, because the energy, the efficiency that he has, he doesn't have necessarily the highest stats, but his impact on the server every single time is being felt, because just everything is taken upon his shoulders, entering, getting the mid rounds, flashing for his teammates, pushing them to do stuff. He is a very, very, very smart player, and having a guy like that, on top of bringing the energy he's giving, you got a complete package. Like, this guy can play in any team, to be fair, at this point. So sadly for this time, it won't work. It was that close against Mouse, but I'm sure for the future and for the whole project, they're definitely on the right path.
I think it's very encouraging, right? I mean, especially because this was a team coming off of a 5-loss streak. It was a team that was in pretty dire straits. So to get this positive trajectory, the wins, Luminosity and Gigi, how maybe you're not going to be hanging those banners on the mantle, but just something, some sort of positive trajectory in this near series against Mouse.
They put up a very good fight. You know, speaking of putting up good fights, so did everyone who ended up losing the game today. We had 4 games of Counter-Strike, you know, 4 games going, 3 maps going the distance, and at the end of the day, as we spoke about, you know, it doesn't really mean much when you end up losing, but I think a lot of the teams on the losing side today can be somewhat happy and somewhat proud of that tournament. Just the fact they made playoff in itself, I think, is a step in the right direction for Gamer Legion, and being able to push Mouse to a point where they should have won Nuke. That's also something they can maybe be proud of in a couple of days' time.
We'll take a look forward because we don't have a couple of days. We are looking at tomorrow. Na'Vi take on Legacy, Bait, and Spirit. And I gotta say, if you were looking at that Bait Spirit matchup before the tournament, you'd say, oh man, poor Bait, what a rough draw. Kind of think they can do it.
I think Legacy got a tough draw versus Na'Vi. That to me is a pretty clear-cut one for Na'Vi. They should be winning that one. I very much agree with you, though. I don't know where to put Spirit at the moment. Donk is playing well. That's a given. That's always the case. The rest of the team, though, seems to be scrambling a little bit. And Bait, in all honesty, beating Vitality in a best-of-3. You know, NPL speaks about a team that is coming in with confidence. They were good at boot camp, etc., etc. I think that could be a spicy one.
They especially know each other very, very well. So, like, that's going to go into account into the matchup. Like, the individuals, knowing the tendencies of the guys you're facing against, if you're playing a lot of Faceit together, and like, you know where they want to play, what their favorite spot is, and so you can play into account for that preparation. Like, those small, we saw it today, those small kills, the double kills, those small margins, it changes everything into a game, everything into a series in the whole best-of-3. Yeah, that's, I think, probably the tightest game we're going to see tomorrow, like one of the most interesting. But yeah, Na'Vi against Legacy, there is always something with the Brazilian teams. There is always something, especially when Art is going to come in and just going to create some stuff and just, you know, make something different into the game. You know, Na'Vi, as ready they can be with their whole staff and their whole team, there's going to be something they're not going to be ready for.
Today we had 4 games going 3 maps, Mike. I have a feeling that it's going to be the exact opposite tomorrow. I think the favorites are going to 2-0 all the way through.
Really? Okay, he's stamping it. We're cursed. 9 million overtimes. Thank you. We'll be taking that with a side of fries. But if you think you can predict the outcome of the coming games, you should head on over to EWC Play and make your own projections in the pick'ems. Maybe you know more than Pimp. A lot of people on the internet seem to think they do. Always worth a gamble for sure. We're going to wrap up our day here. Thank you so much for tuning in to Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup. We'll be back tomorrow with a lot more games, rounds, matches, whatever you want to see. You're getting it here at the Esports World Cup.